And then I would like just to finish by sharing a bit about our technologies and also about the momentum that we've been able to create in Europe. About the technology, we've decided to verticalize a lot what we're doing. Because, yeah, you can buy some thermal protection from a very big player, but it's going to cost crazy money. You can buy your software, but it is core to your technology, and then if something happens to the company, you have nothing inside. So we also wanted to think, okay, we can be hyper successful and, you know, one day go to IPO with a very, very, very high valuation. But in case we are not successful at all, it's very important, there are key assets within the company. So we are building our propulsion system, we are coding our cellular software, we are building our avionics boxes, we are also making the thermal protection. We are the second company in Europe which is making thermal protection, which has also use in defense for ballistic missiles and for hypersonic aircraft. So we are offering to Europe now a second source, which is much cheaper, much affordable than the source that was existing before. And point I wanted also to mention a bit, in our business, it's not fully private, it's not fully public. If you look at the history of SpaceX, Musk started privately, but then what saved the company was a huge contract from NASA, actually, that first contract to build Musk capsule. So what you see here actually is a signature event that we had a few weeks ago. Our anchor client, our first very, very big client for our first mission in 2027 will be the European Space Agency, which has signed with us a phase 1 contract, so a first contract, and they will be our client in 2027. That was quite important because when we started, as I said, there was no program in Europe saying we're going to do a capsule. We just started and thought, if we're successful, we create momentum, and Europe will decide, instead of buying their capsule in the United States, to buy their capsules here in Europe. And in only 2 years, we were able to convince 22 member states of the European Space Agency to say, okay, let's not continue to buy missions from United States player, but let's start to buy now missions from people in Europe that can do it. So what did they do? They opened a competition, and we are very happy that actually we ranked #1. So not only we won, but we won ahead of Thales, we won ahead of Airbus. So now we need to deliver, because it's very nice to sign contracts, but a contract in our industry is also a risk if you're not on time and on cost and on quality, because you can make losses. But okay, first step was to win this contract, and this was for us, of course, very important moment, but also the sign that if we build a momentum, we have the capacity actually to change and to co-shape the European space policy. And this is something which is true for other industries. So last thing I would like to conclude with is this is just a start. Okay, I will. Of course, we start with capsule. You see here our anchor clients. But we've already started actually the development of a very, very, very big engine. Because it's one thing to do capsule, but you still need to pay a lot of money to the rocket which is launching you. And of course, this money, we want to keep it for us. So as soon as our first vehicle is ready, we will be developing more intensely very, very, very large rocket to challenge also some players.
Thank you, Helene. Another warm round of applause for Helene. Thank you so much for that one. All right, so we're keeping on the aerospace theme. The next person that will be up is Daria Stefanova, who is the CEO and founder of Airmo. They are building small satellites to track greenhouse gas emissions. Daria is a technologist who has overseen 12 missions spanning Earth observation, IoT applications, and more. They have raised over 6.4 million euros. And by the time that they have their first system out there in orbit by 28, they should be able to track several 10,000, basically several 10 tons of methane and CO2 to help decarbonization. Give a warm round of applause to Daria, please. just bring that.
Great to be here. Daria is here and co-founder at Thermo, and at Thermo we're building one source of truth for greenhouse gas emissions monitoring using satellites and instruments that we deploy on the satellites. And today I'm going to share what we're building at Thermo, how we approach the topic of climate change, and what the applications of Earth observations are available today. And quickly about Thermo, we are a startup based in Munich, Berlin, and Luxembourg. We are 18 people in the core team with more than 30 people supporting us. At the moment, we're backed by several leading venture funds, European and British venture funds. We are a partner and contractor of European Space Agency and Luxembourg Space Agency to deliver our first assets into orbit. And we're proudly supporting large corporations with decarbonization. A few words about what we're building. We are building basically the infrastructure. We're deploying the infrastructure to measure emissions from space. Our unfair advantage is that no one can basically hide from the satellites, and we can measure anyone at the planet permissionlessly. Our service consists of 3 layers. First is the hardware, heavy space one. I guess you saw how uneasy and capital intense the deployment of space assets is in the last presentation. Where satellite component is less heavy but still risky hardware. There's a long way to orbit. So our base is the satellite constellation with our proprietary instrument on board. The second layer is the algorithm. To be able to make use of the data, we need to process the raw sensors data down to concentrations of trace gases, fluxes of trace gases, and insights that we can derive from the raw sensors and raw emissions data. And finally, we do not sell the data directly to our customers. We sell monitoring service that helps us to build attractive business model, to attract the capital, and also build the long-lasting relationships with customers. Our end service is emissions monitoring. So we help companies to understand the emissions and mitigate the emissions by updating their inventory sufficiently, pinpointing the places of accidents, leakages, and irregularities. We're using disruptive tech. We are using LiDAR technology to monitor emissions. We combine it with hyperspectral imager to derive the most precise emissions data. And yeah, my CTO is a dinosaur with more than 50 years working in space optics. He's been building LiDARs all his life, and we'll be the first company that is commercializing the LiDAR technology on small satellites. Cool, then taking one step back, why should we measure methane and CO2 emissions from space? Methane is one of the major drivers behind climate change. It's responsible for 0.5 degrees of warming of our planet. It is 86 times more powerful than CO2 in terms of global warming potential. And it's quite crazy that 70% of methane emissions today are counted wrong, meaning it's either we do not understand what's happening, which sounds quite scary, or we do not have enough transparency on our emissions profiles. Why is this happening? Because existing technologies cannot deliver the precise greenhouse gas emissions data. Here, I always like to mention that our biggest competitor is Excel. Most of carbon accounting today is done via theoretical formulas and emission coefficients, and not actually supported by measurements. There are tools such as drones, ground sensors, airplanes, which support on the local scale, that support decarbonization with actual data, but the disadvantages are quite clear. Sensors can be precise in measurement, but they are super scattered. They're measuring only one limited area. Drones can allow larger coverage of area, monitoring the pipelines, for example, but they have certain limits in distance that they can allow. While airplanes, after several airplane tests completed, can definitely say it's a very cool approach to measure emissions, but it takes several months to coordinate the flight. takes lots of stakeholders to accept the flight path and to accept the timing. So yeah, that's not efficient either. Summing up, the existing technologies are limited in coverage, do not provide sufficient precision, and depend on the weather. So that's on one side. On the other side, what we see, commitments, ambitious commitments to transition to net zero by 25, by 2030, and lots of assets that require monitoring already today. And here we come with the satellite observations. What satellites bring as an advantage is total transparency, autonomy, and global and near real-time outlook on emissions. Comparing to the ground sensors, of course, they lack the precision and the accuracy, but that's something that can be solved, boosting up the instrument performance. And that's something we're building at AirMod, trying to get to basically the physics limit in detection threshold of emissions. Using satellite technology, we can detect, localize, and quantify emissions down to single facility independently where this facility is located. If it's a cement factory in China, somewhere in an industrial area, if it's a pipeline in Canada, or if it's a refinery in the Middle East, already with one satellite, we are able to monitor all these assets with the same instrument. And yeah, here you can see our satellite platform that will be launched next year. So far, we've tested our instrument on the plane, and here you can see the data that we've collected with the airplane. Here on the left, just a bunch of colorful pixels, which is L2 processing. And then using our algorithms and atmospheric model, we can derive the plumes, images, and we can understand by this image processing, understand the rate, basically how fast kilos of methane and CO2 are emitting from one spot. Yes, and so far we are flying the airborne demonstrators and airborne missions, while our target, of course, is to launch the satellite. And here, European Space Agency is heavily supporting us. I'm an aerospace engineer by my background, and I'm totally the space nerd. So bear with me. I'm going to tell you how in detail how instrument is working. We're using hyperspectral imager that slices the band of methane and CO2. It's 1.6 micron in narrow slices. And if we look at the picture behind, that's the picture we get with hyperspectral imager. We use an elastic LiDAR to understand the vertical profiles of aerosols, and we can derive the information about winds, wind speeds, pressure of the atmosphere, water vapor, oxygen, and other atmospheric parameters that we use in our atmospheric model. Combining these two data sets, hyperspectral image and information about aerosols, allows us to significantly decrease the detection threshold and increase the reliability of measurements. So basically, in simple words, we can convert from this picture to this picture with much higher precision. Right, and we use a radiative transfer model to do that. And yeah, here on this side, you can basically see the data from the experiment we've retrieved. That's the vertical profiles of trace gases, and that's how it would look once we deploy the satellite into orbit. Cool. Yeah, and who needs this data, and how we approaching our customers? So I'll spend the next 3 slides sharing the value proposition of our approach. First of all, direct emitters. These are oil and gas companies, petrochemical, chemical, cement, steel factories, so everyone, all the bad guys that actually emit gas in the atmosphere. Where our data and our service adds the value, monitoring of remote infrastructure. If you imagine the pipeline somewhere in the Amazon forest, there's hard to imagine how someone can easily access the pipeline to see if there's an emission or not. Same with Canada, same with Middle East refineries. Second, non-operative assets. There's a law at the moment in the final signature process that from 2027, all the energy and all the direct emitters in Europe will have to report the emissions based on actual data, and not only report on the emissions, but also on imported assets. Monitoring of remote and non-operative infrastructure here becomes the need, and as only satellites allow permissionless collection of the data, this law is possible to comply with only with our data. Risk of inaction is substantial. Stocks of oil and gas companies drop in case of there's explosion of methane or there's a leakage of the oil in the ocean. So reputational pressure is another pain point that we're pushing with our clients. Yeah, and scarce data on non-operative assets, which goes very nicely together with this law that will kick off in 2027. Second, environmental intelligence, all sustainability platforms that have been used in theoretical formulas and efficient coefficients can also benefit from our data. Asset managers, finance institutions, insurance banks have to manage their assets based on the climate risks. So here we support companies with understanding the compliance of their assets to ESG metrics, and again bringing the transparency into the monitoring, helping them to benchmark their assets against industry standards, against country standards, and evaluate their assets. Yes, and finally, regulators. So this segment is the segment that finds themselves in the most intransparency, with a very limited access to actual measurements and actual data. Here, we're proud to be part of OGCI, the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative. We are supporting Umweltbundesamt with coal mines monitoring. And here we are on the path to support regulators, agencies, and environmental protection agencies with shaping regulations, with understanding what are the efficient tools for companies to report and verify their emissions. And to sum it up, we see climate change as the process of transition. We think that unfortunately it's inevitable, and we are already in the middle. Like we experience the climate change effects on our daily lives. And as every process of change, it should be monitored. We apply the logic of monitoring our health with wearables, right? We monitor our team's performance with certain metrics, and we should apply the same logic to our planet, to equip ourselves with tools and sensors that help us understand where we are and how our actions support this transition through climate change. Thank you so much.
Round of applause to Daria. Thank you so much. Thanks. All right, so the next person up, and we're a little bit on the clock, so I'm gonna rush through this a little bit. So that's going to be Marius Birdl, who is the co-founder and CTO of Constellar. They are basically facilitating water management through space technology. Basically, concretely, that means own satellite constellation through which they're going to aim to save 60 billion tons of water and reduce CO2 emissions. This is due by year 27. They've raised over 32 million euros, scaled the team to over 80 people, and they've been around since 2020. People, please give a warm round of applause to Marius. Thank you for being here, Marius.
Hey guys, great to be here. I would like to indeed take the next few minutes to explain to you a little bit more about what we are doing at Constellar and how our technology actually will contribute to improved agriculture, but also at the same time, as a logic of that, to an improved food security. Before I go into detail and also answer the question around why temperature is a key or plays a key role for food security, let me just jump into giving you a few details, and I think that is the old presentation, but I will make it work. So basically, there's many topics that are surrounding us, right? In terms of what we are facing as a society and also what we are facing as a company, right? And just to give you two facts out of that, really, I don't want to overwhelm you here. is that it is expected that we need 2.5 times more crop areas really by 2050, right? And at the same time, we are experiencing 30% decline of area, of agriculture area really. And obviously that is a problem if you consider that you want to feed 50 billion people really by 2050, right? And on top of that, it's clear that also the climate change, or better said, the results of the climate change have a massive impact on how we do agriculture in the future, right? And it's assumed that only with an increase of 2 degrees Celsius, we will see a loss of yield by almost 46%, right? That's obviously a huge challenge that we are facing. And from an agriculture perspective, to do really something about the topic of food security, you do need to understand 3 cycles. And let me explain to you what are those 3 cycles that you really need to take care about. On the one hand side, you have the water cycle. Water determines where plants are growing, right? So very important. And here temperature plays a crucial role because it determines how much water is available and also how much water is needed. Then you have the energy cycle. That is very important because it determines how fast the plants are growing. And also here, the temperature plays a crucial role because it determines the optimal range to support the growth of the plants, right? Now, if you combine those 2 cycles, really, you have a pretty good understanding also of the biomass and therefore also the sequestration of atmospheric carbon into sugars, right? All of those cycles have in common that temperature plays a key role really to understand and also act early on in those cycles. And this is the reason why we at Constellar said, okay, we need a system actually that can globally provide the temperature data, or more precisely really said, the land surface temperature data. So we developed satellites that are actually able from space to determine exactly that. Now, let me explain to you a little bit more about how that works really in agriculture, and I will skip this slide here. Let's have a look at, and I think that's the PDF that you're actually showing, guys, but okay, I will also make that work. So basically, there was an animation, and excuse me that it's not really nice now, but what you should have seen on the very left-hand side is a healthy plant, right? Everything nice and green, nice and shiny, everything's fine. Now, then just if you see a stressed plant, and what I mean with that is there's too less water for the plants. And what you usually can't see, right, that was the animation here, is that those plants are really stressed. With the human eye, it's not possible, right? Consider, let's say, there's too less water for several hours, for a day or so. You can't see that already with the human eye. It's not possible. Only if those periods last longer, for a few days, for weeks. Then you can see that the nice and green and shiny plants, they turn into brown. And that is indeed visible, but it's already too late, really. And the yield loss might be already there, right? And ultimately, that will cause then the death of the plant. And that's obviously not a good thing. Now, what we can do really is to detect those changes early on. And we are able, with our technology, with this temperature monitoring technology, to determine if a plant is stressed. And the nice thing is that we can do that 2 weeks before you could see that with your human eye. And this is possible because the plants are actually having a same, let's say, principle or mechanism that we are using as humans, right? So if you consider yourself on a hot day, you begin to sweat, right? And therefore you can regulate your temperature. And the plants are really doing the same. They suck out the water out of the soil, and they also evaporate via their leaves the water, and therefore they can also regulate the temperature. Now you can already imagine if there's too less water in the soil, this process stops, right? And exactly this change of temperature, that is something that we can measure with the satellites that we are building. Now, what we are doing really at Constellar is, where we started off, is to demonstrate this technology on board of the International Space Station. Right, 2 years it was, exactly 2 years ago, we put this technology on board of the ISS, and also together then with our customer looked at the imagery about the measurements that we did. And you can see some of the measurements here over Sacramento. And you can already see that we were able, together with our customers, to determine, for example, or use this data for use cases like irrigation, or also determine the crop health of the plants, right? What you see here is a typical thermal infrared picture, right, or image. I like to explain this in a way that it's the same technology that you probably also use if you want to, let's say, check your house for isolation, right? You also have this nice and shiny pictures where red spots are indicating hot zones and blue zones are indicating cold areas, right? And it's exactly the same technology that we are using. We're just, the only difference is that we are not 10 meters apart from your house, but hundreds of kilometers away with our satellites, and do that with a really high precision. Now, to give you an understanding about the satellite size also that we are using, we have I would say, a German fridge, not a US fridge, right? So 40 by 40 by 40 centimeters of size of a satellite. And the thing is that we have exactly this thermal infrared technology on board, plus also veneer capabilities. That's the same technology that you're using also with your smartphones, right? That you can see with your human eye. Now, we are not just sending one satellite up there, but a few ones, right? And then the goal is really to downstream the data from image taking to customer delivery within less than 12 hours. Now, where we're at the moment, and actually, I updated this slide just yesterday because we assembled the full satellite, and it's right now in environmental testing. So really, you see me a little bit shaking today because we are on the shaker test also. So we are do vibration tests. It's really exciting. Yeah, thank you. You can imagine how shaky that is sometimes. Yeah, that's a different story. So yeah, we are marching towards the launch in October with big steps. So that's obviously a very exciting time for us. And what you can see here is just an anticipation also what we can deliver, right? So on the very left-hand side, you see an image taken by a European satellite, Sentinel-3, with a resolution of 1,000 meters per pixel. Now, what we can offer is a resolution of 30 meters. And what you actually see is the same, we call it area of interest, so same area over Dubai in that case, really. And you can already start thinking about, okay, if you look at the right image here, the granularity and level of detail is much higher. It already indicates what kind of use cases you can allow or enable with this kind of technology. And let me jump into a little bit more detail what those use cases are. Just to point out two use cases here, really. So we are able, for example, we talked about irrigation strategies, right? To determine the right, let's say, point in time where to irrigate. And this is really, really important because, just to give you two numbers here, right? Right now, 70% of the world fresh water is used in agriculture. That's already immense, right? But now, 60% of that is wasted because of not having the right time, doing too much irrigation, really. So there's huge potential to do that better, to do it in a more resource-efficient way. And also, when it comes to, for example, fertilizer usage, there's special fertilizer, for example, that can prepare your plants for blasting through drought periods, for example. Just to give you a few points here. You can also use this kind of data, for example, to determine areas that might be under risk for wildfire because they are just too dry for several days or weeks. Now, maybe also just one more use case, which might not be so obvious from the very beginning. You can also use this data as an indicator or a measurement, really, to determine the optimized seed depth. And that is very important because you would like to have a homogeneous, let's say, harvest. That's the one goal. And the second goal is that you would like to avoid to have single huge plants that suck away all the nutrition, the sunlight, the water for the smaller plants, because ultimately that will affect the yield. And what you really want to have is an average yield increase, and that is something that you only can do if you have a homogeneous field. And also here, temperature plays a crucial role to exactly achieve that. Now, flying a little bit higher again, what's the potential of this satellite technology that we are using, right? We heard it in the beginning. The goal is, and the assumption that we have made is that we can, by 2027, with this technology, contribute to save 60 billion tons of water, right? And at the same time, also saving around 14 million tons of CO2 emissions. That's obviously huge. And there's other use cases that we can also consider, right? It's not just stopping at agriculture. There's other ways to use this data, for example, also in city planning where you can determine heat islands, for example. And there's many other use cases like that out there. For us, it was very important when we started the company to have, let's say, a clear focus in agriculture because we think that is the highest level that we can put. But as I said, there's many other use cases that we can have. And all of that is possible because we have a deep understanding by using temperature in those 3 cycles that I mentioned, right? The water cycle, the energy cycle, and also the carbon cycle. And all of those cycles have in common that they do need really precise temperature data. And exactly this precise temperature data is something that we can provide with our own satellites. And on that note, I will take it here. I was told I have to accelerate a little bit. Huh?
Yeah, I'm so
sorry.
I
hope I was in time. So,
yeah,
but
you were right on.
Just one note, maybe. If you have any questions or comments, please approach me afterwards. I'll be here around the whole day. So, thank you a lot.
Yeah, thank you so much, Marius. A good round of applause for Marius, CTO and co-founder of Constellar. So the next session that we're going to have is going to be titled Driving the Future, Conversation with Qasser Younes. Qasser Younes is the co-founder and CEO of Applied Intuition. They have an over $6 billion valuation after Series E, have been profitable for over 5 years. He is previous partner and CEO of Y Combinator. Everyone knows that. Has also a background in automotive engineering at GM and Bosch, and will be interviewed today, or will be in a conversation with Ben Bothke, who is a Berlin-based entrepreneurial freelance journalist who focuses on the topics of media innovation, startups, and migration at Deutsche Welle. Fun fact, has spent some time in a program called Semester at Sea with 9 entrepreneurs and a couple of influential world leaders, one of which being Nobel laureate Desmond Tutu. So that has shaped a lot of his thinking. Please give a warm round of applause to Qasser Younes and Ben Bothke.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. All right, I was told we should take the blue chairs. Oh yeah, perfect. I'm sure if they're cozier than the couch, but definitely cozy enough for.
I don't want to fall asleep laying down on that couch.
Right. Well, the topic or our conversation, I'm sure, hopefully will be very lively, so I think there will be zero chance of you falling asleep. Good morning. I hope you brought some popcorn. I can see probably all of you. That's great. Brought some popcorn and some drinks because we're about to take you on an entrepreneurial roller coaster ride with lots of ups and downs and failures and successes and insights and warnings. With Qasser Younes, who was already introduced, so no need for further introduction. And hopefully at the end of the 30 minutes, you'll be able to walk away with a few nuggets of insights, just as you would after watching a good movie. Just a quick item of housekeeping. We decided to skip the Q&A in favor of the fireside chat to have more time. Qasser said he would be available for roughly an hour after the talk, so feel free to approach him afterwards. And with that, let's dive right in to the fireside chat. I forgot to thank TOA for having me. That's great, thanks. I appreciate the opportunity. Yeah. So I want to start at the very beginning. We want to talk about your personal journey, career, and everything you learned along the way. So we'll focus less on the technical parts of it, but I think it will be hopefully very, not only entertaining, but also insightful. So let's start at the very beginning. You were born on a farm in Pakistan, at least according to Wikipedia, so fact check me on that. I mean, the farm part, part. And then you emigrated to the US in the 1980s, or your parents did rather, with you. Of course, you were already born. And you grew up poor in the Detroit area, right? And so in one of the videos I watched, you said that you grew up, your mindset to be an owner, you had that from the very beginning. So I was just wondering how your immigrant background, you emigrating from Pakistan to the US with your family, how that shaped you and maybe helped you, was one reason why you developed that owner mindset.
Yeah, it's funny. Last night we were doing a talk with a bunch of founders here in Berlin, and I think it was like 30 or 40 people, and everyone was German. And that's actually super uncommon in the Bay Area, in Silicon Valley, where a majority of the folks are immigrants. And I think why that is, I think immigrants have less to lose. And in terms of the ownership mentality, there's really the only way to get non-linear wealth growth is to own stuff. When I worked at Google, I used to say this to the chagrin of a bunch of people, which is working at Google and working at McDonald's is not, very different. You both wear uniforms, you both stand behind a computer and you punch in some orders. And, obviously people look at Google or look at a company like Google as a much more of a positive thing than working at a place like, an hourly job. But they're fundamentally the same. You're changing time for money.
Trading time for money, yeah.
Yeah, and so there's this great John Doerr line. John Doerr, for those folks who don't know, he's semi-retired now, but really the Michael Jordan of investing in Silicon Valley, who did the Series A in Google and Series A in Amazon and Genentech and a lot of great companies. But John Doerr has this line, which is the earlier in your career you work for equity, the wealthier you'll be. And as somebody who's growing up without money, that really resonated. And I think the big difference, folks in the room here and folks in Silicon Valley, like starting companies is become an industrial thing. It's become professionalized. And I think for me, it was very much was how to get on that path. And the way that I did it, frankly, is I read a lot and ultimately recognized I needed to save up some money because I didn't have parents and other folks to actually start a
we'll get to that. I just want to ask you one more question about that time, because now when you think today, you have a lot of role models. There's Sundar Pichai, obviously, there's very obviously first-generation immigrant.
Yeah, I work with Sundar at Google. It's funny to say he's a role model, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Speaking of which, I wanted to ask you if there were any role models that looked like you around back then in the 1990s, I suppose, when you were, shortly before you were a GM, for example, that you were looking up to and saying, okay, I could be like them. I want to model my career on their path.
No, I don't think so. Not in the Detroit, because that's similar to maybe Stuttgart here. Detroit is in the sense of it's an automotive town, it's an automotive state, and I think very much leaving the industry it's ironic I'm back in the industry now, but leaving the industry was probably the big career decision. I think for everybody who's earlier in their career and wants to get into startups, you have to be around people who are also into startups. It's very hard to be in a small town outside of a startup ecosystem and do startups effectively. There isn't capital there. There's not co-founders there. There's not employees there. And so in the US, at least, that's Silicon Valley.
Okay. Yeah. We only have 20 minutes left for some reason, so we got to get going here. Yeah. So let's stick with your education just for one more question. So you went to Kettering University for your
the General Motors Institute, which is the original name. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And you went to Konstanz. You spent a semester abroad in Germany.
Yeah.
Right. So that was your first kind of where you left your comfort zone. And can you just describe maybe what Germany taught you, but also leaving your comfort zone, also looking back now and connecting the dots?
Yeah, I mean, it's not only Germany, but I work for Bosch, and I think the big realization at the time, this is 20 years ago, Bosch had these management booklets where they would have all their profiles of their senior managers. And I opened it up and whatever the 6 senior managers at Bosch were all German men from the same university from 1978 to 1982. They probably might have even been related. I mean, there was such a concentrated group, and for me, it's well, I don't look like those guys, and I think it's going to be very difficult for me. And I lived and worked in Japan as well, and a very similar thing. The fundamental thing that's different about America and Silicon Valley specifically is, if you're in France, there's a thing called being French. Right? If you're in Pakistan, there's a thing called being Pakistani. There's no thing being Californian or being in Silicon Valley. And I think for somebody who's on the outside, that was extremely attractive to me. And, everybody has their, obstacles they have to face. But I think the triangulation of being an outsider and wanting to do startups led me to the Bay Area, and that was a phenomenally positive decision. I mean, maybe the best decision I made in my life.
Right, okay, so that speaks to the diversity and the welcoming culture also of California. Right, okay. I had a really good question about your career, but I have to skip this, I'm afraid. So let's continue with your career. So GM, obviously, where you learned the trade, the nuts and bolts of automotive engineering.
Yeah.
And then you also mentioned Bosch in Japan, right? And then after that you got your MBA at Harvard, right?
Yeah.
And so just take us to the moment where you actually after you graduated from Kettle University, what was it called?
Kettering,
Kettering, sorry, yeah. Take us to that moment when you were just starting out, trying to make a name for yourself in the industry and in the career. What was that like? That was that moment like?
Yeah, I never thought of it that way, by the way. The main way I thought about it was how do I start a company? And again, the same motivations I already mentioned. I think if you're early in your career here, one of the things that is worth mentioning, did a talk at Stanford a few weeks ago, there's this big push that you should do a startup almost immediately as soon as you can. I would give some feedback there that there's a window. You don't want to start a company so early that you actually don't have the right experience to recruit and to build a product and move the company in the right direction. But you also actually can't start it too late. So there's this window that you have to find. And that window is probably, late 20s, early 30s, where you have enough experience to actually do something interesting, but not so far in your career that you've kind of set in your ways. And the later you get in your career, the harder it is to take risks. And so for me, very much those early years was just kind of triangulating to try to hit that window. And that was very conscious and explicit. That wasn't random.
Right. And so I guess that already answers the next question. On your LinkedIn profile, it says, I love to create.
Yeah.
Full stop. Right. So this was already your motto from the very beginning, but so you're just waiting for the right moment without waiting too long at GM and Bosch to start your first company.
I mean, frankly, is to save money. So
build up the war chest.
Yeah, but today, literally like 2024, there's enough professional capital, even in Berlin, that you don't have to do this. Like, I would not recommend using your own money or your friends and family to actually start a business in the type of business I'm talking about, which is a high-growth venture-backed software company, because there's professional investors now. And at that time, I really didn't understand that and didn't have the network. And so that was my bridge.
Right.
Yeah.
So Camisa was the first company you founded. We don't have to go into what it did. Ultimately, it failed, but I'm sure you learned a thing or two.
Yeah.
And then you went to Sears, and again, probably with a main goal to rebuild that war chest. Yeah. And then the next company, TalkBin, was acquired by Google. Yeah. Now, if LinkedIn is correct, 10 months after you incorporated.
Yeah.
And so how just in a nutshell, like what's the secret? How do you start a company? How do you how you're able to sell a company 10 months after you launch?
So number one, you should never start a company with the intention of selling it. I think it becomes very apparent, and we didn't with TalkBin, to be very clear. What specifically happened in that case is we were in the YC class of winter 2011, so like got in the fall of 10, and our product was pretty readily available in the Bay Area. And one of the Google executives, Marissa Mayer, who ultimately became the CEO at Yahoo, had used the product and had a positive kind of reaction to it. We originally talked about actually just integrating the product into Google Maps. And in a matter of one meeting, the conversation led to, would you guys be open to selling the company? And we're three immigrant founders who are all poor, and Google was willing to actually acquire the company in a real way, not a talent acquisition. And so it made sense. But generally speaking, I would not build a company to sell. It just doesn't work that way. So what you should be building a company for is to build a set of products that consumers or businesses want, and they're willing to pay you with money or time for that thing.
Got it. Okay. And so you were acquired by Google. You went to work for Google on the Google Maps team, which was obvious.
Great experience.
And then so you, in one of the chats that I watched, you said that you have to be agreeable while working at any big company.
Any big company,
But you also said that you hated that in a way.
Yeah.
Right? And that you hate mediocrity, but you were, obviously there were constraints. And so this whole time, like, were you just waiting? You couldn't wait to leave again?
No, I mean, Google's to be very clear, Google is a great company. And my manager there, a woman by the name of Jen Fitzpatrick, who's today, I think, is the most tenured Googler in the company, period. She was one of the early, I think she's the second female engineer at the company ever. And today is the most senior person there in tenure. See, she runs Google Core now. But Jen was a great boss and learned a lot. I think, though, fundamentally, there are just two types of people that kind of exist. And one of those types of people, which is a much smaller group, are people who really don't like working in established systems. And I think that was for me. It wasn't very obvious at the time, but the more I worked there, the more I recognized that. I was originally going to go start another company, but ended up at YC. And so that was kind of a detour that I didn't expect.
Right, YC, where you had applied with TalkBin?
Yeah, no, but this is after as an employee.
Yeah, I know, but that's we have a connection to YC.
Yeah, originally we were funded by YC.
Yeah, we're funded by YC, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's a lot of talk. I mean, probably it takes up a significant share of any talk YC because it's just so
it's an awesome,
important, and so and people have a lot of questions. Obviously, many founders try to get into YC, so I think that there's plenty of content out there already on YC. So, but after you stint at YC, then you launched Applied, right? So kind of before we're past the midway mark already, but I was wondering, could you have succeeded without this set of diverse experiences that you had, from studying abroad to launching a company, to start up and then failing and then launching again with the lessons learned, etc. And so was there a moment when you thought, okay, with Applied, it's all kind of coming together already, or was it just as messy?
No, I think it's just as messy. I think to be super clear, leaving YC was not an obvious decision. I mean, it really was it's like leaving Google was not an obvious decision. But I think for everybody, the further you get in your career, the more difficult those decisions become, because for two reasons. One is you have more experience, and so you have more opportunities. You know, when you're early in your career, you basically take what's in front of you as an opportunity. When you're 10 years into the industry or 20 years in the industry, you can really choose. That's one reason. Number two, you have objectively less time. If you're 22, you have a whole career in front of you. If you're 52, you have a lot less time in front of you. And so I think you become a lot more almost diligent on what you should do, and the risk becomes a lot more real. But there's a key takeaway. I mean, there is a parallel universe where I stay at Google. I still have friends. One of my co-founders is still at Google from way back then. And so, for me, I think a part of actually increasing success is you have to continue to take risks. And that becomes more and more difficult when the thing that you're doing is actually pretty good. Right.
I want to come back to the parallel universe after the lightning round, which we'll do now. So I already warned you about it. I gave you a heads up. We'll do a quick lightning round, very short questions, very short answers. You don't know the questions. Just think on your feet. And first thing that comes to mind, unfiltered. So here we go. What's the biggest myth or misconception about entrepreneurship?
The biggest myth. This is not a lightning round answer.
It's one word. Okay. You can also say next question.
No. I want to answer this question.
Words?
Everybody can do it.
Okay.
It's just ambition. It's not ambition. You have to have skills.
Yeah, but it's the market also, right?
And which is identifying the market and building a product. Yeah.
What's your favorite German proverb?
Oh, I love German proverbs. For you watch some of my talks, I don't know the German version of it, but the success in life is understanding the other person. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So Erfolg im Leben bedeutet die andere Person zu verstehen.
Sure. Yeah, exactly.
Is there anything about the German language? Is it especially rich in proverbs, or just a?
No, I think German culture is very rich in there's a deep philosophical heritage. Yeah.
I think this would be a good follow-up question to ask him. Dive into that a little bit deeper. What's one thing you'll try to remember or apply from the last book you read?
Oh, the last book I read. I just the last.
You have time to read these days.
Yeah. No, I read. I'm reading I constantly read. The last book I completed is Mahatma Gandhi's interpretation of the Bhagavad Gita, which is
short answer, please.
Hindu scripture. The thing that I learned? Religious text is really complex.
Got it. That's good. That's one thing you learned. Okay.
Yeah.
Since we're in a movie theater, which entrepreneurship story should be turned into a film?
Oh, that's a good one. I mean, I think there is already kind of a documentary on it. Bill Gates' story of Microsoft from 75 to 85 is super, super interesting. The kind of lost, forgotten days of Microsoft. But I think there's, just like Google, is not destined that a search engine will become a giant company. There's a bunch of shitty.
Remember, it's a lightning round.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Continue on.
Moving on.
You can ask me questions afterwards.
Exactly. Complete the following sentences. In 11 years' time, the hottest technology around will be?
In 11 years from now? I think, I don't know what the hottest technology will be in 11 months.
Okay, 4 months. 11 months.
11 months, I think self-driving is a real thing. I think if you're in the Bay Area,
there.
If you're in the Bay Area, try the Tesla 12.8.3 version, the newest version of full self-driving. Incredibly impressive.
Okay, we're still in the complete the following sentences area. So after climbing a great hill,
Yeah, there are many more hills to climb.
That's
Nelson
right.
Mandela.
That's right. Okay, we'll come back to that
This guy's
afterwards.
watching like every interview I've ever done. This is like the best of. you go to the concert, you're only getting this quick top hits.
I tried my best. Do you think entrepreneurship is more art or more science?
Oh, man.
One short answer, art or science?
It's art.
It's art. Okay, I think Eric Ries would disagree. Favorite quote of all time? No, we already had a quote, so we'll skip that. Will you get neurotechnology implanted in your brain?
No.
Why not?
Let the other people try it first. And by the time it's worked out, I'll already be...
I wish I were an early adopter, although in this case, maybe not. We'll see.
Yeah, this is not something you want to be an early adopter for.
Probably not.
I'll go right after Elon.
Okay. I wouldn't be surprised if he has already something implanted.
I would be.
Okay, well, we only have 6 minutes left. You would know probably. Okay, I think we have to get to the end of the lightning round, which is kind of taking a little longer. So let's do one more.
And the whole thing is lightning. It's 30 minutes. I mean, I feel like the whole thing is lightning round. Yeah.
It is. Yeah, we should have gotten 1 hour for this talk. Speaking because it's about personal stories. And anyway, okay. That's the end of the lightning round. Thanks, that was fun. And I wanted to return to that Mandela quote.
Yeah.
Right, climbing the hill. So, do you feel like now that you've
It's a great book, by the way. If you have
The Long Road to Freedom.
Long Road to Freedom.
Right.
If you haven't read the book, that is an incredibly good book. Yeah.
So, speaking of the quote, can you say it again?
Yeah, once you climb and every time you climb a great hill, you only find more hills to climb. Yeah.
And so it was already mentioned in the intro that applied is profitable, right? And so do you feel like you have already climbed that great hill? And if so, if you up there, is that the realization? Is Mandela, was he right?
No, it's like a success is fleeting, failure is forever. So the reality in building a company is the market is extremely dynamic and it's constantly trying to take the thing that you built away from you. And so for us, in the company's 600 people or so, and we're 78% engineering. So it's a very engineering heavy company. We have our headquarters in Mountain View, but we have offices like in here in Germany and other places. We're hiring, by the way. The constant conversation we always have is the market is dynamic. There's new products and new entrants in the market. And how do we maintain our position and grow? And so there's absolutely no version of just because we have had now 7 good years that we'll have 7 more good years, and I think that's the constant fear. If you look at companies like Google and Apple, there are this kind of shocking statistic is there's $7 trillion companies in the U.S. Mostly in the Bay Area or Bay Area adjacent, I should say. And if you look at these companies deeply, they tend to. It's like if you're starting a company, you're like digging in a well. And then you have to figure out how big that well is, how big that market is. And companies like Google and Apple have tapped these giant wells and therefore are producing huge amounts of outcomes. For us, that well is automotive. And we think automotive is a very, very large industry, but we're specifically in software and automotive. And so I think the next years is very much continuing to expand and answering the fundamental question, our car is going to be more and more software-oriented.
We'll get back to that at the very end if we have time.
Sure, yeah.
One more question, hopefully we can get a bit more personal again here. So NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang recently said in an interview that he probably wouldn't start NVIDIA again with all the knowledge he has today because it was just too damn hard. And so, first question, would you start Apply again, looking back now 7.5 years into it? Would you do it all over again?
It's a $6 billion company that I own. Absolutely, yes. There's that's a ridiculous question in that way. You know what's hard? Hard is working at McDonald's. That's what's hard. You stand for 9 hours and you make like $100 at the end of that. That's what's hard. So it's all relative. In that Jensen interview, I watched it, and I've watched his commentary on that interview afterwards because it got a lot of attention. And what he really specifically said is, you didn't realize just the breadth and the depth of the problems that you have to deal with and overcome. And NVIDIA specifically went through lots and ups and downs. That company went close to bankruptcy multiple times.
Right. So it was more straightforward in your case, not easy, I presume.
So far, it's been straightforward.
Okay,
But I mean, we're at year 7. Call me at year 30, and then
we'll get to that, to the outlook. But at the same time, I wanted just to dig in because it sounds a bit too easy. I understand that, of course, you're in a very comfortable position and it's very rewarding, not the least financially. But still, I'm sure it came with some costs, friendships, the lack of time, etc.
Yeah, for sure.
So we're just in terms of being a founder and having to be all in. Just what's the personal sacrifice you have?
Yeah, I don't want you to take away especially the audience or future founders, to take away that it's comfortable. It's not comfortable, but it doesn't also. I think I have a perspective that, like, the alternatives are also difficult. It's not that this is difficult. It's just like working at Google or working at YC. That's not easy either. And so I think, just for most companies, there are ups and downs. That's just a very natural evolution of the company.
Yeah, and that brings me back to the parallel universe, right? Because you can't measure what you don't know.
Yeah.
So in a different parallel universe, you might have gone a different route, launched a startup, sold it again, or went...
Or it failed.
Failed again, or climbed the corporate ladder again, or done something completely different. So we don't know, but... Maybe that's one line that I came across recently that really resonated, is that maybe we should stop wondering about what if and start owning your what is instead of looking back. So is that something you would...
Yeah, I think it's true, but I think the if again if you're a founder in the audience and you're trying to figure out the paths, you ideally want, like, there's this false understanding that you want to be risk loving. VCs and founders, you actually should be very, very skeptical of taking huge amounts of risk. Your goal is to build a stable business, and that doesn't necessarily mean taking the most difficult path.
Got it. Okay. With 1 minute left, I would love to talk about the future roadmap of Applied, pun intended. So you can't become president of the United States, right?
No, I can't. I wasn't born in the US.
Exactly. So I was wondering, you said ask me again about Applied in 10 years' time. So do you still see yourself running Applied? You hope so?
I hope so. I mean, I think we're at that part of the company where we'll either stay private for a long time or go public or one of those things. I don't know what the answer for that is in the long term. I certainly have friends who've taken companies public, but the ideal version is still running the company, and that's not easy because that means you have to have another 10 years of growth, right?
Right. Okay. Just a quick question to the organizers: do we have to stop on time, or can we go over a little bit? About
less than 1 minute, he said.
Okay. All
right.
Less than 1 minute.
Yeah.
Thanks for the translation. Right. So then I'll get one more question, squeeze one more question in. So I reported from CES in 2017. Self-driving was still kind of more or less in its infancy. And the Ford CEO back then told me they'll put driverless vehicles on the roads by 2021. Right. Obviously that didn't happen. Now, 7 years later, this Ford CEO, the current one, last week I think so, or even this week, said that drivers will be able to take their eyes off the road in 2 years' time. So will he be right this time, or is it completely unrealistic again? What's the future of self-driving?
Yeah, the issue.
When will it be here finally?
Yeah. The question is the wrong way I would say to position it. It's like saying, when is mobile here? When did mobile arrive? Mobile doesn't arrive in one stop. It evolves over a 20-year period where first you have flip phones, and then you go to smartphones, and then you have the ubiquity of smartphones and broadband. And
talk about like hands-free driving.
Yeah,
like the iPhone moment, if you will.
Yeah, hands-free driving exists right now. You can go to Tesla FSD and get that, and Waymo has vehicles. What it doesn't exist universally. The same thing.
What I meant. Universally available.
But like, is even mobile available universally right now? Mobile is not available. Not every single person on the planet has a mobile phone, right? So even though it's near ubiquitous, and so I think that path, for it to become a true commodity that's like, equivalent to free, which mobile is basically now, that'll take many decades. But in terms of the average middle class or upper middle class person, that is becoming a reality in the next couple of years, because vast majority of automakers on the planet are building those systems right now.
Okay, thank you so much. Give a big round of applause to Kassar Yunus. I hope you enjoyed our little film, and enjoy the rest of TOA. Thank you very much.
Thanks again to Kassar and Ben. Please, another round of applause. Come on, let's do it. Whew. All right. So, I mean, like, it's kind of like a whole succession of heavy hitters right now. So I'm a little bit sweating out here. So we have coming up next, of course, highly anticipated talk titled Beyond Words, how LLMs like Gemini are shaping the world or reshaping the world. With us, we have today Slav Petrov, VP Research at Google DeepMind, co-lead on Gemini, has multiple Best Paper awards, has taught statistical NLP at NYU, and has a PhD from University of California at Berkeley. And we also have András Orbán with us, engineering director at Google Switzerland, leads safety, factuality, multimodality, and RLHF teams on the Gemini app, and has been previously engineering lead on Google Assistant, core engineer on Google search ranking, PhD in computer science, mathematics, Budapest University of Technology. Need I say more? People, a warm round of applause to Slav and András.
Thank you. Thank you. Cool. Do you want to sit down there or stand? Okay. Cool. Actually, I forgot the clicker.
All good.
Cool. Great. Actually, 11:45 now, just on time. Hi, everybody. Great to be here, and thanks for the kind introduction. So, you've all heard about language models at this point. We're here to talk about Gemini, which is both a language model or a foundation model, as well as an era, as we call it, because we are embedding Gemini in all of Google products and envisioning new products along the way. So I'll kind of set the stage a little bit, giving a bit of an overview, and then András will walk you through a bunch of examples from the Gemini app. Oops. So, as I said, Gemini is a language model and or a foundation model that processes multimodal inputs, so language, as well as audio, images, video, but also code. And it comes in different sizes. So it's a family of models. We have small models, medium models, large models, depending on your needs. And we started this project a bit more than a year ago, in February. And then towards the end of last year, we had some preview models that came out, and we've been steadily at work fleshing out our portfolio. Just a couple of weeks ago, we introduced this new model called Flash, which is I would say best-in-class model in terms of size and quality. And then we have the Pro model, which is our best performing model for a wide range of applications. And then we have small models for embedded applications, and Ultra as a big model for the most complex tasks. So what's interesting about Gemini is kind of three things that we like to highlight. It is quite good at reasoning tasks, but it really excels in the multimodal setting. So because it's natively multimodal, text and images and videos and audio, they get embedded in the same space, and the model can seamlessly reason across these modalities. And it has a state-of-the-art context window of 1 million tokens, which can also be extended to 2 million and beyond. And that's something that no other large model offers. And so combining the multimodal aspects with this long context window opens up lots of opportunities. So 1 million tokens is kind of an order of magnitude more than what others offer. And so it allows you to upload an hour of video and analyze it and ask questions about it. It allows you to upload 30,000 lines of code, entire code bases. It also allows you to upload a book and ask questions about it. Or one experiment we did is we uploaded a language book from about a very obscure language where there's very little data on the internet, and the model was able to learn the language from just reading the book and generate fluent output. So the opportunities are quite big with these large models. But as I said, in addition to sort of just testing the model by itself and what it can do, we've been hard at work to get the model integrated into all the Google products. And Google actually has a number of products with 2 billion users, and all of them at this point have Gemini integrations. Some of them have not rolled out globally, but they're coming to overseas, so to say. The Gemini app launched in German with the new Gemini models yesterday, for example. And so these integrations open up lots of interesting opportunities to accelerate the productivity and increase the productivity of what people are doing in their day-to-day lives. So Google obviously is a search company, and we've been rolling out these AI overviews in the US where in addition to the 10 blue links, you are getting synthesized answers that summarize the top results and give you an overview. And sometimes that overview is a paragraph. In other cases, it can be a table that is easier to browse. Here, for example, the question is, I'm looking for a bike for a hilly commute, and in the past, you would have had to scroll through lots of different websites, and maybe you still want to do that. But we will also give you a summary, and you can then use that as a jumping off point to have a dialogue and ask more specific questions. Many of you are probably developers, and you want to use these models directly. So for that, we have Google AI Studio for developers, and then the Cloud Vertex API for enterprise use cases. And the two are seamlessly integrated, so that you can start on AI Studio, experiment there, and then when you're ready to scale up, you can transition to cloud and have the elasticity of a hosted service. And so, kind of AI Studio is very easy to get started. Once you sign up, then you have sort of a chat-style interface, and so you can then customize the model via system instructions, and then have a dialogue. And the dialogue can be multimodal. So here's just a simple example. When was this building built? Many of you know probably where this building is. It's not far from here. And the model correctly recognizes that this is the Brandenburg Gate and gives the correct construction date. And people have been hard at work. We have more than 1.5 million developers who are using the API. And the feedback has been quite positive. Especially in the last weeks after we updated the models. There were significant quality improvements in the code generation space, in the factuality space, and just across the board, especially kind of instruction following for complex instructions works now much, much better. And so people are combining that improved capability with the already existing long context windows and multimodal aspects to build new applications. And I would encourage you to give it a try if you haven't. Finally, I talked about the hosted models, Gemini, but we have a sister effort that we call Gemma. And those are open source models. They are smallest form factors. They're optimized for ease of use, so that you can run them on a single GPU and experiment without having to use an API and have direct control, so that you can fine-tune them further or adapt them as you see fit. And we will always be updating these in parallel. As we make progress on the API models, we'll also be improving the open source models in parallel, so that you can choose what works best for you. So with that, I'll hand it over to Andras, who will walk you through some examples from the Gemini app.
Thank you, Slav. My name is Andras. I'm an engineering director on the Gemini app team, and I'm pleased to share with you our work on Gemini app. As Slav mentioned, everybody can access those powerful Gemini models through the APIs and through the AI Studio as well. But here at Google, we took this a little bit to the next level and built an app that is demonstrating the power of these models and also brings it to the next level with a ton of added integrations and features that are built on top of the models. So the Gemini app has a global presence. It's available in two forms, as a mobile app on both Android and iOS devices in many, many countries. And as we speak, we are rolling out to more countries. Just yesterday, we announced the rollout of the mobile app in the European Economic Area, including Germany as well, Switzerland and the UK. So hopefully you can actually just download this app right now. If not, then you will be able to download it within a week or so. It's a continuous rollout. You can also access the Gemini app through a web interface, basically from every country and most languages. The Gemini app comes in two forms. The free offering we call just Gemini, and the Gemini Advanced is our paid subscription. So what makes the Gemini app more than just a basic Gemini model is the ecosystem integration. So you can, through the Gemini app, you can access a lot of first-party Google services as extensions and make you more productive. For example, you can ask Gemini questions about your documents, about your emails, and through the workspace extension, you can get helpful answers and summaries about your own data. You can also, for example, ask Gemini driving directions, and then through the Maps extension, it can give you that, or find YouTube videos for you through the YouTube extension. A big challenge with large language models is hallucination. To overcome this problem or to attack this problem, we have built a very tight integration of the Gemini app with Google Search so that Gemini is able to ground its information in the most up-to-date and authoritative sources. Errors still may occur, so we added a double-check feature on top of that, activating this feature, Gemini will go through its own responses and try to corroborate each sentence it says in Google search results. It will color code what it found, and then you can do further investigation on certain sentences that might not be fully accurate. As Slav also mentioned, Gemini is way more than just a text model. We have built this model from the ground up to be multimodal and to be able to process all kinds of inputs and produce all kinds of outputs. Let it be text, of course, voice, images, videos, music potentially. So already today, the Gemini app is able to handle images. So you can upload an image and you can have a conversation about that image. And also the Gemini app can find images on the web for you, or it also can generate images at your liking. And we are working towards more multimodal features in the future. Another part of our vision is to make the Gemini app way more useful as a tool. It should become as an agent and an assistant. So it should get to know you better. It should anticipate your needs and then help you act on your behalf in the future. So already today, the Gemini app supports basic actions. So you can set an alarm, a timer, you can control your devices, for example, you can call your mom. And then just recently, I think 2 weeks ago, we rolled out the YouTube music extension as well. So through the app, you can control your music listening experience as well. And we are committed to work towards more actions. And soon in the future, you will be able to access your calendar, your task, and others. And I think what makes these models really, really interesting is that they can seamlessly switch between multiple roles. So in one use case, Gemini is your creative collaborator, brainstorming together with you on your ideas, creating images potentially, improving your text. In another instance, it is your data analyst looking at your data, or it's your research partner giving you information about the topic and helps you deep dive into the topic. And this is the same single model that is able to do this, and we don't have to build specific models or specific applications or interfaces. It just switches between these roles. I will show examples about this. Yeah, exactly. So I talked a lot of general stuff so far, but I would like to show you a couple of examples about these features. So in this first example, Gemini acts as my kind of creative collaborator. When I was asked to give a speech at the TOA Conference, I got very excited and turned to Gemini to help me with my speech. So I asked it to give me some kind of a wordplay between the conference name and Gemini. And to my surprise, the first suggestion that it gave was TOA the stars. And I really liked it because I thought TOA, the conference name, and two words is kind of a nice wordplay. And Gemini has this celestial association. So I like that slogan. And then I asked for like an opening sentence, which I didn't fully like. So I could go ahead and just target a particular section of that sentence as Gemini, very targeted instruction, how to modify that sentence. And Gemini complied and updated that sentence for me. I think that feature, like editing or like updating a part of a sentence without changing the rest, is, I think, unique, and I'm not aware of other language models capable. I could also ask Gemini to give me a logo, generated me some options and that I could use or further edit myself. In this next example, I will demonstrate the double check feature for you. So I was curious to know more about the conference, so I asked Gemini to give me an overview. It gave me a couple of points with a lot of data, but I wasn't 100% sure. Also gave me some links, but I wasn't 100% sure whether everything is correct here. So I can click the double check feature, and in a second, you'll see that it color-coded the sentences. In this instance, everything seemed to be correct. And then you can open up these toggles to see what source corroborates the particular sentence. If something comes up orange, then you will need to verify or dig a little bit on your own. One of the most powerful features that also Slav mentioned earlier is the long context window. This is a 1 million token context window, which is unique in the industry at the moment. And this gives you endless possibilities and a huge amount of data that you can upload to the model and process it. In this example, I actually found an interesting PDF document. This is like a 112 pages long PDF document. This is about the quality of life of different European cities. So I was curious about Berlin, but this is a very long document. I didn't want to read it, and it doesn't have any kind of section about the particular city. So I just asked Gemini, give me an overview of Berlin in this document, and also reference the page numbers. So Gemini dug into this document and gave me a summary. So for example, you can see that 82% of Berlin's residents are satisfied with their quality of life in the city. And if I turn to page 15, there isn't actually like a table or like a sentence that says this, but there is a scatter plot that plots all the cities in the study on like two dimensions. And Gemini was able to extract that information from the markdown of this scatter plot. I think this is pretty remarkable. So the long context truly shines when you have your own data that you want to upload, and then you want to get some kind of an understanding or analysis of that data. So in this example, I found some weather data on the internet, and I opened it myself. It's a CSV file, and I will be honest with you, I didn't understand anything from that file. The columns were like, there were like 20 columns. The column names were abbreviations. I didn't know which column means what. And it has 16,000 rows, so I was not sure, like it was not understandable to me. So I asked Gemini first just to describe this data set. And it was able to analyze and understand the columns. It gave me which column is the temperature column, which column is the precipitation column, what are the units of measurements of these columns. So that was really helpful. Then I asked Gemini, okay, give me or plot me the temperature trends. So this is actually 45 years of data. First, it gave me the raw data that was completely unusable, and I couldn't see anything on the graph. But then I asked it to smooth it for me so that it's more visible. And then I can see like a clear trend of this data. I can see clearly that temperature is rising in that weather station over 45 years. You can also click on the show code button, and you can see the code that Gemini in the background generated for this data analysis. So this is really helpful. Last but not least, I would like to show you or mention you a couple of upcoming features that are not yet in the product, but are coming very soon. So in the coming months, Gemini Advanced subscribers will be able to create even more personal experience and customize Geminis to their liking. We call them gems, and it's very, very easy to do. So you can turn Gemini into whatever more concrete role that you want. It can be your gym buddy, your sous chef, or anything that you're a cliffhanger curator, anything that you dream up. It's very easy to do. You just give an instruction. For example, you can say, be my running coach, give me a running plan for the week, and be, I don't know, very motivating and encouraging every time. And then Gemini will take that style and comply with that instruction and respond to you accordingly. Another feature that is coming out soon for advanced subscribers is something that we call Gemini Live. This is a conversational mobile experience that is harnessing the power of the best-in-class Google speech recognition. So it's a conversational experience. It's very natural in the way that you can speak at your own pace. You can interrupt Gemini. You can select among many natural-sounding voices. Yes, so this is a little bit of an advertisement that we will have a masterclass later today at 2 p.m. in Keynote 4. So please visit that masterclass. It will show you how, with a little integration, you can make Gemini play games, actually multi-agent games. So I think this is a very interesting application of Gemini. I think that's it. Thank you for listening. We are really, really proud at the engineering team of the Gemini app about the journey that we have done so far. We think this is just the beginning, and we are quite committed to be the forefront of AI innovation and excited what's coming up in the future. And we all encourage you to try out the Gemini models either through the API or through the app, and then tell us what you think. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. So another round of applause to Slav and Andras. Thank you so much for being here. You will be walking around here still for a little bit, so if there are questions, don't hesitate to approach them. They'll be here briefly, so this is your chance, everyone. So yeah, thanks for this. I'll take the microphone for the next speaker. So the next speaker we'll be listening to is presenting the talk Beyond Work. Give me a second. Alrighty, so first things first, let's shake the room a little bit because we have often people lining up here on the staircase. That's a fire hazard, so we have to kind of like make sure that either a couple of rows here on the left side remain available for people. So pack yourselves together into the middle if possible, that we have the both sides clear. So please be so kind, get a little bit of circulation going if you've been seated for a minute, because this has been a good series of interesting talks, so I can understand that you've been here for a bit. So yeah, the next talk we'll be hearing is effectively the Podcast Odyssey, Lessons on 500,000 Minutes of Podcasts by Sarul Krause-Jensch. She is the head of podcasts at Spotify DACH. And oversees the beloved Spotify originals and exclusive podcasts. She also spearheads creator relationships, partnerships, and audience development. Please give a warm round of applause to Sarul.
Okay, nice, perfect. Hi, so great to be here. If I knew how big my slides were going to be, I would have made a bigger effort, sorry. But so great to be here. Hey, friends. We get to spend the next 15 minutes doing a thing that I love doing most, and that is to talk about podcasts. So good times for me. When I actually pitched this keynote, I thought about what I'd had to offer, and I landed at 10 years of podcast listening. I know. Impressive, right? Or not? My Spotify Wrapped each year tells me that I've listened to around like 50,000 to 60,000 minutes of podcasts. And this is how I landed at 500,000 minutes of podcasts. And I thought about telling you what I learned in 500,000 minutes of podcasts. But when I put together the slides in this presentation, I actually thought it's more a love story. So let me tell you about my love story. First, of course, why do I get to tell you about my love story with podcasts? I'm head of podcasts for Spotify, for Central Europe, and I've been working in podcasting for now more than 6 years, and I've been listening to podcasts for almost 10, hence the 500,000 minutes of podcast. But, of course, I could and I will start by telling you how much podcasting has grown. So actually, listener growth has exploded. We are now at 10x growth since 2020. Same goes for consumption. So podcast listening has also grown by 1,100% since 2020. And us Germans, we're big in podcasting. Actually, fun fact, the first podcast that was on Spotify ever was a German podcast. It was Fest und Flauschig in 2016. And that was the podcast that actually started our whole podcasting journey at Spotify. So Germany is now the second largest market for Spotify in podcasting. And now more than 21 million Germans actually listen to podcasts on a weekly basis. And a quarter of 14 to 49-year-olds. So it's grown massively here too. But let's go back to my love story. Like any good love story, it starts with a big bang. And that's my first. So my first podcast love was actually Serial. And Serial is considered to be the first podcast that actually broke into the mainstream in 2015. I noticed the podcast when Sarah Koenig, the host, was on Late Night with Stephen Colbert. And if you think about it, the podcast has been downloaded more than 340 million times by now. Let that sink in. That's 340 million downloads. Quite impressive. And to be honest, it was my first love, and I haven't looked back since. And I think for a lot of people, that was also their start to their 500,000 podcast minutes listening journey. So it was definitely mine. But I, like any good single girl out on the town, I was falling in love, but I also looked around, right? And I realized there's plenty of fish in the sea. Actually, more than 5 million fish in the sea, or podcasts on Spotify. And that number, I mean, we all know when you're in a certain bubble, you think, okay, everyone and their grandmother now has a podcast, right? And I can tell you for a fact they don't, but there are a lot of podcasts. So we're now at 5 million. Which represents obviously an explosion in the past just few years. And I don't know if you believe in coincidences, but I joined Spotify in 2019. So I guess I deserve a raise. Just coincidences, like But, you know, like anyone who's ever been catfished on Tinder knows that you have to smell, touch, and see a person in the flesh. It's not the same. So I had my first date with podcasting in 2018 when I founded and organized the first Podcast Live Festival. This is a picture of just like 1,000 people sitting by a lake in Potsdam. We brought together podcast fans and then just showed them live podcasts. For example, Gemischtes Hack was there. It was back in the day just like an up-and-coming new podcast. Gemischtes Hack is now, which is it's a German podcast and it's called Mixed Minced Meat. But it's one of the 5 biggest podcasts worldwide, for example. So I realized what the medium could do. And so this was my first date with podcasting. And this is my date now. So this is where we're at. This is a picture. Oh, wow, it's big. Okay. Yeah, it's a picture of the Uber Arena just last month where 11,000 podcast fans actually came together to listen to a live podcast show of the true crime podcast Weird Crimes. So this is where we're at now. We're actually selling out arenas. So like any good millennial, I eventually also started questioning my sexual preferences, of course. And I realized not another Thomas, like I'm over. But then I fell in love with Felix, with Jan, with Olli, with Riso, with Julian, with Kurt, Klaas, Jakob, Richard, and Markus. So I don't know, if you think this is the list of the favorite German baby names around 1980 to 1990, or maybe my exploration with straight white German males, I guess, think again, because that is the list of the podcast hosts of this year's wrapped most like listened to or like biggest conversational podcasts. So I guess in terms of diversity, we definitely have some room for improvement. But the medium is actually moving. I mean, it's a bit like TOA, right? No, okay. No, there's a lot of women here too. But so yeah, actually, there's still some room for improvement. But the medium is moving faster than any other medium, I believe. So, for example, the number of female hosts in the top 100 has increased from 33% last year to 40% this year. So this is really, I mean, it's moving forward and it's moving in the right direction at least. So as you can tell, I fell in love hard, and I think that podcasts have got it all. To me, it's just that, I mean, podcasts are just plain and simply entertaining and fun. So now what is happening right now is that the entertaining part is even spanning wider. So podcasts are not just audio, but actually also video. And so now, I mean, people seem to like it. So what we find is that 1 in 3 German podcast listeners actually prefer video in podcasts. And also on platform, we see 9 times faster growth for video consumption than audio. And if we want to see, or if we want to have a look at where we're heading, we just have to have a look at the US. So, I mean, of course, right? And in the US, already 2/3 of audiences prefer video and podcasts. So, and if any one of us needed another hint or any more proof that video is powerful, I think we all know where this is from. This is Elon Musk smoking weed on an episode of Joe Rogan, and it just goes to show like how fast or like how powerful images are and how they travel. So, I mean, I guess we all know where this is from, right? Yeah, cool. I mean, no one held their hand up, but I guess. So, my lover is not only entertaining and fun, he's also super, super smart. So, what we found in a recent study is that 73% of people actually say that podcasts teach them something they wish they had learned in school. And I mean, it's the same for me. I think podcasts educate for life, because if we speak, anything I will ever share with you in any conversation on any topic, probably ever, I will have heard on a podcast, to be honest. So, and that's what's happening to a lot of people, I think, or I believe. And also another topic that I think is interesting in that regard is the concept of audio time versus screen time. Because I would never brag about the millions and millions of minutes of screen time that I have definitely accumulated since I'm on the internet. But here I am bragging about 500,000 minutes of podcast listening and actually selling a keynote about it. So joke's on you, I guess. So most importantly, and actually what makes podcast really special is that podcast and I, we have a really great connection. And that really, I think, is what makes this medium really special. We have time. We actually can go deeper into topics that merit more than just a headline. For example, there are podcasts that last up to 10 hours, and people actually take the time. You have time to go into context and actually understand people, connect people. Compared to other media that we consider a lot of the times toxic by now, or social media interactions that we see as toxic, podcasts actually connect us. So, for example, 42% of Gen Z listeners actually say that they have discovered a new community through podcasts. So, yeah, that's the beauty of podcasting. Another part is that, obviously, as I said, connection is key. And you can see this is kind of how podcast listening, what it looked like in 2018. And look, this is what it looks like today. So if I go back, this is what it looks like today. So actually, this is how much podcasts are being listened across countries and how podcasts actually travel across borders. That's really interesting, and that's a beautiful map to see within just 6 years. Connecting people and actually connecting the entire world, I think. So, I mean, every one of you probably thinks that podcast is like this one-way consumption. So you consume podcasts, but actually now podcast is also interactive. So if you want to connect to your podcast host, or if you just want to build a community, you can actually listen to your podcast while actually answering questions, doing polls, or for you as a podcast host, you can actually interact with your community and build that community and really connect each other. So just goes to show another way of connecting. But, I mean, I digress. This is my love story. So my love story is serious. Our relationship is very serious. I mean, they pay my bills, so, and I mean, rent is expensive in Berlin. So it is serious, and it actually is serious business. So the global podcast advertising market is projected to grow from 14 billion this year to actually 43 billion in 2032, and it is growing at an impressive annual CAGR of more than 14%. So as I said, it is serious business for brands as well. And there are very interesting studies that show that actually listeners accept ads a lot more than in any other media form. So in a recent representative study by OMR, 91% of listeners actually said that they accept podcast ads, and 4 in 5 podcast listeners actually trust their favorite podcast host recommendations. And if you think about it, I mean, that doesn't exist in any other media form, like, trust me. But also interesting for brands is that 61% of listeners actually claimed that they had discovered a new brand for podcast. And out of those, 4 in 5 actually said that they actually discovered a new product. So very interesting. And if there's one thing that we all know is, I guess, HelloFresh, BetterHelp, Koro, or any direct-to-consumer mattress brand that you probably have recently heard on a podcast. So, I mean, that just goes to show that there are some brands that have basically entered the mainstream through podcast advertising. So, like any relationship in Berlin eventually goes, and someone will pop a very important question, and that is, how about an open relationship? But hear me out. Anyone who's been traumatized by flaky Tinder dates or just like forever affairs with commitment issues or something, it's not about that. It's actually just to tell you that podcasts are a very democratizing and open medium. It's incredible how low the barriers to entry are for podcasting. So you can just buy a mic for 50 euros and then you can record a perfectly good podcast like all the other podcast hosts that you listen to. And so I believe that every one of you should get a podcast because it's for everyone. And if I can tell you one thing, 63% of Gen Z listeners are actually interested in learning from regular people. And what is striking is that if I've seen one thing over the past few years, it is that regular people like you and me have made it big in podcasting. And so you get a podcast, every one of you should get a podcast. That's basically the message I'm bringing home here. Sorry. But let me finish, because my time is running out, with a few points. And basically just let me elaborate on why I love podcasting so much and why you should love podcasts too. It's first, the embrace of time. We have time and we take time for podcasts. Like the average German podcast listener listens to more than 10 hours of podcasts per month. There are podcasts, as I said, that last up to 10 hours and people actually take the time to listen to them. And that's beautiful, because if there's anything that we need is to have time to understand a person's experience, or to get into, to just connect and have empathy for another and connect in a way that actually takes time. And so I believe that just goes to my next point, is the power of intimacy. There is no medium that is more intimate and private than a podcast, or than podcasting, basically. Because first, the listening experience is very intimate. Hearing is one of the first senses that we develop in the womb. And also, listening, you usually listen on your headphones in your ears. So that's a very intimate and private experience. But so is the recording. So we actually see that guests on podcasts and podcast hosts actually really are very open, because there's no video, there's no camera filming them. So that's the beauty of intimacy and the power of intimacy. And to finish off, my question, is podcast maybe the last good medium? In a sea full of toxic media, in a sea full of toxic interactions on the internet, maybe podcasts remain the last good medium. I don't know. But in a very calculated and manipulative way, I'm finishing off with my daughter, with my newborn baby. She's not only very cute, but we all have to be aware that she's a future consumer of media. And I would want to limit her screen time as much as I can, as much as humanly possible. But I would want her to enjoy audio as much as I do, and just as much as she wants, and as much as possible, basically, so that she accumulates her millions of minutes of listening. Because if there's one thing that we need right now, it's probably to listen more. Because if there's a way to connect, it's to listen. And I guess that's why podcasts, I believe, and I'm sure, is or are the last good medium. So thank you for listening. Love you, bye. And let's feel free to connect. I would love to.
Cool. You're going to have to share some notes on podcasts for babies so we can get our little ones connected. Alrighty. Thanks so much for that. Another round of applause for Sarul, please. So the next fireside chat that we're going to have here is titled "Redefining Research." It's a conversation with Ihad Madish on open science and collaboration. He's the co-founder and CEO of ResearchGate. He basically founded out of own frustration. Fun fact: the name Ihad actually means inventor. So they definitely honored his own name in that sense, and basically founded this in 2008. Currently connects over 26 million scientists, lists over 160 plus million publications, and they have raised over $100 million from Benchmark Cap, Founders Fund, and Bill Gates. And he will be in conversation with Nico Wojcik, the founder of TOA Berlin. Please give a warm round of applause to Ihad Madish and Nico.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Ihad, total OG of TOA. I think it's better like this, I heard. People told me. If we do the couch and the chair thing. Absolute OG of TOA, 10 years. You've actually been to the first TOA.
Yeah.
And I saw some pictures upstairs. Yeah, you haven't changed that much. Great to see you again, Ihad.
Great to see you again as well.
So just, you connect scientists all over the world, initially with a network that is now increasingly becoming a platform. Maybe just give the audience that does not know ResearchGate just a little bit more context around what you've built over the last 10 years.
Yeah, so thanks again for having me here. My background, I'm a scientist, I'm a medical doctor and computer scientist. During my research, I realized that most of the data you create while you're doing research is not being shared. and that is leading to a lot of inefficiencies in science. So that was the original push to build a network where scientists can connect worldwide and share their knowledge and their insights about the research. And that started in 2008 while I was still a student. The first funding we got in 2010, and since then we have grown to the thing we are now. So, yeah.
And you now basically, I think you have the largest training data also on scientific papers.
Yes, so we have basically not only papers, we have a lot, like, of course, a lot of research data, conference articles, raw data in science, the largest in the world. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens with that.
So where's your head right now in the world of science? You know, we see obviously, you know, in the technology and startup field, the need, the desire also for more science-backed or science-led or, you know, spun-off type of innovation. Is that something that you can kind of back up with data also from your platform, that, you know, people connect around not just, you know, producing research, but maybe also going beyond and commercializing their ideas?
Yes, that is something we have been observing over the last decade. So first of all, especially in the beginning, people were nervous about sharing any kind of data or publications. And obviously, if you build a product, you somehow have to convince the users that it is good for them to do it. That was something we invested a lot of time and energy in the first half of the last decade. And then we have seen now that more and more collaboration, both in academia, but also corporate in academia, starts to happen through ResearchGate. And obviously that leads to innovation or to new people coming together and creating something new. So yes, I'm sure it's happening. Not everything we can obviously measure because we are trying to be the basic communication tool and not so much then following this to the end. We hear this from time to time when people come and say that they had an invention based on an interaction they had on our platform. Yeah.
Two topics that are sort of science related that we have here at TOA this year, and you know, we also had that last year, are around sort of open science and decentralized science. You know, how do you see that evolve? Like, just based on your experience, you know, do we really see a shift here in the world of science, that it is opening up more, sharing more?
Definitely, yes. On the opening side, I also would say, without being too arrogant, that ResearchGate played a significant role in opening it up. Because ultimately, if you want to change people, you have to change their behavior with the products you build. And this brings me to the DeSci topic. For me, even as a past scientist, the decentralized science topic, if it doesn't solve a real problem for me as a researcher. And this is why it hasn't, in my opinion, and also the numbers backing it up so far, hasn't taken off that much. I still think the infrastructure play which DeSci tries to create is an important one to science, so science can stay independent and it's not being owned by a company like ours, right? On the other hand, if it doesn't solve a problem for the people who are doing the research, they're not going to use it. And that's always the challenge I see with DeSci. If it's creating more UX problems, like conceptually UX problems, then it's not going to solve the problems we right now have in science. So there's, I think, more work to do in parallel to the DeSci topics in order to make both worlds come together at one point in the future.
So what are the core problems right now in science that you try to tackle?
So the big problem we solving and still solving is visibility of research. So if you publish something, how people can figure out that this is relevant to them, that particular article, and then can I then connect easily to those people who created that work? Mm-hmm. That is something which ResearchGate solved on a global scale. The next, the one thing we're now working with the scientific publishers, so the people who are having those articles, they are now content syndicating this into our system. Also something which is similar to what we just heard in Spotify, right? Becoming like a central place for scientific distribution. That happened over the last year and a half after a 7 years lawsuit.
Exactly, there were more competitors initially, and there still are to some degree.
No, it's hard to say. For me, not really, to be honest. I never saw the publishing industry as a competition. Mm-hmm. I rather saw us in working together. But obviously, if you
if you're in an industry where you changed the way research is being discovered, and before it was discovered through journals, you then of course change the dinosaurs who are used to some way of walking and doing things. So yeah, that created some problems over the last 7 years. We settled the case in last September. So now, and also since then, everything has taken off, turning ResearchGate from a pure network into more platform play.
So you did it in reverse. Yesterday I spoke at the speaker dinner with an executive, Axel Springer, and we were talking about AI and its impact on Axel Springer. And he said, well, first, we're going to start working with these AI companies, see if we can collaborate, and if not, then we're going to sue. So you did the reverse. Isn't the pandemic a good case study as to what is actually possible? Wasn't this, I mean, for me as an outsider and just a consumer and a pandemic follower, it felt like the world suddenly managed to collaborate on a scale that if we would tackle other problems like this, we would probably get a lot done.
Yeah, it is. I think what the pandemic has proven is focus solves problems. If you try to tackle 6 things at the time, you never solve things. Also, like the way we lead, how you want to call it, ResearchGate is hardcore focus. If you try to do many things, you never succeed. And I think the pandemic was a great example of if you focus the world / company, whatever you want to focus, or even your life, what you do, you will make things happen way faster and at a way better quality. And I think, yes, I think we can still do a lot. How we collaborate. What was very interesting to see during the pandemic, the COVID researchers, we built like a sub-community within ResearchGate for the COVID researchers to collaborate. The engagement beyond the borders, obviously all the borders were closed, everyone was at home, but the engagement increased in that particular area and also in other research areas, obviously, because no one had other tools to collaborate. So that was very nice to see that even if the borders closed, science is not something where you can close borders, and you shouldn't. Yeah.
I tried to, talk a little bit about the other technologies that we have at TOA. It's all about convergence here. Is blockchain something that, can solve also some of these problems around, having tools of collaboration, but also means to protect IP, means to maybe co-own IP, means to align incentives of different stakeholders in the scientific world? Is that happening already?
There are... On a large scale, no. Smaller projects here and there where you see that. Again, same argument I made before. It needs to really solve also a user problem. Most products I've seen, they're quite clunky, very hard to use. And even if the infrastructure behind that and the moral concept of that is a good one and important for our world, people are not going to use it. Like everyone complains about the Facebooks and Instagrams of the TikToks of the world, but they're using it because there's a use case or it was a use case created, which they didn't know before that it exists, but a use case created and it's easy to use. And if you don't have that in your product you develop, it's become hard to convince people to use it. So that's for me the number one thing you have to always put on top. How do you make the lives easier of researchers? And then how you can create exactly what you have said, co-ownership, even funding. How do you fund research? How are decisions being made today?
Governance, yeah.
Governance, absolutely. Like how do you also later on measure impact? It's all very, very hard. I don't think technology will solve that. It's a combination of technology and humans deciding on a different approach of solving these topics and approaching those topics differently.
And when we had our phone call in preparation to this panel, one thing you said was that the biggest or most important decision at ResearchGate was to limit signups to real identities. Can you talk a little bit about that? And how does that protect you from also fake science? And is fake science an increasingly worrying trend that you see?
It's a very, very big trend, and it's way bigger than most data is alluding to. The data we have, which we haven't published yet, alludes to significantly higher numbers than what we see right now. Fake science is
Can we briefly define fake science? I wouldn't even know what it is.
Yeah, it has a lot of facets, but ultimately there are one facet of fake science where you have so-called paper mills who are producing fake research, papers which are made up from the ground in order to create papers, to make journals successful, etc., etc., etc. This is a big business now. It's a crime behavior you see quite a lot in this industry, which being also now fought. So people try to shut them down. It's not easy. But then you also have, I would say, this so-called reproducibility crisis, where some of the research you see in research papers is manipulated. And sometimes that's very hard to find because the majority of the research is sound, but then there are parts of it which are not sound, but you want to publish in that journal or you want to get that money, you adjust it. And that's a behavior as scientists, you know that, you have seen that, and that's hard. But now with the transparency that we had like one big case a couple of years ago where a research paper was published in a journal, big journal, and then on ResearchGate it was debunked as fake. And then later on, unfortunately, the professor in Japan committed suicide because everything came out that everything was made up. So this is going to happen more because the transparency is coming. So yes, I think fake science is a problem and we have to solve it because the reputation is the one thing which science should never lose, because that's what's all about, what we're basing our life decisions on. The one product decision we made very early on, the first part of your question, is to close the registration process. So before we did that, what does it mean closed registration process? It means that if you come and sign up using your Gmail or Yahoo address, there's no way for you to sign up to the service. You need an email address of a research institution, either university or a company or governmental institution. This reduced the signups from 2,500 per day to 25 first after we introduced it. But we went back to growth over time. But that was the most important decision we have made as a company to create that unique place for researchers with high quality and almost zero spam problem. Yeah.
Just one more question on fake science. What are the key drivers? Is it ego? Is it maybe trying to cut corners to get to funding faster? Or is it state wise misinformation? Or what are some of, or is it all of the above?
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything. Again, it's the proportions and how you distribute how much to what is obviously depends on the country, but everything, basically everything. So, and this problem is attacked now by a lot of scientific publishers. We also have something where we want to help as a company. I think in my opinion, to solve the problem of fake science and false information and bad actors, you not only should look for the bad actors, but also give the good actors a way to say that they are good actors. And I think that's...
verification.
Yes, yeah. Basically, yes, yeah.
On climate, for example, I mean, there's these statistics floating around, like 93% of scientists, agree that the climate change is man-made or something, some number like that. Mm-hmm. Is that something that you survey also, or that you check, or what filters and mechanisms do you have to then also surface, studies to other people in the network?
So we ourselves don't do any surveys within ResearchGate. We don't use our own product to get state of the nation on any topic. Mm-hmm. But it's an interesting idea. What we do is basically all the content we have and all the scientists we have, we use as any other company some recommendation engine to decide whether or not this makes sense to you, and then we recommend this to you. I think climate science is one of those topics when you look at the data. It doesn't need more science. I think it needs. I think it's more a communication topic. And when are those moments of point of no return? I think some people say we are already there. We will be there. And I think some of the things are very hard to predict. Mm-hmm. I think they might be even worse than we think. But it's humans, right? It's very hard for us to change. That's the way we act. That's the way we live. That's the way we operate. That's why we are how we are. Yeah.
When we talked about AI, you also said that you have, a sort of unique, to me at least, unique point of view on how business should think about integrating AI. And you mentioned that they should first maybe think about their core, like draw sort of a frontier to AI. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of following a trend too quickly. When Google became successful, every company started to build a search into their product, even if it doesn't make so much sense. When Facebook became successful, every product tried to build a community into their product and tried to squeeze the community idea into the product they have. We have the exact same thing happening with AI now. There will be AI giants, and we have already AI giants, and there will be a couple of more coming, but not everything is going to be AI in this world, right? So there are products where AI doesn't make a huge difference. And what, in my opinion, is find, first of all, your product. Where's the defense line in a world where all around us, where AI is everywhere, or where you could imagine AI is everywhere? What is the product you really have to be very good at without AI, which always makes this thing to survive, or let's say for at least 10 years or 20 years, or however you want to calculate your strategic plan. And then you can think, is AI really making a difference? I think LinkedIn is a great example. Is AI helping me on rewriting a fucking post? When I write a post in LinkedIn, what the fuck? Like, this feature makes it even, if I click one wrong button, it just creates a new thing. It's like, what? I rather go to ChatGPT or Gemini and and use it there, right? I'm not sure if those products really getting better, but I just putting too much into the product, and then it makes it very hard to focus the product. So my personal opinion, find the line, what your product is uniquely doing in a world of AI, and then think, is there a way to make AI or use AI to make your product better? But it doesn't have to be obvious. It doesn't have to be like immediately like ChatGPT for science or ChatGPT for cinemas, or it can be different. It can be different. I think we're still, in my opinion, very, very early on the application layers in AI. We have, I think, infrastructure is good. The models, we are moving forward, but the application layer is not clear yet, right? In my opinion, everyone is following the trend of conversational AI. I'm not sure if this is going to be the one thing which we're doing with AI in the future. It's the only thing, and currently everyone thinks that like that. So it's predefined. The framework we put ourselves already in product-wise, in my opinion, is too narrow.
And for you at ResearchGate, have you made your first implementations and drawn that frontier? Is it a moving frontier?
Yes, we did. And what do I say now? So if you have the research of the world and you have people, scientists of the world in one network, and you start combining, let me go one step back. 10 years ago when I did keynotes, which I'm not doing that anymore that much, but when I having keynotes, the last slide I was putting was always automatic science. So what's going to happen if we start to combine information in the world of science and again, excluding fake science, which is going to be very hard. But let's assume you have a very good data set and you can combine data and information from various disciplines. Can you create new knowledge out of existing knowledge? And I think that is going to change the world dramatically. Yeah, and we did something here, and it was fascinating. Let's put it that way.
Worrying or fascinating? Worrying
maybe
for
everything.
Jobs in the
maybe
science
everything.
industry? Maybe everything.
Maybe everything. Because again, you need to be aware of combining research and combining, I don't know, Alzheimer's research with multiple sclerosis and Huntington disease, driving conclusions for other diseases, creating knowledge in a almost non-stop fashion. What does that mean for this world? So,
is there one success case that we already know about where AI has really led to,
I think DeepMind, right? With their protein calculation stuff, that's a huge case, right? I think the big cases will come when you start to take all the literature, all the data, all the conference papers, the interactions from the researchers with those pieces, and start to derive out of that something. I think that's going to be a revolution, I think.
Wow, love to hear that. If you have questions, by the way, there should be a Slido QR code. At least you probably have it already saved on your phones. Maybe we can get to a question or two. let's switch gears for the last 2 or 3 minutes towards just building this company. Some of your learnings. I mean, you've been at it for a while. You started in Berlin. You're still in Berlin. You have offices, obviously, in other countries. We talked also a little bit about the fact that maybe if you didn't have U.S. investors, ResearchGate probably would
be dead. I would think
would be dead.
Yeah.
Can you say why?
So I had the luck, first of all, that one guy here. I'm not sure if he still sits in the corner top left. Martin, sitzt du da oben noch?
Oh.
Yeah. Martin Sinner, in 2010, we were almost bankrupt, and he wired me 600,000 euro with no thinking more about whatever. We didn't even have a contract, you remember? You just wired the money.
Can I plus one that, by the way? Because he's done the same for me.
Oh, amazing, yes.
Give a round of applause for Martin. Not 600.
Why? Why? No, so he helped me to survive. It was a very tough time, was a financial crisis, and I didn't want to sell, so I wanted to continue, and Martin was very supportive of that. And then I flew to San Francisco and met, luckily, someone, his name is Matt Kohler, who I didn't know before, was a co-founder of LinkedIn, and he was the, I think, second employee at Facebook. And then he led the product teams there for some time before he went to become a general partner at Benchmark. And the way he thinks and the way he operates and how he builds product really changed the way I look at products. And without his thinking, we would never have succeeded. For sure, he would never say that. He always says, yeah, the CEO and the team, blah. But I think without him, we would be dead, for sure.
Is there one distilled learning you can share?
Yes. If you want to have exponential, and exponential doesn't exist, but for this case, I say exponential. Usually it's quadratic, but it's exponential growth. Even the big companies never have exponential growth. But let's say for a second, it does exist. Let's say you want very fast growth, exponential. In math, you might remember an exponential curve goes like that. So, and if you have a linear curve goes like that. The growth in the beginning, a linear curve, a linear thinking creates more output than an exponential one. So it means the changes you are making to the product to get to that are very small. So the toolkit he gave to me to measure success and to build the right products, I will never forget the board meeting in 2013 after Founders Fund invested and Bill Gates invested. We had one in Switzerland, and he looked at this feature and he gave me all the ideas how to track success, how to track product success, all of that. And then he said, we looked at the numbers and he said, this is the thing, build this, continue building this. And I didn't see it immediately. And he was like, no, that's it. Look at the numbers. And he combined stuff and build this, continue building this, invest everything into this thing. And we did. And then we went into almost viral growth. So a couple of weeks after. So it went very fast and we were not ready, which is also another problem. But I think that is, with his knowledge of building those networks, without that, I think the chances that we would be where we are right today are very low.
Just one follow-up on that, because I think that question whether to iterate or to pivot is also one maybe of the challenging questions for entrepreneurs often, because we know these stories from Silicon Valley where there's the successes of Twitter, etc., started as something completely different, did a step function change into pivoting to something totally different. But then we also have the other people who say, no, you got to iterate until you find product market fit, right? And frameworks to help just make that decision are so important, or mentors that have seen it before, right?
100%. I think the one, in my opinion, what you read, the one thing which I always get like negative goosebumps is if people talk about learning out of failure. I think this is one of the most stupid things I am hearing from people. If I put my hand on something very hot, obviously I'm not dumb to do it again. I would be very stupid if I would do it again. Of course you will learn. But learning out of failure means that you had binary options before you started that. So 0 or 1, but this is not the world. You have 10 options. So what you learn out of a failure is not that much, if you're really honest. The only thing you can change is the processes, how you got to that decision. I rather say, when you win, you have to learn. Like, look what you're doing right. What are the things you're doing right now? What is the things you are focusing on? What are the decisions you have made? How did you make them? That is like, most people, if they win, they start to be anywhere and not think about how they got into that situation. So that's for me way more like learn out of winning, way more important than out of failure. But learning out of failure is a simple thing to say and simple thing to do, but it, in my opinion, never leads to like to the path where you really have to go. Yeah, but personal view. Not a lot of people share that view.
Aligns a little bit with what Paul Graham would always preach of, having your first 100 customers, right? And asking, why are they your customers, rather than asking why are the other 100 not your customers.
Yeah.
Were there questions that we just do one quickly? We're a little overboard, but we are short to lunch break, so I think it's okay to go a little over time. Are there questions? 2 more talks. Okay, so we're a little late. We do one, yeah? This one. How does ResearchGate actually make money?
Yeah. Advertising and now subscriptions for the scientific publishers. So the publishers who are giving us the content, subscribing to the service and paying for the service.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming again. We see you on the 20th.
And thank you, Martin.
Exactly.
Thank you so much, Nico. Thank you so much, Ihad. Mike can go over.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Alrighty, so the next one we have is kind of like still in the research, open science category and Web3. The title of the next talk is How Decentralization Can Improve the Way the World Does Science. Research Hub is self-describing themselves as a GitHub for science, something I can definitely appreciate as a software engineer myself. They're focusing on improving access, collaboration, and efficiency. With us we have today Patrick Joyce, co-founder and COO of Research Hub, has also dropped out of a PhD in molecular biology, then dropped out of med school, then started to bring on the pain as a founder, and has been here building this to accelerate science by aligning incentives within the scientific research community. And we also have Jeffrey Curry, who has been in Web3 since 2017, director of Research Hub Foundation, and has done a biomedical science degree at UC Riverside. Please give a warm round of applause to Jeffrey and Patrick.
Hey everybody, thanks for having us. Today, Jeff and I are here to talk about how decentralization can improve the way that the world does science. So just like a quick background, my name's Pat. As he mentioned, I've dropped out of 2 graduate programs. I was very lucky, though, in undergrad. I got to do some cancer research studying epigenetic stem cells at Johns Hopkins. Fell in love with academic science, decided to start a PhD, and realized that not every academic lab is quite as wonderful as a well-funded Hopkins lab. I saw a lot of the issues that exist in science, and then also the quality of life in researchers that inspired me to eventually try and found something to help make a difference.
Yeah, and my name is Jeffrey Corey, and I just finished a PhD at UC Riverside doing biomedical research, and I worked on HIV and the neurocognitive deficits that accompany that. And throughout that whole process, really learned a lot of the pain points that are happening in academia that were actually touched on a little bit before this, around things around funding, kind of the slow and painful distribution of funding that goes to researchers, as well as kind of the publication and peer review process that's also quite time-consuming as well, too. So I'd like to just go over overview of what we're going to talk about. So we're going to initially talk through the problems that currently exist in the academic paradigm, and then next go into some of the solutions that are getting built out by a collective of people in what is DeSci, decentralized science, and then really what we're working on at Research Hub and how we're trying to fix some problems, and then a little call to action at the end. So first, the pain points, and I really want to paint a picture here for everyone. Maybe some people might not be familiar with this process. So it all starts really with the taxpayers. So I think everyone here pays taxes, and so it really starts with some of your taxes being earmarked. And in the U.S., we have really 2 funding bodies, the NIH and the NSF, and some of your tax dollars are earmarked to go to this. And this agency needs to distribute funding in some way to researchers. And so researchers apply to the NIH or the NSF, and they get money distributed to them. From the time they apply to the time that they receive the money in the bank account at their university, it's approximately a 9-month turnaround. And as a researcher, you now have the money, and you need to do the experiments. Now, these experiments take time. They're biological experiments, and oftentimes it takes 2 to 3 years, and this is with the collection of multitude of data and experiments that actually just get hoarded for 2 to 3 years for you to then publish. This is very contrasting to the way, say, open source development works, where you push PRs very quickly. Even you're collecting data in the lab every month or two, but you're not publishing it to the world for the world to use it and build on top of it. And so this process takes about 2 to 3 years, and then really it then gets submitted to a journal to get published. And here there's another layer of bottlenecks where the journals need peer reviewers. So you submit, and a peer reviewer needs to review your content. And one issue here, and the bottleneck, is in the acquisition of these peer reviewers to get your content out the door to the public. And this whole process can take up to 2 years in some journals. And I also want to emphasize, outside of kind of this time course, really like the money that's involved in some of this. And so you can see here that unfortunately, these peer reviewers that are very integral into the publishing of the content to made public for the world to use are not paid anything. So these are done on a voluntary basis. And the journals themselves actually charge a fee to get your content published in there. And this can be up to $12,000 in some cases. And so none of that kind of circles back to the peer reviewers. And of course, it becomes difficult for peer reviewers to want to review the content. And this kind of perpetuates this bottleneck at the end. So why are scientists even going through this whole flow? Why are they going through all of this? And really, the reason is publishing equals career progression. So the funding agencies need some kind of heuristic to say, you are a good scientist. So that heuristic they use is what's called citations. So as a scientist, you want to publish, and you want to publish a lot and get other scientists to cite your content a lot. And when you do that, and you over-index for that, you're more likely to receive funding from these governmental funding agencies. And so what this really kind of highlights is something called Goodhart's law. Essentially, it's once a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. And so right now, scientists have over-indexed on citations as that measure, and it started, and I think it was created with good intention. It makes sense. Citations, someone gets cited a lot, then they're probably a good scientist. But these things eventually become kind of gamed, and it's resulted in kind of this current scheme. And so what's happened here really is it's developed a culture. This culture is the publish or perish culture. Some people who are in academia may have heard this quite a bit. And so really, when you look to maximize publications and to maximize the citations, what you end up getting are things like research being done in silos rather than being collaborative, right? Again, this is very contrasting to the way open source development works. And also, it's a loaded statement, but research fraud. I think a lot of people see these things in headlines, and this is like massaging data in a way that might help fit your own narrative, or adjusting the statistics to kind of conflate the impact of your work. And so this has resulted really in like a really broken job market. So less than 2% of first-year PhDs become research professors. And again, this like hyper-competitiveness and difficulty to get into this career really kind of promotes people to help spin their research in a way that's maybe not so honest. And this was actually alluded to in the previous talk as well by the founder of ResearchGate, which is this reproducibility crisis. So the NIH and the NSF, these funding bodies, they're over-indexing on the heuristic of citations. And so because they're focused on citations and researchers know they need to get citations, again, they manipulate or massage their data, rather, in a way that might conflate their findings. But what that ultimately results in is like irreproducible work, because these funding agencies are not optimizing for reproducibility. And so I want to really highlight this number of $170 billion wasted annually as a result of irreproducible work. And this, again, I want to remind everyone that this comes from the taxpayer dollars if you work your way back to where the source of this funding is. And so really, what you all see in the news are headlines such as these, where you see academic fraud coming from some high-profile places, all these people trying to get into high-profile journals. And at the end of the day, what this does is it results in like a big deficiency in terms of like the funding that goes into this, as well as like much delayed like translation into therapeutics and medications that really impact everybody here.
Yeah, so to pick up from there, I'm going to talk a little bit about what is DeSci, or decentralized science. So lots of people recognize these problems. It's well known there's now a reproducibility crisis. And with the advent of blockchain, there are a lot of like younger scientists who want to use these new tools in order to help fix some of the problems. So when you look at like blockchain technology and some of the like standard characteristics that they bring to like traditional financial infrastructure, we want to look at how these can be applied to scientific research. So terms that you may be familiar with, such as like a distributed ledger or community ownership or financial incentives, can be applied to academic research. There was recently a study in Nature saying that about a quarter of all research papers are stored in journals that like may fold soon. And so they won't be perpetually around, and we're actually kind of losing a significant portion of the world's corpus of scientific knowledge. Blockchains help with this. You can have a distributed ledger where there are multiple copies of the database, and it becomes very difficult to actually lose that content. For instance, if you go through the Bitcoin blockchain, you can go all the way back to the transaction where the first person bought pizza using Bitcoin, and anyone can do that themselves. Community ownership is a very important thing. There are DAOs like Friends with Benefits where you can get a bunch of people together all over the world, collectively pool their capital and then allocate it using decentralized governance in order to have like an agreement between these folks and how money is invested within the new companies. And then, of course, financial incentives. Like across all the miners who are mining Bitcoin, I think it's like the electricity spend of a small country. And so how do you get people to do this? You have block rewards. So blockchains allow for creative financial infrastructure in order to create incentives that can like encourage people to do cool behaviors. So Jeff and I come from an academic background, and we were dealing with these problems ourselves. And so I know in like 2017, there was kind of this cliche around saying, hey, like blockchain is a hammer looking for a nail. And we really come from the perspective of dealing with the nail ourselves and seeing the tool of blockchain as a potential solution to help like fix some of these problems that we've experienced. And we're not the only ones. There are a lot of people over the past like 2-3 years who have started to build projects with the goal of using like this new financial infrastructure to help to fix the problems in science. As you can see here, it's a pretty wide range of different projects. A couple that I'd like to highlight, working on distributed storage, is DeSci Labs, a company out of Zurich, where they're trying to build kind of like a decentralized academic journal. They use Ethereum and IPFS to allow anyone to publish papers in a way that they're like stored on chain in perpetuity so anyone can access them in the future. We also have community ownership by a company here in Berlin called Molecule, where they're creating the concept of a BioDAO. This is a group of people, patients, investors, who have incentives to then pool their capital, help to select research projects, fund them, and generate an IP NFT in order to create a larger incentive for people to get into the industry of funding academic research. And then, of course, what we're most excited about at Research Hub is the financial incentives. We're creating new financial incentives that can help fix some of the problems that Jeff mentioned within the kind of like slow pace of publishing research. Here's our product. We have a Reddit for Science style application where anyone can either post existing academic literature or publish their own natively through our app. You can curate papers, and there's research coin rewards for high quality content. On top of this, anyone can comment on these papers, share peer reviews, both experts and the general public. And then we have inline commenting. And when you create high quality content, you earn research coin. With research coin, you can create bounties. So here's an example where a researcher in their PhD studies was having trouble kind of moving forward in a protocol. So they took some of the research coin that they had earned on our application and asked a question of our larger community, created a bounty for another expert to come in and provide the insight that they needed in order to move forward with their own work. One last thing that we're very excited about is trying to fix some of the issues when it comes to reproducibility. So we're now starting to fund research using pre-registrations, essentially like a very brief grant application that allows scientists to describe their study in an a priori or beforehand fashion, which actually has been evidence-based proven to result in higher reproducibility research.
Okay, awesome. And one thing that we're doing here on like the foundation side is we're actually leveraging the Research Hub platform here to fix this little segment in the pipeline. And again, this is like the first segment that we're really trying to tackle with an initiative. And really that's around paying these peer reviewers. We think that this is kind of a low-hanging fruit, and it makes a lot of sense that if you can pay people, then they're going to want to do that job like a lot better. So we want to financially incentivize this. And again, the reason we want to do that is because there's a bottleneck that's happening in the publishing world right now where we can't find peer reviewers to review. And if we can accelerate that, then we can accelerate information going out to the public, which means we can accelerate people building on top of that information. And so really what we do is really quite simple. We financially incentivize these peer reviews with $150 bounties. So the foundation sponsors these $150 bounties for scientists to come to the platform and say, hey, let me find something in my field of expertise. Let me go find some open bounties available, and we're going to go tackle it and then get paid while we do that job. And really want to show that over the last 2 years, week over week, we've seen quite a bit of growth here, and it seems to be really quite successful. Also, I want to highlight, we're projected for about 1,000 peer reviews for 2024, which is really starting to make a dent into kind of this world. But also, what's really important to us is the pace of review, because that's ultimately what we want to improve. We want to get information out there quicker and faster. And we've worked this to an average of about 16 days, which is a couple months faster than the traditional world. And this is in a lot of these kind of biocentric areas like neuroscience and immunology, but we're very much kind of agnostic to these areas. So machine learning and AI and things like that and physics are all on the platform as well. And the last thing I want to highlight here is around kind of incentivizing academic sleuths. So if anyone out here is in like the Web3 world, if you've heard of Zach XBT, he's this like sleuth that goes around and does detective work using kind of on-chain data. And so these people are kind of the unsung heroes of science. They go do this for the love of the game. And now we have an opportunity to be able to actually incentivize and pay these people and have them be able to do this at a faster pace or a larger scale. So we're really, really, really excited about that.
Cool. Yeah, so thank you, everybody, for your time and attention. And if you're interested in helping us build Research Hub, here's a bunch of QR codes where you can come chip in. So thank you.
Yeah, another warm round of applause for Jeffrey and Patrick, of course. Thank you so much for being here. You're going to be sticking around, so folks, if you have questions, you can always walk towards them during the lunch break, which is happening after this talk. But stick around because we still have an interesting topic coming up. So get comfortable, and let's hope the clicker still works. Thank you so much. Because the next talk is going to be with Ipshita Kumar, who is with basically Hype. She is there. Hang on, my screen just. The VP of Brand Innovation. Now, Hype is an on-chain creative agency. They are focusing on streamlining the adoption of Web3 and Metaverse by improving accessibility for brands and consumers. So, Ipshita Kumar, the microphone is yours. Welcome. Give a round of applause to Ipshita, please. Have you stand central, then everyone can see you really well.
Oh my God, how do I go back? Hello. I'd like to read the room real quick. So let's do a quick show of hands for those who have heard of the term NFTs before. Amazing. Quick show of hands for those who have heard the headlines, NFTs are a scam. Thought so. Another round of show of hands for those who also heard of the headlines that NFTs are dead, and every single one of those JPEGs that were worth hundreds and thousands of dollars are completely worthless. Excellent. Cool. So as I start my talk today, I want to pull up this tweet, because I was thinking about how do I open this talk, and when I saw this tweet, I'm like, right on. Playing in a golf event today, plenty of boomers, Bitwise Invest jacket, Pudgy Penguins hat, everyone wants to talk crypto, what should I tell them? I really resonate with this guy because every single time I'm in a social event or a dinner party and I'm surrounded by people that are not working in crypto or have no idea about the industry, they always want to know more. And it always starts with the same questions. Ooh, what a scammy industry. Ooh, how much money are you making? Are NFTs really dead? And then there's this one question that every single time pops up saying, can you tell me that one use case of overpriced JPEGs? So I decided for today's talk, I want to focus on that one use case I pitch every single time I'm at a dinner party that is on-chain brands. Hello, everyone. My name is Ipshita Kumar. I'm the Vice President of Brand Innovation at Hype, the on-chain marketing agency that lives and breathes at the forefront of redefining what it means to be a brand in an on-chain era. But before I jump on to explaining what on-chain brands mean, how they function, I want to take you down on a memory lane. Around 30 years ago, back when, for our parents' generation, brand really meant a physical establishment that was tied to a brick-and-mortar store. So if you were looking to buy shoes, you'd go to a physical store, be it Nike, Adidas, whatever brand was available close to you, you'd go buy your shoes. If you were looking for a packet of chips or a can of Coca-Cola, you'd walk down to your closest 7-Eleven store, pick it up, walk your way. Simple and very efficient. So the process of building a brand and scaling it looked something like this. Build a brand, launch a store, or distribute through a store, depends on the type of brand you are. Scale stores, and then after decades of hard work, finally IPO, like the big aha moment. But then with the digital revolution that came in, the brick and mortar stores were completely blindsided by it, and they did not see that coming at all. And all of a sudden, McDonald's was in TikTok, and you were door dashing the exact same orders that you would go to buy in a physical store straight to your house. The digital revolution also ushered in a time of creator economy. So essentially, platforms like YouTube, TikTok, Meta, they empowered every single creator to become a brand of their own. So you were seeing an uptick of brands like Kylie Cosmetics, Inamorata, Casper Mattresses, Dollar Shave Club, mushroom from every single corner, simply because the barrier to entry to build a brand was lowered every single time technology was progressing. And then all of a sudden, dropshipping came about, and you didn't even need to have inventory anymore in order to build a brand. So what did you need to build a brand? Simple stuff. Brand identity, solid product, or not so much sometimes, a good social presence, precise ad targeting, good social graphics, and boom, you've essentially launched a brand. And as the barrier to entry got lower and lower, celebrity brands started having a moment. So from tennis players to rock bands to your favorite actresses and even the ones that you hate, every single personality has a niche and they have a brand, including their dogs. So every single scroll that you're going through on your social media platform right now, everyone's trying to sell you something. Which I guess makes sense because for people like you and I who are chronically online, it is through social media how we discover brands and make those sales and purchase decisions every single day. There was a survey done where 72% of Americans said that they in fact discover brands and make those purchase decisions online every single day through social media. So in an era where launching a brand has very low barrier to entry, what does that process look like? The formula is simple now. You build an online brand, you launch a virtual store, you produce based on demand, and then you IPO after a few years of hard work. You don't have to wait that long as much as the other legacy brands did. And I feel Skims is a prime example for this. Skims is an intimate wear, shapewear brand that was launched in 2019 by the social media mogul Kim Kardashian. This is a prime example of a brand born and bred online in the digital era by a social media influencer in 2019 and IPO'd this year for a few $1 billion. Now, Skims is not a technology company. So for a company like that to IPO in 5 years is huge because for our parents' generation, this was completely unimaginable. And at this point, I've spent about half of the talk time talking about the past, and you're probably thinking, what does the future look like? And I can tell you, it's pretty damn wild. How many people in the audience know who this guy is? Show of hands, if at all. Shout his name. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Hey, don't steal my talk. Just there. Yeah. So this is Luca Netz. He's the CEO of Pudgy Penguins, probably the only NFT collection to have ridden the 2023 crypto bear market like a boss. This collection specifically not only took the NFT market by storm, but also the retail industry. These adorable-looking penguins were initially launched in 2021 by two guys, names not important, but it was only later acquired by Luca Netz in April 2022, who then brought about a completely new direction for this NFT collection. And again, for those who already know what NFTs are and are completely aware of it, you might be thinking, so what? Like, that's what every NFT collection does. You make a few $1 million, you have a new direction. What's so huge about it, and how does this connect you to on-chain brands? I would say Pudgy Penguins pretty much created a blueprint of something that was completely unimaginable. They could have stayed as an NFT project, sold their 10,000 collection NFTs, and just not decided to grow. But what they did instead is they, like you mentioned, struck a deal with Amazon, Target, Walmart, Toys R Us, some of these large-scale distributors, to make a physical replica of these cute little Pudgy penguins that were inspired by the NFT collection to then bring them to the wider market. By taking this entire retail strategy, they were not only able to, of course, make some sales, but they were also able to tap into a much wider audience that they could not have done by just remaining an NFT collection. For those who don't know much about NFTs, back in the time when Pudgy Penguins was launched, I'd say like anywhere between 5,000 to 20,000 was what an average collection would look like, which also means that each NFT is owned by one specific wallet/person. If you compare that to the entire wider set of people who define and operate inside the everyday culture, that's a very small number. And when you do adopt a retail strategy like this, you've automatically opened up your entire project and your brand's visibility to the wider world. Within 48 hours of having a retail strategy, they made $500,000 in pure sales. And if I'm not wrong, it has not been published yet, but until May, they projected a $10 million profit through pure sales. One week ago, Luca also posted this tweet. Pudgy, the penguins have crossed 20 billion views on our GIFs, solidifying itself as an immutable part of internet culture. Again, for those who are chronically online, you would understand that GIFs and memes are in fact a part of how we define culture. And if 20 billion views don't seem like a lot, let me put that for you against Kylie Cosmetics, which is again a digitally born and bred brand, Coca-Cola, a brand that my parents recognize, Nike, a brand again that my parents recognize and have also adopted a Web3 strategy, and then Apple TV, which is a technological company. All of them combined do not come close to what Pudgy Penguins is able to do simply through retail. So just for a second, I want you to imagine that you are a new age toy brand, and let's say you have a hero product, plushy octopus, rats, whatever makes you find anything cute. You could go down the traditional route of doing market research, product launches, excessive spend on marketing, year-on-year growth on sales, and then finally one day you'll be able to IPO, or you flip the model, just the way Pudgy Penguins did, is that you first launch your community, collaboratively build on your brand strategy, and then sell products. So if you think about it, the NFT itself, the ability to launch an NFT community itself is an IPO in a way, because in the end, NFTs allow you to have a share of your actual brand. So what does the new formula look like? Build a brand, launch an on-chain community, AKA NFT sales, AKA our little own version of IPO, collaborate with the NFT holders, and then sell products. Completely changing the model of how we know brands are built. So this is obviously seeing an uptick of what we call on-chain brands, where NFT communities no longer are being confined to the fact that they're just NFT communities, but they're also thinking about what can I do ahead of my brand to take this more mainstream. So you have examples of Doodles, Dijon Distillery, Bored Ape Yacht Club, Invisible Friends, just to name a few who are already doing this. I want to take another example of Dijon Distillery. So you're essentially looking at the third one there and the first one, the second one. So Dijon Distillery initially started off as an NFT community mid last year in order to revolutionize the alcohol industry. After they sold their NFT passes, they decided they wanted to have a vodka brand. They tested it out, they built their vodka brand, and then they partnered with BrewDog to tap into their entire logistics and distribution system so that they can actually get it to market, similar, just the way Pudgy Penguins did with Amazon, Walmart, and Toys R Us. So I wouldn't be surprised if 2 years from now, you're sitting at your favorite bar, you order your vodka tonic, and the bartender tells you, hey, would you like your vodka tonic with Belvedere or Dijon? And you go like, I'll go with Dijon, I've never really tried it. And I guarantee you that most people sitting at that bar who order Dijon would not even have a single clue that this used to be an NFT community. And they don't need to, in reality. But I think the point that we're trying to make here is, you can start as a brand on-chain, where you give co-ownership to your brand, and then find your way into the retail world. On-chain brands are also bringing about a new revolution called community commerce, because with NFTs, you have co-owners. Co-owners means you're able to share profit and loss at the same time of the entire brand. So this also gives a complete new way of how we are managing, building, and scaling brands today. And as I'm going to wrap up this talk, one last tweet. Secured a Pudgy Penguin for my daughter while at Target. Let's fucking go, my dudes. So imagine a world where 10 years from today, my daughter is playing with a Pudgy Penguin, probably watching Doodle's cartoon as well. She will have no idea that the toys that she's playing with that are so inherently built into her childhood memory system used to be an NFT community. She will not even have the idea of the lines of codes that went into bringing these projects to life. All she'll know and remember is the most immersive experience she's having by playing with this plushie toy in real life and across every single other realm. And then there's another thing there. She'll also probably inherit the treasure trove of NFTs that her own mom used to be a part of in terms of community. Because just maybe when she's 18 and I tell her, hey, listen, would you like to have all the diamond and the gold that your grandmom gifted? She will be like, no, I want the original NFT because this is what tied me to my childhood. So we're also seeing a completely different way how culture is evolving, and it will continue evolving over the next 10, 20 years, thanks to these on-chain communities. And then finally, we're looking at an entire brand ecosystem where ownership, creativity, and community come together to build a completely new narrative of how we build brands today. And then, just to end the talk, today we're also making every single purchase decision not to be a consumer, but to be a co-owner of every single brand that we love. Try to imagine doing that with any of the legacy brands. It's almost impossible. Thank you very much.
All right, so thank you again to Ipshita Kumar. Please, another round of applause. And with this, we have wrapped up the first half of the day. It's lunchtime, folks. Go out there, catch a breather, get some lunch, do a bio break, whatever you need to do. And then we'll commence here at 1400, more or less on the dot. Thank you. trickling in right now. I hope y'all had a nice lunch. We're starting off to the second half of the day, the last day of the conference, part of this whole event, of course. And we will start it off with a really nice talk. With us, we have right now Alex Lange, who is the founding partner at Inflection. It's a Berlin-based investor, at least he's Berlin-based, but the fund is domiciled in the United States, $14 million that they're managing. They've invested in really cool companies. One of them was also here yesterday, Fabric, if you remember that, in the cryptography space and Web3. So yeah, what they are focused on is basically helping pioneer frontiers of sovereign computation, and they do this by backing founders with capital, network, and technology. Please give a warm round of applause to Alex Lange.
Hi everyone, excited to be here. I think my last TOA festival was in 2016 or so. Great to be back and to also see what this has been growing into. Today I'm going to speak about a topic that is very close to heart: European acceleration, reasons, realities, and routes. Before diving in, I'd love to get a quick temperature check of the audience, and would love to ask you guys, who here is working at a software company? If you could just raise your arms. Okay, that's about a third. Anybody working with a hardware company? Much fewer arms, 1, 2 arms. Anybody in services or government? Okay, no arms. Good, that's going to be relevant in a sec. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed the conference so far. I try to not ruin it. First thing is that my clicker doesn't work, obviously. Could somebody help me out on this? The green button, right?
Yeah, let's have a look. One button is the laser. So let's see. If you do this.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Should have briefed you better. That's
okay. The green one. Okay. Good. So yeah, I'm going to start a little bit at a sinister place, but I'm promising it will get better from here. So very recently, Emmanuel Macron was giving an interview at The Economist, where he was talking about the state of European civilization. And he sounded very depressed and concerned by stating a civilization can die, things can fall apart very quickly. And while I cannot tell to what probability we are facing such a scenario right now, I share his concern in Europe being in a very fragile and difficult situation at the moment. At the same time, I'm very optimistic that we can work our way out of the situation by accelerating technology. And today I'd love to dive a bit into why I believe those two things. So starting with some basics here, why do civilizations rise and fall in the first place? So this is a very simple framework here, looking at the complexity of a society and the benefits of said complexity, aka bureaucracy. And what every major empire had in common is that it started out by providing very simple, basic services like military protection, maybe water supply, hospitals, and so on. And over time, over decades or hundreds of years, it grew more complex by providing more complex services, until ending up in a situation where we regulate the length of our cucumbers or banning straws, for example. So the only way to sustain such a bureaucracy is by driving revenues for such a system, and those revenues need to come through mainly 3 different things. Summarized as growth. So growth can come from population growth, probably doesn't look like it. We're rather stagnating or decreasing in the West overall. The second option would be resources. There we are facing limitations in terms of our atmosphere, primarily if you look at fossil fuels, or if you think about land, for example, then this can easily create conflicts with our neighbors, so not the best option. The third one, the only reliable one, in my opinion, also in Marc Andreessen's opinion, who just stated very recently in his Techno-Optimist manifesto, the only perpetual source of growth is technology. And I agree with that. So now looking a little bit into where are we in this kind of blurry cycle, I'm borrowing some ideas from Ray Dalio here, who analyzed the rise and fall of empires in a very statistic manner by looking at the driving forces underpinning any kind of empire, and those are education as a base layer, followed by science and technology, military, health, and finally reserve currency status, the ultimate economic superpower. And so he did that, for example, for the rise and fall of the Netherlands, Great Britain, US, and China. And all of these empires followed a pretty clear pattern represented as arches here at the left. And whenever one empire was in decline, another one was rising, and we got closer to an intersection point, the probability for conflicts was rising dramatically, represented in gray here. And yeah, it looks like we are approaching such a scenario. History usually rhymes, it doesn't have to repeat, so there's optionality for us. We can act on many different things. On the right hand, you see a double click on those arches, representing what Dalio calls the inner circle, basically step by step showing what a society goes through such a rise and fall, taking hundreds of years, establishing a new bureaucracy, a phase of prosperity and growth. At some point, peak decadence, people getting lazy, don't want to work anymore, outsource everything. And then finally, printing money and credit, pretty much what we see across the West right now. And yeah, on the brink of, let's say, more turbulence. That's also what he stated in his most recent blog posts. So let's look a little bit into another few details where we are in the cycle. There are two major trends that are very obvious right now. One is the deglobalization. You probably read about a lot recently. That actually started around 2005 already. At the left, you see foreign direct invest flows globally as percent of GDP being in very steep decline and probably accelerated a lot by the pandemic. On the right, you see trade as share of GDP for a similar time frame, a little longer, also peaking around 2005 and then being in decline. So that is a very major, massive trend, and it includes the contraction of economies. You see trade wars, you see tariffs, and all these kinds of political measures changing the world economy. At the same time, the second trend is deindustrialization, pretty self-explaining. We outsourced everything eastwards. So China was rising from 3% to 30% in terms of manufacturing output, global share, whereas every major Western country was basically cut in half here. And this has very severe implications, as we've seen in Germany with the energy supply from Russia. It creates huge dependencies in every major aspect of society: energy, manufacturing, compute, and military. Military really just being an output of the former three. And at the same time, in Europe, internally, we doubled down on a few things. Number one being services. So we are running on a services-dominated economy, as you've seen in my entry question as well, mainly software services, not too many people doing anything in hardware. And the second thing we doubled down on is bureaucracy. So Europeans love bureaucracy. They're proud leaders by regulation. And that is a big red flag and warning sign, actually. But not all hope is lost. There's still things we can do. So talking briefly about some routes. As a tech ecosystem, I think what we should do is recalibrate our focus area, should abandon incrementalism as venture investors, as innovators, as builders, and focus on hard problems. So no more ad optimization, last mile food delivery, SaaS, or leading by regulation, but instead focusing on hard problems that are related to the previous statements. And internally at Inflection, we look at the world through a compute-first lens, as we believe that fast, cheap access to raw compute power has the biggest leverage and is moving the fastest within those three, and is also affecting the other two areas. If we can build better computers, we can also increase our manufacturing output by building better factories as platforms like Tesla did, for example, or balance our energy grids better, etc. So breaking this down a little bit, what we are very interested in are three main areas that are supporting compute infrastructure. We call this sovereign compute. in 3 areas, one being scale, so that's everything semiconductors, alternative compute methods, or advanced materials, for example. There's more to it. Some of you might have seen Michael Gao speak yesterday from Fabric. So he was sitting in that category, building specialized silicon for crypto algorithms. And the 2 other areas being resilience, that includes crypto infrastructure, edge AI, defense, dual use, and so on. We're very careful there drawing the lines between defense, and offense, defense. And the third thing we're very focused on is novel types of interfaces and sensors summarized under flow. So yeah, if any of you are thinking about starting companies in those spaces, are working on said problem spaces, disagree with me on anything, I'm here for a while and would love to have a conversation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Alex. Another round of applause for Alex, VP of Inflection. Thank you so much. All right. The next person we have coming up is Caitlin Begg. She is a sociological... Sure. Alrighty. Sociological researcher and the founder of Authentic Social, which focuses on social selling, communications, people ops, especially in the context of remote and hybrid work. Caitlin has been the author of the 2016 thesis with the interesting title, Virtual Impressions, the Effect of Digital Communications of Millennial Social Interaction, is a total pro in that realm. Also the host of the Progression to Analog podcast. Folks, give a warm round of applause for Caitlin Begg.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So great to be back in Berlin today. Really excited to be here for Tech Open Air's 10-year anniversary, and lots of exciting talks today, including Chief Architect of OpenAI, Colin Jarvis's, later today in this room. My name is Caitlin Begg, and today I'll be speaking with you about technological modernity, AI, and a human-centric future. Now that's a lot of words, so I will get into what exactly that means. Today I'll explore the balance between AI technologies and traditional methods in driving organizational change. I'll speak about something called a socio-technical approach to AI adoption in the workplace, and I'll contextualize all of this within the larger macro environment of technological modernity. Before we get to the technological part, modernity. Modernity refers to both a historical period and a set of sociocultural norms that arose in the wake of the Renaissance. For the purposes of today's discussion, I'm going to focus on the sociocultural norms. Far before algorithmic-based technologies, German poet Heinrich Heine referred to modernity as spacious and joyless, and that it took us away from an ancestral lifestyle in 1826, amidst the Industrial Revolution. French polymath Gustave Le Bon spoke about modernity as the age of crowds in his defining work in 1895. Now, if we fast forward 123 years to 2018, the 1975 refers to modernity as something that's failed us and sings about how hardening communication causes a lot of issues within our society, miscommunication and hypercommunication. So what are the differences between some of these critiques of modernity between the 19th and 21st centuries? Well, technology. Technology is one of the major factors impacting our critiques of modernity between the 19th and 21st centuries. But what exactly is technological modernity? Technological modernity is the era that we're living in today. Constant change, acceleration. We wake up every morning and there seems to be some kind of new technology or something new going on. It's characterized by a lot of change, yes, but also accelerating at a pace that might feel overwhelming to all of us. It also involves digitalization. First beginning with the initial architecture of the internet itself, then to big data, and then to AI. And as I just mentioned, technological modernity is characterized by so much change. And all of these changes really reflect in the workplace. All of us in the audience can think about how much workplaces have changed since either you started in the workplace or reflecting on past decades. Systems have moved from analog to digital workflows have been prioritized, and hybrid and remote work has become the new norm. Now, sometimes work can feel like this advertisement from 1999 Yahoo Internet Life that I sourced when indexing thousands of pages of out-of-print technology magazines. Today's workplace tidal wave is AI. And there's all these promises about AI. It's going to make our lives easier, more efficient, smoother, work easier. But how are we supposed to unlock all these benefits if there's so many issues still within the workplace in regards to communication, collaboration, and so many other everyday issues? So as it pertains to some of these issues with artificial intelligence and work, McKinsey just came out with a new report, and they said that this year there was a lot more adoption and value-driven outcomes from AI, which is great. However, if we look at BCG's recent survey of more than 1,400 C-suite execs in 50 markets, 66% of leaders said that they're dissatisfied or ambivalent with progress their companies have made with AI. And this statistic stuck out for me. Only 6% have begun upskilling in a meaningful way. And IBM released a similar report in May 2024, which said that half of CEOs were saying that they're pushing their organization faster than their employees are ready to adopt AI. Also released in May 2024 was Microsoft and LinkedIn's Work Trend Index annual report. And they found that 78% of employees are doing something called BYO AI, or bringing their own AI to work, outside of the norms or structures of the organization. Then that's not just bad on an organizational level, that's also not great for the individual worker. Another driver of this BYO AI is because work has accelerated faster than all of us can keep up. I mean, think about our everyday lives and how many pings and notifications we get. 68% of people say that they struggle with the pace and volume of work, and almost half feel that they're burnt out. And email overload persists. 85% of emails are read in under 15 seconds. That is just such a crazy statistic. And the typical person has 4 emails for every one that they send. I mean, crazy. To zoom in on this again, the typical person has to read about 4 emails for every one that they send. Now, before this was the case, before we had 4 emails before every one that we sent, what did everyday conversation in the workplace and life more generally look like? Well, there's been a dramatic shift from the 1960s to the 1980s to the 2000s, and then to the 2010s and 2020s. What has marked this shift? Well, algorithmic-based technologies and the acceleration of communication has really led to everyday conversation being bifurcated into so many different streams. There's so many different ways that we can communicate, and that can be very, very overwhelming in the workplace. It also means that big tech is commoditizing our conversation and monetizing our time and attention. So how are we supposed to focus and find time to unlock these big potentials of AI in the workplace if a lot of our time is being taken up by these everyday conversation streams? This acceleration of communication leads to something called hypercommunication, or excess inbound or outbound communication, often precipitated by technology. This term was first coined by French sociologist Jean Baudrillard, but I've been researching this topic since 2016 when I did my undergraduate Harvard thesis on related topics. I began my career in Silicon Valley, and I saw that the acceleration of communication and asynchronous communication and the way we were valuing technical communication over in-person communication was a cause for concern. So with hypercommunication, it means that there's so much communication in our everyday that it becomes very overwhelming. And something else that characterizes hypercommunication is constant availability. Think about the modern workplace. So many of our offices really, because of this hybrid and remote work paradigm, expect us to always be available. And if we're always available and we're always expected to answer something instantly, how are we supposed to get into that phase of deep work, into phases of ideation, of creation, of connection? It's impossible. Now, I will caveat this with asynchronous communication or communication that exists outside of a steady stream, so emails, Slack, Teams, has positive and negative effects. It allows us for more time to think about our answers. It allows us to take the time and space to do work at our own pace. And as illustrated in this image on this slide that I generated using several prompts from DALL-E, there's prospects and perils of it. However, whether it's good or bad, and regardless of our personal viewpoints of it, If 46 to 75% of an average 8-hour workday is spent on asynchronous communication, how are we supposed to focus during our meetings? I mean, we've all been in meetings before and seen people's faces lighting up because they're switching on to different tasks and they're answering different messages. Hypercommunication makes that difficult. It also makes it difficult to ideate, create, and realize the value of AI-driven change in the workplace. For AI-driven change to work for an organization's social system, its people, the organization must cultivate robust communication norms with steps to avoid hypercommunication. And this leads us to something called socio-technical AI adoption. Now, what do I mean by that? Socio-technical and socio-technical systems more broadly refer to the joint optimization of social and technical systems. In simple terms, that means making sure that people and technology within a workplace work together and are jointly optimized. Now, what I'm going to do is link a socio-technical systems strategy approach with successful AI adoption in the workplace, and also with the importance of workplace culture. Because if we think about this, we're making so many changes in the workplace, we want them to be sticky. We don't want to just adopt all these softwares or big changes and then have employees revert back to their old ways. So how do we make sure that these changes are sticky and they work for our workplaces? A successful socio-technical approach to AI adoption in the workplace first involves two things. And this is within the larger context of a socio-technical system analysis. And this is something that, through my role as founder of Authentic Social, I've been hands-on working with organizations on this for the past 8 years. I've done research on this across the US and Europe and presented on it. And it's something that is a really undervalued problem, how much communication issues really affect our ability to unlock new frontiers within the workplace. So in order to get to this socio-technical approach to AI adoption in the workplace, we first want to focus on organizational fit and employee buy-in. For organizational fit, what this is it's looking at the social system of the organization. Are your people ready for an AI adoption? Are they ready for this big shift? And this needs to be done in a rigorous way. Rigorous qualitative methods need to be undertaken to make sure that your organization is fit for the type of changes that you might be thinking about. You need to understand the constraints that your social dynamics might place on the design. Hybrid, remote work, flexible work, different time zones, whatever that might be. And this involves a 3-level analysis: individual, group, and macro. So first, on the individual level, we're looking at employees' motivations and adaptability. How adaptable is your workforce? This may vary based on the industry that you work in, the location where you're based, or just the individual personalities or collective culture of the organization. The group then involves degree of cohesiveness and joint understanding of process, communication patterns, and more. This relates to what I was speaking about before, looking at whether there's any hypercommunicative practices within the organization and how we can work structurally to undo those practices. On a macro level, we're looking at your organization's reward systems and broader relationship between the organization and its employees. I've worked with organizations where C-level employees were taking sensitive company data and talking about it on WhatsApp instead of approved company channels. And by looking at their communication systems and creating better and more robust communication norms, they prevented a lot of knowledge loss. And they made employees feel more included in the conversations and feel like they knew what was going on within the workplace. Now, employee buy-in is next. All of this is all well and good, but if you don't have employees buying into the change, that's a huge issue, even in and of itself. Several studies underscore this importance of workplace learning in job satisfaction and organizational commitment. And that's why this learning-focused approach to AI adoption in the workplace is so important, and it helps us understand that when we're having such a big shift in the workplace, we need to involve our employees, and that needs to be on an everyday basis. And we can't forget about company culture. Literature suggests that companies that have an innovation obsession, so they're all constantly wanting to innovate, they only really see benefits alongside high perceived job quality and positive working conditions. An organizational culture, and a strong one, leads to better outcomes as it pertains to profit, as it pertains to efficiency of the organization, and so much more. And again, it loops back to the employee learning. So within the context of technological modernity, ideal socio-technical system design fosters loyalty, collective solidarity, and collaborative conversation among employees, teams, and executives to create an embedded, fertile environment for practical AI adoption. So much of a focus on AI in the workplace has caused a shift. We've overvalued AI and data at the expense of communication, people, and culture. And ideally, this should be a dialectic of exchange between technology and more traditional analog elements. That's why progression to analog is a tool for a more human everyday amidst technological modernity. Things begin on a micro level. In my personal life, progression to analog has looked like beginning each day since the 5th of September 2022, reading nonfiction before any phone or computer use. And if we want to enact these big organizational changes that we've dreamed of and that everyone at Tech Open Air is speaking about, this begins on a micro level. The organization is a mosaic of individuals, of everyday habits, and of the ways in which we interact and engage with technology to enact this technological change. So we need to reframe our relationship with technology and reintroduce elements of analog to the human experience, direct, unmediated experience. And I speak about this each Wednesday on Progression to Analog with tactical strategies of how we can do this on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. And this could engender a similar shift within the organization and prime our workplaces for prime AI adoption. And I'll close with this. The real innovation we need is less technical than it is social. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. Another big round of applause for Caitlin Begg, please. All right. So folks, maybe we can kind of like shuffle a little bit along here because the next couple of talks are going to bring in a lot of other people, and it's kind of like challenging to kind of like make their way all the way to the middle. So please be so kind to just kind of like tree shake the room a bit and distribute yourself towards the middle more. So yeah, everyone here in the middle, if you'd be so kind, just shimmy over, shimmy over, shimmy over. And then we can make sure that everyone has a good time, less interruptions, and also the folks that are watching the stream can kind of like catch a glimpse of what's going on. The next person that we have here, another highly anticipated talk, titled From Research to Production, Incorporating AI in Your Product by João Graça, who is the co-founder and CTO of Unbabel. Many of us already know that, the AI human translation platform who has raised over $100 million. He has a PhD in NLP, was a postdoc researcher at University of Pennsylvania, is also the co-founder of the Lisbon ML Summer School, so you can really nerd out with him over taming models or wrangling models and serving. So please give a warm round of applause to João Graça.
Hello, everyone. Thanks a lot. So it's my pleasure to be here. So I'm basically going to talk a little bit about my experience over 20 years of doing research and actually move those models to production for our customer benefit. I guess we already went for most of my introduction. I'm actually like the proud father of three girls, CTO, co-founder of Unbabel for several years, PhD in natural language processing. I started the summer school back then and 14 years ago because we wanted more people to know about machine learning and NLP. It was not so highly adopted as it was right now. And then I worked on 2 startups, both on machine learning, on recommendation, which both failed. But I met my co-founders and we started Unbabel. And just to give an idea what Unbabel is, so right now Unbabel is around 300 people and we're working with a lot of enterprise companies solving their multilingual needs. But our vision was always to build the translation layer of the internet, so allowing everyone to speak with everyone else in different languages. And when we started back in 2013, we had 2 intuitions. So one was the current state of machine translation, to steal statistical machine translation, was not good enough to deliver to the final customer, but it was already very useful to help people, translators, to be more effective. And on the other hand, if you actually want to massively increase the amount of translation you could do, for instance, like customer service or reviews, you couldn't just rely on professional translators. There weren't enough of them. And so we thought, well, maybe we can use bilinguals. I mean, I speak English, I'm not a translator. I'm not even very proficient, but I wrote a PhD thesis and a bunch of articles. So can we put these 2 things together? The other thing that we were kind of thinking was, well, if we want to use bilinguals, we need to make their job as easy as possible. And there was this kind of like very early research on like augmented translation, where the idea was basically you see a translation and you could click on the words and so correct different suggestions. And so really what we're going for was like, well, let's have an Erasmus student. While he's going to have some drinks in Bairro Alto at night, he can correct some text and make beer money. Does this work? This was kind of the idea. And so basically the first thing we have to do like every startup is let's set up an MVP. So we had a text box where you could put some text. We took the text and we sent it to Google Translate because it was the best machine translation engine that existed. And then we sent it to our community, which was mostly friends and family, to correct the errors. Got the results and we could check, is the quality good? Is the speed good enough? And this is actually how we started bootstrapping. There was one challenge, so you couldn't access Google Translate inner models. So you couldn't have the search graph, which is what allowed us to have the options to basically select. And so we said, okay, so if you want to prove the point, we have to implement our own AI model. And so we resorted to the Moses Statistical Machine Translation System. This was an open source toolkit that everyone in academia used. I had contributed to it during my PhD, and we trained our first English to Spanish model. It was not as good as Google, but it did the trick, and actually you could do whatever you want with the model. We have all the access and permissions to it. And yeah, this was Startup Babel. We went to Y Combinator, winter 2013, kind of first Portuguese company there. And this was like right after the interview. The night before was very interesting. So we spent a lot of time preparing for every single question that you could potentially have on the interview. It's just 10 minutes, you have to be really good. And I spent the night up with Hugo, basically putting the empty model working on my computer connected with his cell phone so he could make the demo and show how the technology worked. Very clunky. And then only one of these things worked. We got to the interview the next day, and there was like 4 people from YC, Sam Haltman, Gary Tan, Mike Siebel, and Yorf. So all of them became presidents of YC. And we rehearsed everything that was possible. And yet we got there, and Sam just turns to Vasco and say, so you're in Babel, transition company, right? Yeah, what about the GTM market? And like, whoa. And the 4 of them just started hitting questions. And we just couldn't breathe. But before it ended, we were able to say, wait, just look at this demo. And they look at it, and they saw the AI working and how the product was different. And that, I think, was the click that allowed us to get in. And I think, like, the first lesson when you're starting and if you want to use AI is basically be very pragmatic. Just build whatever you want. Don't try to reinvent the wheel. If you can use existing tools, do it. If you can't, just try to use open source and just make sure that you can prove the point. Fast forward, like, we did YC, we came back to Portugal, and now we actually needed to build a product. We needed to scale from English to Spanish to like a bunch of languages. We needed to build all the infrastructure to do payments, to support the community. So there was a lot of things, and we were just like 5 of us founders plus 5 that we managed to hire. But there was still a lot of problems that we needed to solve in research. Like one of them that just came up was if you're doing customer service, GDPR is important. It was becoming a big thing. So you needed to learn how to do anonymization properly, and you needed to do how to do anonymization for translation, which means you can't just replace a name per name, because you lose the gender. So if you want to translate to Portuguese, you don't know if it's masculine or feminine. And so one thing we did is basically we start advising master students and PhD students, so that's cheap, to work on these problems. It has to be a win-win strategy. So actually, from the academic point of view, what we're giving them was real-world problems, real data, and a platform where they can test the research. And this worked very well, and actually, from these projects, we got a bunch of research grants that sponsor part of the umbrella research, the community, and you can look back and look at a lot of the innovations I'm going to show you and trace them back to the original research grant that started working on it. So the other things, like once you're starting, try to augment your team in this way. It's a very easy way. It's a win-win situation. There's some caveats that I can talk to you about, but I think it's something that you should consider when you're starting. Okay, so then we grew. Fast forward, we raised Series A, we hired a bunch of people. We managed to hire a lot of researchers. Actually, one thing I forgot to mention, these master students, interns, PhD students, they are amazing to fuel a pipeline of recruiting because you know them already, you know the ones that are good, and they love the company. So we got all these people. We started doing a lot of interesting research, publishing a lot. But we had a problem. Nothing was going to production. It was basically stuck in that research cycle. And this is actually one of the biggest problems that you have with companies doing research in-house. And so back then on engineering, we were working with cross-functional teams, kind of the Martin Kagan model of product, engineering manager, and design, and decide, well, let's just move research into the product team. So we took all the research members and we put it on the product teams. Well, we started getting some of the research back into production, but then we got another problem, which is researchers start just basically looking down to the day-to-day problem. like complaints like, oh, this machine translation error from customer X needs to be solved. And so we kind of lost the ability to look forward and to innovate. And so basically we get this step back and we kind of split the team into two. So there's like the more AI research, kind of thinking more like long-term problems. And then there's like the applied AI, which is people that really love the idea of like getting research into the hands of customers and seeing the impact. And those work with cross-functional teams with quarterly OKRs. Now, this is not the full solution. And I want to tell you a story because it was very frustrating, which was a couple of years ago, we developed an amazing machine translation model. It was a multilingual model, one of the first. The performance was very good, so it was better than any other model that we had. And it solved like a huge operational problem that having to deal with gazillions of models in production and put them up, train, retrain. So it should be something amazing. It was not. It never got to production. It was just like a lot of frustration for the researchers, for the team. And honestly, it wasn't anyone's fault. It was literally a process fault. And there was a couple of things. So one was, we didn't plan for it. So researchers finished, they wanted to talk with the AI tech team, and they had a huge roadmap full of stuff that they had to do, so they didn't have time to pick up on that model. The other thing is, like, once they had time, it was done with like research code. So they didn't understand the code, they didn't know the model, they didn't know how to actually, what to do with that. The model needed to use GPUs. We're not ready to use GPUs in production. We didn't know how to do scale down and a bunch of things. So we didn't know what to do with that. And then, in terms of data, research was using like the traditional research data sets because they publish, they're open source, you can compare with other models, and that makes sense. But once they run it on our customer data, which is the thing that we really care about, the results are not as good. And they missed an important thing, like we're not properly dealing with terminology, that when you're doing enterprise translation is super important. And these three things together just means like it was impossible to actually move this to production. And so I think that what we learned from here, and we learned a lot of stuff and we're kind of putting it in production right now, is first of all, be very clear on aligning the long-term and the short-term planning. Make sure that you plan and allocate time for the handover, and make sure that you bring the business requirements, the real problems from the customers, to the research team, so they start playing with it from the beginning. The other part is use the same code base. Try to use the same code base, the same software tooling, everything that reduces the time to put stuff in production. And I'm not saying like go for a lengthy product readiness review. Don't do that because you don't want to slow down research, but make sure that you minimize that work. Use the same test set. So make sure that the same way researchers can, with one click, run on a public data set where they publish on, they can also run on internal data and see the results so that we're always aligned at the end goal. And the final thing that's very important is reward the research team by actually having the model in production. So right now, one of the most important KPIs that we have at the research team is number of words that are being translated in production using our latest model that I'm going to tell you about. Because this aligns incentives for them to make sure that things go until the end and not just hand over and go to something else. So I think this follows a little bit the principles of DevOps. You know, right team typology, right processes, right flow. It's very similar, but applied to a slightly different problem. Okay, so then new opportunities. So this was basically, we're doing a lot of translations. Things were going amazingly well. And Babel has this thing that this machine translation plus human. So every translation you do, you actually get more data to train your model. So basically the models keep getting better and better. And we could see that a lot of times, there wasn't a lot of work for the humans to do. The translation was already good enough. And this kind of like was an opportunity that we needed to explore. At the same time, there was the small research group that was starting to work on something called quality estimation, which was this model that tried to, given the source text and the translation, try to predict how much effort does it take a human to correct this. And we actually thought, okay, if this works, and the clicker works, both work, this will be amazing because now you have a pipeline that you can do machine translation and you can say, well, is the quality good enough? Deliver to the customer. If it's not, basically go back to the quality estimation part. And we just jumped completely all in. So again, we gave this task to the research team, long term. We start working on the open source toolkit and share it with the research community so they could collaborate, so we could learn from each other. We start participating on the open competition on the workshop for machine translation, so we could always compare and gain traction. And then we start putting on the product as soon as we had something working. Now, in the beginning, the performance was not very good, so you couldn't skip. But it allowed us to get customer data and start understanding where this thing is going. And we just keep pushing. And right now, we have Comet, which is kind of the standard to evaluate machine translation systems. it's the best system. It's better than Microsoft, better than Google on the competition that we do. And it just shows like it's a very specific problem that if you have a team dedicated in the right data, you can actually get very good results on it. And I think the thing here is like you have to keep an eye on two things. I kind of see it has two different opportunity trees. One is like on the business needs. What are the problems that you need to solve that are important? And the other one is what's happening on research. What is the thing that if you understand it and you apply that, you can actually get the biggest yield? And sometimes these two things intersect, and this is where you should basically catch them and push them hard. Okay, now talking about disruption. This has been the last part of the talk. So this was around 2017. We had an amazing system for statistical machine translation with data from the customer. Everything was automated, so more data came. We spin a machine, we trained the machine. Everything was roses. And then we started seeing these papers on neural machine translation. And the results were still not amazing. The models hallucinated a lot. But we kind of knew that this was the future. Like it was definitely a step change for the system that we had. And we had to make a choice. Like we either stick with what we have and start saying, well, but the system is not that good, or there's still a lot of problems, or we just jump right in. And we had the same issue. Like none of us used to work on neural machine translation. Neural was something big and new that was coming, so we had to learn about it. And we applied the same formula. So partner up with academia. We pick up a really early project called Marin NMT that was a toolkit for neural machine translation that was also being developed and used by Microsoft. We joined, we contributed to the development. This allows us to fast forward the development of this to the place in production. And then we made the call. We're going to go all in and change all our models to this. And it was like a lot of operational work, a lot of learnings, but allows us to get really fast to use these models and basically bring the benefits to our customers. So basically, again, be very quick to identify what are the new trends, but once you believe in that, once you believe that is the trend you need to go, just jump all in and don't look back. And talking about disruption, so a year and a half ago, 2 years, ChatGPT came out and all the other models, and suddenly the only question I had for anyone, investors, everyone is like, well, isn't Babel dead? Like, can't you solve everything with the prompt? Which is very similar to the question we got in 2013 with Google Translate. And the answer is no. I mean, these models are amazing. You just saw a presentation from Google. They're really, really good. But first of all, there's a lot of scaffolding for enterprise solutions that we need to do. But more than that, I do think that you can compete with these models for particular problems that you're working on. And you can look at why do you need to differentiate in three things. One is cost. So in our case, you're using these models for every single word that you translate. So if you can get a 1 cent difference, it makes a change in very large volumes. The other thing is quality. I believe that if you have the right data, and that is the most important thing on AI, and you have the right know-how and know how to curate, you can get a better model. And the third one is privacy. A lot of customers don't want to send the data to Microsoft. They want to have particular systems. So there is still a chance to differentiate. And so we looked at what ChatGPT was. We understood large language models very well. We've done it for quality estimation, for NLMT. We knew what were the pieces that were inside the ChatGPT of these sort of models, like the instruction tuning part. We know the data that we have, and we know that we had quality estimation that allowed us to actually curate the data, which is something very important. So I say, well, we have everything we need. We started from an open source model, like Llama 2, so we don't have to have millions of dollars to train the foundational model. And then we could do this recipe, train all these models on top. So we said, let's do it. And this is like Tower LLM was born. So actually, the public release was today, so there's an article on Fortune about it. It's a model that does a bunch of tasks like machine translation, source correction, automatic processing, all to do with multilingual and translation. But on those tasks, it's actually better than DeepL, Google, GPT-4o, GPT-5. So it is possible to compete with the big players and actually develop AI that brings value to your business. So I think the decision is, don't just use AI because AI is cool or because you want to optimize customer service, because it requires a lot of knowledge to do it. But it is possible that if you know the value that you want to bring and the problems that you're trying to solve, it is still useful to go and do AI, even being a smaller company. So if I had to summarize this like into 3 parts, I would just say like, make sure that you know what's happening in research, which nowadays is not easy, there's a lot of stuff happening, but that allows you to identify what are the things that you should do that can give you an edge. Be sure that you can map to the business problems that you're trying to solve. And once you decide, just have the right team typology and the right process and go all in. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Joao. Folks, give another warm round of applause to Joao. Thank you so much for being here. We are pretty much out of time. So Joao is going to be roaming around the hallways. So if you have questions, definitely grab Joao for a quick chat. But stick around because there are a bunch of really interesting talks coming. So yeah, I would definitely try to tree shake the room a little bit. Again, we're going to get a bunch more folks trickling in. So if we can shimmy over to the middle, back it up nicely. That way we make it a lot simpler for people to just come in later. Also, there is a party tonight. Time has escaped me, snap. But free attendance for TOA folks. Pay attention on socials. Lock in your tickets for that. It's going to be Berlin-style madness. And in partnership with dance. So like, let's go and dance tonight. So folks, just check it out. Get your tickets and be ready to kind of like wrap up this nice series of days with us. The tree shaking isn't quite working yet, so please work with me. I need a little bit of help here. Can we kindly get the 3 rows on the left side here completely cleared? Is that something we can make happen? I believe in y'all. Come on, let's do it. Yeah. Let's also those 3 rows. If you can do that, it would be extremely beautiful. Come on, folks. Come on, get up. Get that circulation going. Work with me. Work with me. Yeah, because we're going to get a bunch of folks, and you know you're going to be in your talk, and then you're going to get interrupted by folks moving past you. So it's just actually convenient for y'all as well. So yeah, with that said, I'm going to announce the next 2 speakers for Fireside Chat. We will be graced with the presence of Joanna Bryson, who is a professor of ethics and technology at the Hertie School of Governance, has involvement with so many organizations that is a tongue twister, the EU, the OECD, the OSCE, the COE, and the GPAI. And I had to look them all up and barely didn't struggle over that one. Joanna has degrees in psychology and computer science from the University in Chicago, Edinburgh, MIT. So this person really knows their stuff. So a warm round of applause to Joanna Bryson. And then with Joanna, we also have Ivana Bartoletti, who is the Global Chief Privacy and AI Governance Officer at Wipro, right? Exactly, which is a leader in privacy and data protection. Also, very strong person in AI and gender rights at the COE, that's the Council of Europe, and has won the Privacy Leader of the Year Award in London 2022. So give a warm round of applause to Ivana Bartoletti. Thank you so much for being here. This one's yours. Do you want the show? You can sit over there nicely and
perfect.
The camera.
Brilliant. So it's fantastic. I mean, every time I see Joanna, I get very, very excited. So
well, this is better because now we're not only seeing each other, we're actually in the same room.
Yes, exactly. I just wanted to start with a question to you. I would like to know who in this room thinks that regulation around AI is going to hinder progress in artificial intelligence. Not so many, so we're in a safe room. So the reason why I'm asking
Wait, what about the other?
Well, the others don't, right?
No. How many people think it might help more than hinder?
Yeah.
I mean, of course, it'll do some.
Help.
That's a lot more hands.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking this, and that's the first question I wanted to, the first thing I wanted to discuss with you, is because a lot of times, I mean, all here we're involved in technology and products and solutions and how we can harness artificial intelligence, ML and generative AI. But a lot of the things that we hear a lot are about how Europe is going to lag behind even more because of the European AI Act and how much regulates AI, right? And I disagree with this claim. You've talked about this quite a lot. But the reason why I want to start with this is because I would like to ask Joanna what she thinks about this claim. And you're aware of the European AI Act, which will go into the AI Journal in about a couple of weeks. And then it will become progressively enforceable over the next 6 months, 12 months, 24 months and 36 months. Is a risk-based approach, which is basically builds the protections and safeguards around AI around product legislation, but it's not just product legislation because there is the dimension around fundamental rights, which is very European. Now, but a lot of people have been saying, no, there's too much regulation, too much red tape, and we know that the reason why Europe lags behind are much deeper than regulation, or not. So I just wanted to start with this and say, how do you see the European AI Act, and how do you see this in terms of development of AI in Europe?
Okay, well, thanks for the incredibly long question. So first of all, I don't only talk about European lagging, I also do write about it. I have publications, and not to talk about other things, but I've had the slides up at Rise of AI a couple years in a row too, but that was based on 2020 was our publication. We now have looked through the years, and actually China is falling behind Europe on the two metrics we were using, which was publishing in the WIPO database patents. And that's not so important in itself because there's a lot of game playing with patents, but also the market cap of the companies that held those patents. So the interesting thing was that we were trying to contest the narrative that there's only China and the United States. And in the first paper we found, what we found with the data from 2019 and 2020 was that China and Europe were more comparable than you thought. The rest of the world, excluding the United States, actually was more than China and Europe combined, right, on those two metrics. And then the US was more than the entire rest of the world combined, okay? So now that's not saying for sure there's nothing to worry about. I mean, we can also say Russia only it has the economy the size of what, Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg, right, combined, right? But it still causes a lot of trouble, right? So I'm not trying to diminish that we need to worry about Chinese hackers or whatever. But what I am trying to say is that tech has turned out to be the leveler it used to be. In fact, at the end of World War II, the United States GDP was more than half of the world's GDP. Now it's more like a quarter, somewhere between 20% and a quarter. And we're around 20%, and China's around 20%. So realizing we couldn't be there, it's not just our manufacturing. It is that we also have very, very strong digital economies. So that's one part of my answer about how are we doing. And then I'm going to do another part of the answer of how are we doing and another about the regulation. So the second part of that answer is that I reject the claim that Google and Microsoft and Amazon and Apple are American companies. Okay, they are originally from America, and that's where it started. But now it's like the gold rush. People from all over the world are going there. The EU actually produces more PhDs than any other region, right, in AI. So we're very good at what we do. But it's not just our talent, it's also our data and our money, of course, are going into these companies. And the physical infrastructure wraps the entire world. You know, Google has just itself wrapped the entire world in its own fiber optic cable because it thought it was getting spied on. It found out it was being spied on by its own government, right? Even though it was working with the NSA, the Snowden leaks released that the NSA had also hacked into it. I mean, there's real ecological costs as well as financial costs to the fact that Google now has to encrypt its within-house transmissions since it found out the NSA had hacked it, right? So anyway, this is infrastructure that I think, you know, to the best extent we want, what we want is competition, and competition is the way that we try to win. But it's not just winning; it's making sure winning on every level. So good customer experience. Ecological correctness, there's all kinds of ways, you know, corruption, not too much corruption or else your product will fall over eventually, you know, good practices. If you have no competition, all kinds of bad things can happen. But sometimes there's some products that are so essential that they become something else. They're called a utility. And so I think one of the things we need to figure out is what about these giant software complexes are products and maybe need to be, you know, more exposed to the market, and what are utilities? And how do we govern transnational utilities? The country that invented the utility theory stopped enforcing it in 2000, as we all know, right in the middle of Microsoft. And they basically stopped enforcing redistribution in about 1978. So we've seen this increasing inequality, and the polarization is incidentally correlated with that inequality. So I think that the governance is really important, and this comes back to this third answer. I think what we're doing in Europe is super exciting, and because I'm a professor, so on the one hand, I'm really sorry I haven't been here for more of the meeting, but I am really behind in my marking. You know, it's ridiculous. We all make fun of the students for putting things in at the last minute, but then what do the professors do, right? But anyway, I read, you know, one of my students was looking at how the GDPR affected the European economy. And there's lots of, it doesn't go with the main narrative that big tech wants us to hear, but there's lots of evidence that the European economy is doing incredible in the last 3 years. In fact, in 2023, more tech workers moved to the EU from the United States than the other way around. Just a smidgen more, but that's incredible, right? It's not the way it used to be. So I think we are winning economically. We're starting to win perhaps in terms of talent. People have fixed, the governments have gone out and started to fix the financing problem. There's still never enough talent, of course, but that's true globally. So I'm not saying that everything is solved and we should just relax. And in particular, when you were talking about the enforcement, I was like, well, maybe. Because one of the problems is we've got this nice legislation in place, but nobody is ponying up the money to actually enforce it. So we'll see if we actually get somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in agreement. I find, for example, on GDPR, which is obviously privacy is the area that I work on the most, we do have a big challenge coming up, in the digital system, in the digital world we live in the sense that the privacy model that we all rely on is very much based on consent, right? Which is very, very difficult in the age we live in because we can't spend our entire life reading privacy notices. They're very legalistic. Therefore, that comes to enforcement because the onus should be on the company, not on the individual, having to navigate the whole and the browsing experience, which is constantly interrupted by having to read all the privacy notices that we get. So there has to be that shift, in terms of will the consent model be the governance model around the data of the future? I think this is a very big question that we need to ask ourselves.
No, I mean, a lot of the consent notifications are done illegally. So the idea was that you shouldn't need that private data. It exposes you to risk to store stuff that would require those kinds of notifications. If you aren't storing that kind of data, then you don't need to notify, right? So a lot of it is actually done as an act of harassment against the European regulation. But I agree with you too that the consent model, I mean, it's important that what adults choose to do matters. But actually the legislation I'm most excited about right now is the Digital Services Act. Yeah. Because we want to know about how it is that people take the information they have about us and help alter our behavior, right? That is what we're checking. The DSA is about recommenders, and that includes search, incidentally, right? And it's about targeted advertising, and it's about profiling. And so it's almost, you can think of it as a way to check whether or not people are using your data in a way that they shouldn't. So I think this is what it comes down to. We're trying to figure out how to build a better society. No legislation is perfect. Nothing in this world is perfect. But what we do, the people who win are the ones who can improve fastest, basically. So we're always looking. We know there's mistakes. We have to realize there may be other regions that will become more powerful. I don't think it's likely to be autocracies because they do have fundamental problems with quality, right? It does seem that China has gotten better at supporting innovation than it had been before. But when you aren't free to speak, when you aren't free to differentiate, then you can't whistleblow. And if there's no whistleblowers, then there will be quality problems and there will be corruption.
Yeah, and so let's go back for a second to the sort of the governance that we're building across the EU, right? So we have the General Data Protection Regulation, which fully applies to artificial intelligence. And actually, what has been happening over recent times is that a lot of companies have thought that AI was a good excuse to avoid complying with data protection regulation, which is there. And as a matter of fact, over the last few years, data protection regulators have become de facto AI regulators. I mean, if I can think about the big issues around data scraping, and in fact, there is a lot of both the European Data Protection Supervisor, the Italian Data Protection Authority, the Garante, they've put out guidance around data scraping and all of that. But also when it comes to automated decision-making, Article 22 of the GDPR, which talks about the accountability when it comes to automated decision-making, the human oversight, that also applies fully when it comes to AI. So there is a lot of privacy laws that does apply to artificial intelligence. There is also the European AI Act, right? So of course the European AI Act is a complex piece of legislation. A lot will depend on how it will be enforced. And also I feel, and I wanted to know about this from you, is don't you feel that the risk I see is that it will be applied differently in different European countries, and we will miss the opportunity that we had even with GDPR, which is to act as a bloc in Europe and have, and to an extent, being able to deal with data, with privacy in a much more unified way. So a lot of now the local countries have to adopt their legislation, not to adopt, but they have to appoint their bodies. For example, the Italians, just a few weeks ago, they put out a strategy to comply with the European AI Act, and to some extent, they even went further on some elements. So I'm thinking, what do you see as the main challenges around sort of the next few months in relation to the European AI Act?
Okay. So first, a sort of side note, I bet there's a lot of people in this room that, like me, have attention issues, so please don't talk. I mean, come on. Anyway, now back to the actual questions. So I want to say something about the AI Act that was amazing that I had not thought of before. I was sitting in a room at a meeting somewhat like this in Amsterdam, a little while ago, last week. Oh, the big privacy meeting. Maybe you were there. I don't even know. You were probably there, yeah. I missed you. But anyway, I was at one of the biotech, the brain Neuralink people, and they were worried about regulating that and how that relates to privacy. And they said, actually, the AI Act covers it all, right? Because everything that you think of in terms of neural tech has to do with changing what you perceive and what it comes back out. So yes, a lot of what I worry about when I worry about AI is actually in the GDPR, it's in the Digital Services Act, as I mentioned before, and the Digital Markets Act, which is that market concentration part I was talking before. I am actually quite worried about the AI Act because of the pile-on that happened in 2023. So I thought it was improving. It was good to start. It improved again, and then a really big mess happened. And part of that big mess has been that they didn't quite tie it all together before they let it go. So actually, there's still a lot of opportunities for big tech or various other forces to pry open and kind of make a mess out of that particular piece of legislation. But at the heart of it, as you said, it's just product law. It's just that you have to actually keep around your architecture documents that we all know we make, right? You have to keep track of your revision control. Someone was just telling me, what was it? It's one of the really big, it was TOA. Somebody was just telling me about having gone through the revision control code of the code revision files of TOA to find out what had happened when before their big bugs happened, right? Microsoft does that. Everybody should keep, it's not, it was rocket science in 1980, code revision. So anyway, I think that will help increase the standards around digital products in general, because there's always the possibility, if you can do an action with your software, that you will actually therefore be classified as AI. So I hope that the whole industry will level up a little bit, but it's especially the AI people that were being sloppy. A lot of them couldn't even replicate their own products. They hadn't kept around the files about the parameters that they used when they were training, things like that. So I hope everybody's going to up their game, because what we do matters. It used to be you could build a building anywhere. You didn't have to get building planning permission. You didn't have to have trained, licensed architects. But eventually people became important enough that when buildings fall down and you killed them, you were held to account for that.
Yeah. No, I agree. And also, interestingly about the European AI Act is that if you look at, for example, the requirements about high-risk AI, high-risk AI, do you know what it is in the European AI Act? So the European AI Act is a pyramid, basically. It's a product-based legislation, and it defines the risk level of AI and wraps controls based on that risk level. So there is minimal risk, limited risk, and the bulk of the legislation is around high-risk AI. And high-risk AI is defined in 3 different ways, actually, to simplify, 2 different ways. One is when AI is a component or a safety component of something that fall under the harmonization legislation. So I'm talking about, for example, an AI that is part of aviation, of medical machinery, or that becomes AI under certain circumstances. And then if it goes wrong, it may have a detrimental impact on fundamental rights. So here we're talking about AI used in for example, performance management, or used in allocating when AI has an allocative function, or in the criminal justice systems. So in that case, so that's the twist. No, it's product legislation, but there is the fundamental rights element, which is very European. Now, around a high-risk AI, there are a lot of requirements, but actually, if you look at these requirements, they don't bring anything new. As you were saying, they basically ask this company to demonstrate that they comply with existing laws. So cybersecurity, transparency, human oversight. I mean, this is something that we're already aware of, no?
Well, yeah, so that was the amazing thing. You wouldn't believe how many people, again, in fora like this, would say, how can you think AI is a product? Software isn't a product, it's a service. And the way you can tell is because the libraries that you're basing it on change so fast. Look, do you know the SolarWinds thing? So SolarWinds was China hacking into a lot of governments to find out Chinese or former Chinese people. Like, basically, it seemed to be tracking what they consider to be their people, right? So anyway, I don't want to go to the politics of that. But the point was that hack happened not in the SolarWinds, not in their libraries, but in one of the libraries of one of their libraries, okay? This is called, like, your supply chain. You need to know who your suppliers are. And as software people, I know I used to hack everything, just download something from the web, right? No, if we're creating a product that has cameras and microphones in somebody's house, or if we're creating a product that, that actually helps people, determines like somebody's life, like whether they get a loan or what school they go to, stuff like that, then of course we actually have to do more work. And if we can't afford to do that, we shouldn't be making those kinds of products. There's other products that are less important, right? So if you don't want to deal with all this crap, which I get it, I totally get it. You could be an academic like me. My software doesn't matter. I don't do this stuff, right? You can choose the kinds of products and be careful not to retain the kind of data that you have to do so much defense for. But if you're going to have data that people might alter the lives of your customers because they have access to that information, then you have a moral and a legal obligation to make sure that's secured, and that includes knowing who is supplying and knowing all the little libraries and everything that was on, and then wrapping it up. I mean, even scientists, honestly, I said we don't have to worry. Even scientists now know that you don't just distribute the code, you have to like wrap it with the current bundle of the, so people can actually run it. Right?
No, exactly. And as it said, I think it's really important when you say, AI people, that will need to up the game, right? In the sense that, for example, take the issue of privacy, the use of differential privacy, the use of privacy-enhancing technologies. I mean, all of this is very important, right? And we do have to come up with things like this, no? But I wanted to ask you one other thing about one of the things that is being talked a lot in the papers, and you've been talking a lot about this for a long time, but it's been capturing a lot of the attention over the recent years, which is the issue of bias in AI, right? And I wanted to ask you, because the European AI Act basically says high-risk AI, they have to demonstrate that they've undertaken the due diligence and checked as much as possible that the product is not biased. So and we talk about bias as a problem only when, of course, ends up into discrimination. It's not, bias in itself, we're all biased. That's not the issue. The issue is when it ends up in discrimination. Then, of course, in Europe, you still have privacy legislation, which is very strong on, for example, the issue of fairness in processing of data and the outputs of data. And you have non-discrimination laws, which is quite clear. Nevertheless, non-discrimination law may be not completely fit when it comes to algorithmic bias. And I wanted to ask you where you think the debate is going on this. And of course, the tendency, if you share with the tendency that I'm seeing is in a lot of conviction that we can technologically fix this problem, which is actually a social problem, and whether we should move towards a different approach, which is the presumption of bias, and this is a bit of the debate that we're having on the liability directive. There is a discussion at the moment on liability. There are two liability directives being discussed in Europe. One is about fault of the product. But these directives seem to be finally switching a little bit and putting the onus on the company to demonstrate that their product is not biased. Okay. So I just wanted to check what you think about this. It's been a big issue, the bias in
all right. Enough about bias. I mean, seriously, I feel like it's like Hillary Clinton's email, So in that 2017 paper that I wrote, it actually came out of my evolution of language. I was interested in how intelligence even came around. That was where we came to the realization that bias came out of that the bias that we have, that we express, would also be mineable from our language, right? So then the boring headline said, oh, AI is sexist and racist. And the better headline said, and it's our fault, right? And in that paper, we say at the end, you know, it isn't the kind of thing you can fix technically. What you have to do is fix your society and then retrain off of the new data. And the Obama, this is really old, the Obama administration got that. They said, we don't want AI to consolidate the consequences of 200 years of bad policy, right? So, you know, but I don't want to talk about bias because there's so much more to ethics, the AI ethics, than only bias. Yeah. So there is about responsibility and about thinking about who are you disconnecting. So we were talking a little earlier about, oh, I know, sorry, this isn't a podcast, but in the, about surveillance, right? And I got into a fight with Eric Schmidt. It wasn't quite a fight, it was just Q&A, but it was public and you can find the videos in 2018. And I said, if you have, like, if you replace a whole lot of soldiers with a few video cameras and a single algorithm, that becomes a single point that you can attack, right? And so people are going to optimize their way around that, and you're going to lose, right? And also you can have corruption, all right? So, I mean, again, you don't have to read too much of the news to know that people made this mistake, and it's caused a lot of trouble. So I just hate it when we come back to AI regulation. We're talking about on every vector. Yes, bias changes people's lives, but I do not just want to talk about bias.
No,
we have obligations to make sure that there are humans. And I think this is one of the tricky things. You know, Facebook has a policy now that they don't want to know. If you tell Mark Zuckerberg how the product works, you get in trouble because his job is to go in front of Congress and be ignorant. You know, and they don't want to know how the algorithm works, and they have a philosophy they're building up that, oh, nobody can understand really AI, right? No, what the EU has said, no, is you're responsible for knowing how it works. And you have to train the system to be understandable and to be so that a human who is, a human who has executive control, not someone that's just going to be a sacrificial lamb, but someone who could have improved the system, has the responsibility for that system. And that's what we have to keep doing, and that's the point of the EU AI regulations.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, and talking about surveillance, I mean, it's probably one of the biggest issues that we're facing right now. No, I mean, that changes the way that we behave in public spaces. I mean, it's a profound, deep change in our society. But I wanted to move on to another topic before we finish.
We only have 20 seconds.
And yeah, the topic is the international side of it, because a lot of people say, okay, in Europe we have the European AI Act. There have been a lot of talks about this, the United Nations, the Digital Compact, there is the Council of Europe. They just published their Convention on Artificial Intelligence, which is the largest. I mean, the Council of Europe is important because it's not just Europe, it's bigger than that. There's been Bletchley Park, there has been the Seoul thing. But the reason why I'm mentioning this is because in Korea, 2 weeks ago in South Korea, 16 companies signed some principles. The reason I'm asking to you is the global side of it. One time you mentioned, that's because I stalk you a lot, but recently you mentioned something about for example, can we have an agency like the governance that we have around nuclear, for example? I mean, is this something that would work?
Okay, so two things quickly to say about that, and then I do think we should stop. But this is quite relevant also to the next talk, which is of course OpenAI. The United States, I don't want to blame one player or whatever, but some people who have a lot of money and seem to want to disrupt all this digital regulation that we talked about that's making our societies more secure by focusing everything on large language models. And they are not the only kind of AI. There were some great talks in this room just before. You know, it is not only about the big players. The big players don't have a moat. And I think it's important that we have diversity. And in fact, this goes back, because there's centuries of theory on this. We always want diversity also of governance, because if you have a single point of government, again, regulatory capture. So same danger of having a single algorithm, right? So I don't think we want to have one world government. I think we really, the EU's model is great of having these different diverse ways of applying even a single law. So going back to that answer. I don't think that I'm unhappy about trying to make all AI regulation about large language models, just like I'm afraid about making it just being about bias. But I do think the UN may have a role to play in helping us coordinate our policies to the extent that it makes sense to coordinate them.
Totally. Brilliant. So thank you. It's been really good. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Joanna Bryson, Ivana Bartoletti. Thank you so much for being here. Yes. So folks, yeah, so you can all notice that's pretty packed in here. So I see a couple of patches. Let's fill it up. Let's shake the room again. If you see a seat to the left or right of you, shimmy over so we clear room up on the left and the right-hand side of the room so people can sit down, because we have to clear the aisles. The fire department would not be happy about this. If anything happens, we wouldn't be happy about it either. So let's try to make it work, folks, and then we can get the next talk started. I know we are all pretty antsy for that one, so let's shake it up. Let's shake it up. Let's shake it up. All right. And meanwhile, keep in mind, tonight, 2300, party happening. So if you have your wristband to go, make sure that you show up at the party. Open Circle in collaboration with Dance. The TOA closing party is going to be good music, good folks, some surprises there. So make sure that you show up, like pen in your calendar. And if you still need a wristband, make sure you secure that today before the event is over. We're still shaking. I see there's a patch over here. Can we move that over? Someone seated there? Yeah, please. Go for it. Go for it. Let's do it. There is a seat over here. Someone's looking for something. Let's make it work. I see a nice number 7 over here. Folks, I need help. Like, if you see a seat next to you that's empty, raise your hand so we can make sure. Look at that. So there's a hand over here, folks. Someone wants to scoot on over. All right, and then I think we got it as packed as possible. Double checking. All right. Oh, there are a couple of spots over there. So worst case scenario, let's just make sure that maybe if we're going to kind of like break rules, then we're just going to have one row of people stand over here. But at least enough pathway for 2 human bodies side by side to kind of like make it out, then I think we've technically tried to do as best as we can. So it's probably not the legally correct thing to say, but we're going to make it work. So yeah, any hands still? Is everything claimed? Oh, snap. So now we really have to get started. All right, so I'm not going to say too much about this. The person that we're going to listen to, OpenAI, Colin Jarvis, started at OpenAI over a year and a half ago, bumped up 2 weeks ago to chief architect. Needless to say that he's seen a lot of things happen there in the time that he's been there, and probably has heard too many jokes about him having to work at OpenAI to make Tony Stark's dream happen because his last name is the name of his AI. So without further ado, Colin Jarvis, mic is yours. Big round of applause.
Hey folks, how's it going? Right. Hey, great to meet everybody. Hey, I'm Colin. So I am from OpenAI, and the topic of today is what's next for large language models. So what we want to go through is, I guess, over the last year, we've obviously seen a ton of change in the industry. And what I wanted to do was kind of like take a look back, look at like some of the failures, some of the successes, and then take a look forward at like some of the things I think that we might see over the next like 3 to 6 months. I mean, predicting like any further past that or even 3 to 6 months is like probably spurious, but I'll try my best. And yeah, we'll see what we can learn. Right. So first of all, Colin, Chief Architect, nice to meet you guys. I work with our strategic customers at OpenAI to help them build applications on our API and ChatGPT. And yeah, I guess I'll talk about a couple of those cases today, just to kind of illustrate the ways that LLMs are working and the ways that they are not working, because I've seen both. So getting right into it. We've learned from some of the failures. So this is taken from a headline in Canada, where I'm from. So Air Canada had a chatbot which gave incorrect information. I think it gave like an inappropriately high refund to a customer, and it was found to be liable for that. So they had to pay out to the customer in this case. Another high-profile failure was Chevy opened up a chatbot on their website. And I think within a couple of hours, some enterprising people managed to get the AI to sell a Chevy Tahoes for $1. And while I'm now enjoying my $1 Chevy Tahoe, it highlights the risks that come with these applications when you deploy them out into the world without the proper guardrails, without the proper checks with them. But it hasn't all been failures so far. So some of the successes we've seen over the last year, 2 of my customers that I worked with are Morgan Stanley, Klarna, both really high-profile deployments of Gen AI that delivered a ton of value, have been safely running fingers crossed, over the last like kind of 6 to 9 months. And we've seen as the technology has continued to evolve that they've continued to get value from those. And I want to kind of focus on those patterns that we've seen work well throughout today so that you folks kind of know, like today, what are the use cases that work fairly well and what are the ones that are still emerging and still need more work. Cool. So the things I want to focus on before looking at what's next. So a couple of use cases. Customer service, one that we've heard a lot about, one that's working fairly well in certain industries. Autonomous assistance, this is more of like a work in progress, but there's some like deployments that I think are showing where that can go. And content generation, which is one of the first things, just building images, text, this kind of stuff. And we're seeing some pretty cool deployments of that as well. Then I want to take a slight pivot to user experiences. So like one of the reasons some of these are working is they're balancing like risk and automation in the right way. So they're not just like allowing the AI to go out into the world and make all of its decisions by itself. They're keeping a human in the loop and they're building the right sort of user experience that they're still getting some value, but they're keeping the safety. And then we'll also focus on some multimodal use cases and one around translation at the end. So let's jump in. Customer service. So the example I want to use here is Klarna. So based in Sweden, customer that one of my customers that I worked with over the last year, they built a customer service agent that's now doing the work of 700 full-time agents. This is a mixture of a fully automated solution for like the very simple journeys and then a human-in-the-loop solution where there's a human dealing with the human and they have like an AI assistant sitting next to them that suggests things and they can either accept those things or reject those things. And what it turns out is that that still makes them like 70% faster at doing their job. And it brought down the average call time, which previously was 11 minutes, went down to 2 minutes with this solution. So a lot of value there, but again, not fully hands-off, a kind of mixed solution. And we'll kind of hear a little bit more in a second about like what those experiences kind of look like. So moving on from customer service, because I think we've heard a lot about that over the last year, let's go with autonomous assistance. So this is a pretty cool one. I don't know if you folks have seen this, but the folks at Cognition made Devin, this like AI software engineer. And it's kind of cool. You almost like, you raise a ticket and then it has a file system and it will go and install dependencies, install libraries, go and write code. And you can continue to prompt it to kind of like push it in the right direction. And I would say like, the demos are super impressive. This sort of use case I think is like still not like fully mature enough to be like sort of like what it promises to be. But I think we can probably look ahead and see like if we get another, maybe a GPT-3 to GPT-4 type bump in intelligence, then you can start to see these use cases really start to make a lot of sense. And I think even Devin already, again, saves the software engineer a ton of time, even if they have to still jump in and unblock it from time to time. Another cool one, AI-powered drive-through systems. So we have this company Presto. So when you drive up to a drive-through, it's actually an AI talking to you. Again, I think like this is pretty cool. So Whisper transcribes it, and GPT-4 talks to you. Again, fairly like interesting deployment of the technology. I think it's like, again, I think there was a news article a couple months back that said like still, I think around 50% of the cases still need like a human to intervene. So again, we're not there with fully autonomous agents yet. We still need those humans in the loop, some kind of like a human manager with a bunch of AIs that they're managing. But I think that pattern is still working fairly well these days. Last use case that I want to focus on is content generation. So this is a pretty cool one. So Canva have this like magic studio, and it helps you build like all sorts of visual content. So like really good looking slides, like all this sort of thing. And the cool thing that I found, so I worked with Canva for a little bit, and the way that we assessed the quality of the model is we got a bunch of human designers to create content, and then we got GPT-3 to create content, GPT-4, and then a fine-tuned version of GPT-3, all three models, and then humans. And then we got a team of designers to mark those without knowing like who created them. And the GPT-3 and GPT-4 rated content was fairly poor. Then the human content was like a 1.5 out of 2 on this scale that had 2 points in it for some reason. But the fine-tuned GPT 3.5, which is fine-tuned on only 50 examples of how to take an instruction and turn it into like a beautiful set of slides, scored like a 1.8, which was like pretty impressive. That actually consistently over like a large sample size, a fine-tuned version of GPT-3, like a kind of dumber model, managed to outperform both humans and GPT-4. So it's this is one of the themes that I'm going to focus on as like one of the things we're going to see in the next 3 to 6 months. Like the ability to customize these models is a thing that people often like skip past because they just stick to like prompt engineering and this kind of thing. But actually, there's a huge amount of like latent value there if you manage to like focus your use case down to something like this, which is just somebody typing into a bar and then you turning that into a bunch of API calls which produce like beautiful content, which is what Canva did very well. Cool, so those were a couple of use cases that we're seeing work really well. On the other side, user experiences. So balancing control and automation is like one of the biggest factors that we see in the folks that succeed versus the folks that do not succeed. I mean, if you think about the Chevy example, like we punt a chatbot out there with like no discernible guardrails and it gets jailbroken within a couple of hours. Like this is like the wrong mix of automation and control. But then we have something like Klarna where actually it like basically triages the cases, and if it finds that it's one of those like difficult, nuanced cases which require human reasoning, we don't even try to solve that problem. We give that to a human, but we give that human an AI assistant to hopefully make them faster and more efficient. So the way to think about this is something like a spectrum, where on the left side, you have the human, so no automation. On the right side, you have your fully automated AI. And then in the middle, you have like many flavors of assistant workflows, where we've had folks that have like this human-to-human interaction with an AI on their shoulder kind of helping them. But then we also have some that have the AIs talking directly to humans, but they can go back to a human manager and ask questions to like unblock them if they get stuck, and then they go back to the human. So this is a South American company where they actually did it for sales, where these AIs would go out and do sales calls, and then they would come back and like ask for clarification, and a human would manage like roughly 5 to 10 AIs. And it was like sort of an interesting deployment of this sort of use case. So the way I like to think about these, of like whether I should do an assistant or whether I should do automation, is like on the task, what's the complexity on the y-axis, and what's the value on the x-axis that we're going to get from actually automating this? And to bring that to life with like customer service, some of the tasks required for customer service are going to be like assistant type tasks. So there's a lot of value, but it's a very complex process, like tier 2 support or like case resolution. We're going to use a human for that, but we're going to have them be assisted by an AI. And then the bottom ones, like tier 1 support, which is like very simple cases that's like, you know, look up my order and give me the status, this kind of thing. Or tier 0, which is like I call up and is trying to figure out what my intent is. Like this is something that we can usually trust an AI to do hands off with the right guardrails in place. So comparing that to a different industry, so in customer service, we've like roughly been able to automate, let's say like 60, 70% of like the workload. Legal, we automate 0. So legal, the cost of error is the cost of an error is obviously very, very high. So in this case, we pretty much use an assistant for everything. But the question is like, how much of an assistant do you use? You know, like does it like draft the whole contract and then the lawyer just like, you know, cast their eyes over it and hit submit? Like probably not these days. But what we do is like kind of go section by section. There's something like Ironclad have a tool called AI Assist. I think it brought down the time of doing a contract from like on average it was like from 40 minutes down to like around like 5 minutes, I think they said in the customer story that we had, which is clearly like, I mean, they're the vendor, optimistic figure possibly, but still shows that like there's a lot of value here, even in a high-risk industry like legal, but you need to have a user experience that's going to cater for that, where there's going to be a human reviewing, the AI is going to be highlighting things that it's not confident about for the human to review, and you're also going to be doing a lot of tuning to make sure that the model knows when it's not confident, if you see what I mean. And that's actually one of the most common fine-tuning use cases that we've seen, is like showing the AI where it should be unclear, where it should say, I don't know, basically, rather than actually like guessing a response. So just like thinking about that, this is like sort of a key point, is like whenever you're picking up LLMs or just any AI models, to be honest, like even narrow AI models, and like trying to do something with them, think really hard about like, what is the cost of an error here? And how much like control do I need to wrap around this? And then that's your user experience. And obviously for some experiences, like we don't want the AI at all, and we just want a human to fully do it, you know, which totally makes sense. So that's the kind of user experience consideration, number 1. Number 2 is like multimodality. So previously, like somebody sent you a voice note and you just like had to listen to the voice note. But now when I receive a voice note, I have this like extreme like 21st century entitlement where I'm like, why can't I tap this and like receive texts to read? Or like, you know, why can't it like read it? Like, you know, why can't I like deal with this in the modality I want? And I think this is something that we're seeing with AI, that we're like starting to develop this entitlement that like I consume stuff in the medium I want. And actually like there's some really cool use cases with that. I think again, this is like an emerging capability due to like latency and due to like the quality of the accents. Like I know we've got a lot of like non-English speakers in the room, and you've probably heard the like horrible American accent that like that uses with German and French and this sort of thing with our text-to-speech model. But I think there are some like really like nice use cases, and I think there's one. This is actually very old. This is from when we released the vision model, I think originally like June last year. But I really like this one. There's a company called Be My Eyes, and I'll just play a quick video here.
Lucy Edwards lost her sight altogether. Now a bit of tech is helping her picture
voice memos
what she can't see.
Open Be My Eyes. Take picture.
Lucy is one of the first in the world to trial an artificial intelligence-powered app.
What's in the fridge? ?
To not only describe the world around her,
Just eggs, milk, cheese,
but to contextualize it too.
What can I make with these ingredients? ?
Virtual volunteer. There are many dishes you could make with those ingredients, such as an omelette, scrambled eggs, or grilled cheese.
That's so cool.
Cool. Yeah, that is pretty cool. But the voice, unfortunately, this predates the text-to-speech model, which is why we have like the weird like old school robot voice. But like super cool use case. You know, it's like all that person needed was vision to interact with stuff, and then a voice interface to actually then like go back and forth and actually have a conversation. And like one really cool thing about that use case is I think some of you might have seen the GPT-4o demos of the kind of low latency speech-to-speech. And the cool thing there is like there's also a kind of like non-judgmental side of like dealing with an AI where you're like, this is like just a robot at the end of the day. And I can like one cool use case I heard from a Be My Eyes customer was that they used it to like should I wear like which of these two dresses would be more appropriate for like this summer thing that I'm going to. Previously they would have had to call with the app and actually speak to a human and then show a person, like which is quite like a personal thing, you know, like when you're getting ready at the start of the day. It's actually quite nice to have this sort of like robot that you can just ask and you know you're getting like sort of I mean we can't say like unbiased, but like a sort of objective view. And I think that's super cool. And like, if we think about like modalities as being a barrier, like, you know, I want to hear something and instead I have to read it or whatever it is. I guess language is another barrier. So like having to parse something from a language into another is like, even today, something that we get these weird like translation-ese sort of like translations from LLMs and like turning it from one language into text and then back into a voice in another language is still like quite a painful kind of operation. And I think that's like one of the most exciting use cases that I can see becoming more prominent in future with things like the GPT-4o model that we showed. And I think like Google and other operators have like similar models, 11 labs, like providers like this. So I just want to show a quick example here. And I'm going to also apologize in advance because this is like an old one that I took about a month ago. And it's like my terrible Russian that I'm going to use in this voice. I apologize in advance for. So here we go.
Hello, what can I help you with today?
Здравствуйте, я Колин Джабес. Я хочу знать, где моя гостиница. Это отель Москва.
Привет, Колин. Чтобы добраться до гостиницы «Москва», идите прямо 2 квартала, затем поверните налево на главной улице. Продолжайте идти еще 1 квартал, и вы увидите отель с правой стороны.
Cool. So I guess like the cool thing there, you can imagine the sort of experience now. So like it talked to me in English and said like, hey, what do you want? And then I spoke to it in a language and it just knew to switch into that language and then deal with my request in that language and like, you know, to a decent level of competence. And that is pretty cool because you can actually imagine with that level of latency, like even like putting it on your table in a restaurant and just like you and the server can then communicate, you know, in real time. And that's like a super cool, I think, development that I think there's like a huge amount of experiences we're going to see like emerge around that, which are going to be super cool. Again, just like if modalities are breaking down barriers because you can sort of provide what you want and get back what you want, then translation is also just like everybody effectively being able to talk across different cultures, which is also super cool. So the last couple minutes, I just want to like, I guess those are all things that we've seen like up to today. So like stuff that's like either working today or like starting to emerge as like a working pattern. But I want to focus briefly at the end of like what's coming next. So I want to show like a couple of patterns that I think we're going to continue to see. And again, this is like my best guess, but like, you know, hopefully it gives you some sort of signal. And let's get into it. So the first thing is that text models will continue to set the bar as far as like like intelligence of these models. The other modalities are like catching up, but I think it's like, it seems to be always text models that are moving ahead. And I think one part of that is actually the increasing competition is like playing in the hands of into the hands of the consumer here, where everybody is trying to compete to make the best text model. And the picture that we see today, sorry about this terrible chart, but basically they're colored by the organization that created them. And you can see that it's actually a fairly diverse top 10 that we've got there. So we've got 4 different providers in the top 10 with these text models. And every time somebody seems to hit the front, within about a month to 6 weeks, somebody then overtakes them. You know? And that is something that in the end plays into the hands of the consumer. We're going to continue to see these text models get more and more intelligent. And this is like kind of incremental gains that we're seeing, but you know, there's always the chance as well in the next year or so that somebody manages to make another step that we saw from GPT-3 to 4 in terms of intelligence, and then we see like an exponential gain, and then again, because of the competition, hopefully, again, this like kind of creep forward in terms of intelligence. So we will definitely see text models continue to increase in intelligence. The other weird pattern that we've seen is that even though these models have gotten more and more powerful, they've also gotten cheaper and faster. And again, I think that's sort of like how the market has chosen to react to how these models, they've gone for distribution. So I'm using the OpenAI models here as just an example, but this shows how much the cost has reduced since the start of last year. So like, you know, to an order of like between 70 and like, I mean, embeddings are like basically free now, they're so cheap. So it's the sort of thing where like, things that were uneconomical to do before, these use cases are now becoming available because you can just like do many, many more calls to the model, and these things start to become possible. So if the models are getting smarter and they're also getting cheaper, then it means that something that doesn't work today in like 3 months might actually be possible. And I think these are the sorts of advances that I hope we're going to like continue to see. The next one is increased model customization. So this one, I don't want to like delve into the details too much, but right now, what you folks can use are what's called foundation models. So these are models that have gone through post-training, like we've tried to align them and make them as unbiased as possible and make them, you know, work according to human instructions. And you can also do some limited fine-tuning on top of them. So like you can add your own data and you can like maybe narrowly make them better at like a few use cases, but then you lose some general capabilities. So that's kind of like the limit of what's there right now. I think we're gonna start to see more people. I mean, whether it's through like meta open sourcing models or whatever it is, we're gonna start to see more people becoming competent at like the previous stages. Because before that, we had something called a base model, which was sort of this like crazy thing, which just like knew how to repeat words, but had no grounding and no like values or anything, and needed to be post-trained into doing valuable things. And I have like a hypothesis that people are going to start to emerge who are very good at post-training these base models and actually offering those as like a model that's very good at a specific service. Because the one thing that you do have to accept with our GPT models or Gemini or whatever it is like that they will be more of a general model that's trying to do everything, and that you sacrifice some specificity when you do that. And equally, going even earlier in the process, I mean, I'm not sure, there is obviously a blocker here in terms of being able to actually get the compute and everything to do pre-training, but you may actually start to see people who have the resources to pre-train their own models as well and go even earlier in the process. The last thing is increasing modalities. So we talked a lot about modalities, and like I think we previously had a meta where it was like a model took in one modality and put out another modality. So you had like the GPT models, which took in text and code, and they put out text and code. You had audio, you had like Whisper, which did audio in, text out. You had text in, audio out. Then you had text in, image out. So it was like this like horrible patchwork of models that whenever you wanted to build an experience, you have to like stitch together 4 or 5 models and like, run the risk of in any of them, in any of those steps of hallucination happening. It made some things not work. What we're gonna start to see, I hope, is more like the GPT-4o model or Gemini 1.5 Pro, where actually one model can take in all these modalities and produce a couple of those modalities back. So you start to interact with the model a lot more like you interact with a person. You kind of like do something, you draw them something, or you write something, or you say something, and then it responds back in the way that you want to respond back. And that means that it'll become much more feasible to build these user experiences because you don't have to go through like 5 hops. Like the model is going to do a lot of that for you. And I think we're going to continue to see that, I hope, of like these like general models being able to deal with more than one modality at once. Cool. So those are the four themes. So I really should have had a slide here that recapped the 4 so that we could remember them. But basically, smarter models, cheaper models, more modalities, more customization. These are the things that we're going to continue to see over the next 3 to 6 months. And my parting advice to you is like not to build for what the models can do today, because we've already had like a preview of what they're probably going to be able to do in the next like month or two. So try to build for that capability that's coming. Like even if today you're stitching together 4 APIs, know that before too long, it'll be 1 API. And the latency for that use case might have gone down from 4 seconds to 1 second. And you know, it may be economical at that stage. And the last thing is, like, while these models are super cool, like they're actually, the thing is everyone else has access to the same models. And the thing to continue to focus on from your folks' perspective, like building things, is the way you differentiate is like how you bring your data to the model. So like through in-context learning or fine-tuning, and how you use services, like give the model tools that it can leverage. So if you have great services, then that already gives you an advantage. And the last thing is like your user experience. Like with the way things are changing, latency coming down, speech-to-speech is becoming possible, there are going to be new user experiences that other people are not going to discover, and you are. So I think it's like just imploring the crowd to sort of like keep an open mind based on what I've seen here. Try to think about like those user experiences that haven't yet emerged, and hopefully you folks can be the ones to discover them. And that is everything I wanted to present today. So thank you so much for listening, folks.
Thank you so much, Colin. Big round of applause to Colin, everyone. Colin will be sticking around for questions outside. Just a little bit of an administrative thing. This room is pretty packed, so let's just very slowly trickle out for the people that want to trickle out so we don't trip over each other.
I'll tell you that outside.
All right. You can head down to the bar or whatever, have a good chat. Yeah, so just be careful moving out if you're heading out to the next talk, so we don't trip over each other. Also, if you want to attend the party tonight, make sure you get your wristband, and then bring your good vibes, some dancing shoes. It's going to be good folks, some good music, some surprises. So yeah, seems like you're off to go. Was amazing, good talk. Yeah. Right, so for the folks that are sticking around for the next one, can we kind of like bring it back together a bit? I see some patches here, so we kind of like move in again. Make sure we have a nice dense crowd in the middle. So yeah, I see here some open patches, folks. Maybe we can just bring it together. Thank you so much. I appreciate it a lot. Maybe they're in the back there too. Just bring it a little bit together. And then I'm just going to wait for it to get a bit less chaotic so we can introduce the next speaker. Just again, another reminder, 2300 hours tonight, the party is happening. Open Circle event in collaboration or partnership with Dance. Bring your dancing shoes and jazz. People are gonna have a good time. You know how it goes. So yeah, it seems like we're kind of like settling into our target crowd for this talk now, huh? Alrighty. So for the folks that are moving out, let's kind of keep it hush-hush, because we're going to kick off the next talk. We don't have a lot of time. So in the spirit of time, folks, the next talk is with Levin Bunz, who is the partner at Hardcore Capital. They're pioneering early-stage fund. They specialize in tech and software solutions and investments, 750 million euros of assets under management, and they are mostly looking at opportunities in the EU health tech space. So give a warm round of applause to Levin Bunz, who is going to basically enlighten us about uncovering health tech hidden unicorns. Levin Bunz, warm round of applause, everyone.
Hi. Hi, everyone. So there's going to be a slight bit of AI in here, just not to lose everyone here. The red thread these days. So yeah, just very briefly on our fund, we're around 800 million sized fund with a 16-year track, focusing on software. And part of our investment thesis has been health tech for at least 10 years now, and we've been first investors in companies like Natural Cycles, Contact, Kaya, Cordy, and a couple of others. Yeah, roughly 10% of our investments. And today I wanted to give you a little bit of a primer for the next 15 minutes on what's interesting in health tech, what's hard, and I'm coming from a European perspective onto this topic, and so it's also going to be a lot about what's hard. So yeah, from a investment and venture capital perspective, healthcare has been sort of like an obvious investment theme for quite some time, and you could sum it up kind of like in a way that for as long as we humans will have physical bodies, right, we will try to live healthier and longer. So that's pretty much a growth market, a anti-cyclical long-term growth opportunity for tech investors to get behind. And so what we've been seeing across Europe has been like an increasing amount of entrepreneurial activity in the space. So yeah, it really always depends on what kind of database you use. But if you look at Crunchbase, around more than 27,000 startups have been built, formed in the last 20 years in Europe. Around 9,000 of those have gotten, or more, have gotten venture funding. And yeah, you can see basically at least sort of a, maybe minus last year, like a somewhat increasing trend of funding. In total, in those 20 years, we've seen over 20 billion euros being invested in the space. And so it might be a surprise that we've actually seen 6 unicorns in that space, or companies being valued over $1 billion, well, some of them a little bit higher. But for like from a dollar return perspective, this has been a pretty poor performance. And I'm going to dive in a little bit first into why that is. Amongst those companies that are sort of those European unicorns, we have Doctolib and DocPlanner. Right, they facilitate patient bookings. Aukin is an AI platform to discover targets, a French company. CMA Surgical is more of a like robotics medtech company. Sword Health is a Portuguese American company in digitizing physical therapy, and Ku is a Swedish company that you might have heard of because they're also patient-facing, just like Doctolib. Ku has been active in Germany for some time and moved back fully to Sweden a while back. There's also been 2 other companies in the space actually that made it to $1 billion in valuation and even to an IPO. But that performance has also not been very fortunate. So Babylon is does not exist anymore. It's a UK was a UK-based company. Rest in peace. And Benevolent AI, also London-based AI drug discovery company, is also not trading at like large market caps these days. But both were at some point valued at 2 billion. Yeah, so why is it actually so hard to build in healthcare? First, yeah, Europe is quite fragmented. So this is actually a map from 1848, but it could also be sort of the European regulatory landscape. It's at times country by country, at times for certain topics it's region by region. So if you want to address an opportunity in Europe, you basically have to build multiple products. You could say like 27 products, 27 companies in one. It's really hard to scale, right? Even if you have a target group that in theory is large, to get to them, you have to push hard, and that takes a long time. Secondly, I think this is mostly a fallacy that entrepreneurs fall into when they enter health. Important does not equal big, right? So the problems that entrepreneurs solve in this space are almost always important, right? There's people that have physical or psychological kind of pain. It's important to solve those problems, but from a venture perspective, yeah, it does not create always very big companies. And yeah, for instance, diagnosis, very hard to capture the value that you create, right? You tell someone what kind of disease they have, and then they go to someone else to get it healed, or they internalize that knowledge. There's been like a graveyard of diagnosis companies, for instance, right? Digital diagnosis companies. So, thirdly, our healthcare system is actually not that broken. So that creates quite a problem, right? The US, the spending per US patient is almost double as high as for patients in many European countries. And that spending, sort of that extra margin, that extra dollar per patient is to some extent margin. Yeah, so I think in healthcare so companies should first think of why they should not go to the US, why they should not build for the US. In most other tech verticals, it's rather the opposite, right? Like, think twice before you go into the US, a very large and very different market. Many of the successful portfolio companies that we have in health, they actually built either initially or as a second step for the US. Yeah, and then this is also very much a European problem, but also a bit of a human nature topic, right? None of the stakeholders in healthcare, whether it's patients, doctors, healthcare institutions, or governments, neither of them really reward if you come into the system with better quality, if you do anything in prevention, right? So if you, it's a dream of ours, right? Like that maybe preventative health is gonna really have a big impact soon, and possibly it will be, but I think the human nature alone doesn't really favor companies in that space. A bit of a downer, right? But everyone who drinks alcohol, for instance, right? Everyone knows that it's poison, but it's fun, right? So we do it anyways. And these kind of things, they pertain for many different kinds of preventative health topics and problems. Lastly, in the European healthcare system, our European healthcare system, and also one reason why our cost per patient is not as high as in the US. It's not the system does not want players to become very, very large and very, very profitable, especially not very profitable. And so the moment that you become very successful and have high margins, the payers, government, healthcare institutions, etc., they will try to squeeze you. It's currently happening in Germany with the famous DGAS. It happened to Kry, for instance, in Sweden. First, they were able to offer telehealth purely online, and then the government said, "Oh, so that's way too profitable. You're making a lot of money. Now you have to also be offline, and that's less profitable." Just as one example. So a lot of downers. At Hardcore, we were very excited about the space. Nonetheless, it just requires some patience, right, and looking at the right kind of areas. But also, we see that right now there are a couple of interesting things happening that, favor innovation in the space, and that where we believe that there will be some good companies being built. So. One reason is that we see that buyers are finally ready to procure modern software. So especially sort of in a B2B context, doctors, healthcare institutions. It's to some extent pressure from demographic change in Europe, right? More old people, less young people, also shifts in the kind of professions that people undertake on top. And so that really puts a lot of pressure onto the healthcare system. And we've just seen sort of during COVID and the years after that, yeah, we've seen some early indications of what that will mean in the future, and that kind of pressure to put automation, efficiency into the system, it will make institutions buy. Of course, also now the doctors that are practicing or the people that are buying for healthcare institutions, they're now by and large more or less digital natives. That helps. And then also software is just becoming now finally better, right? Better than the alternatives, and that also drives adoption. One key reason for the excitement on sort of the software maturity level is the AI topic, right? Also the talk before. AI and at the moment, LLMs especially, right? Like they allow for catering to a lot of, catering to more edge cases when it comes to human interaction. And so you don't have to rely on rule-based systems anymore so much to build something that's valuable for customers, and especially in healthcare, there's lots of edge cases. Also, medical knowledge is increasing exponentially, so we also see some opportunities to have a AI co-pilot-ish system for various use cases, and then I think on that space, I think still, and especially in Europe, data availability is a big bottleneck. So those companies that can overcome those bottlenecks, generate data either from the patients or from institutions, they are going to build interesting things. And then, third and final opportunity that we're currently seeing, not exclusive, of course, right? Like those three examples that I gave you. But biotech and software are currently merging, and that's quite interesting. So we see a number of like unusual companies where like the biotech funds, they say like, this is too much software. And then the software funds, they say like, but that's too much of a biotech kind of company. But through AI and maturing other picks and shovels software and hardware, so robotics, automation, software automation, machine vision, etc., you can now do interesting things much leaner than you could do that before. And so we see now the kind of founder-led companies on the edge between biotech and software that were used to from software. While in biotech, back in the days, you had sort of the research, the IP, and then you were spinning that out and putting a manager on top of the company. For a software fund like ours, that is not something that we understand well, but we understand how to work together with founders that start from zero and take their companies all to IPO ideally. I think on that in that area where software and pharma, biotech meet, I think you will also see a lot of interesting companies popping up. Thank you.
Thank you, Levin. Warm round of applause to Levin Bunz again. Thank you so much. You will be around here, so folks, if you want to have a chat, you can find them outside. Have a quick an opportunity for a connection there. And then, folks, let's tree shake the room again. Some spots are open over here. We have a couple of people on the aisle, so let's just let it clear up nicely. The next talk is going to be another fun one, but I'm going to wait for the room to kind of like find its new stable point before we kind of like move it along. One thing I have to keep reminding y'all, 2300 hours tonight. The party's happening. Partnership with Dance. Bring your shoes. Bring your good vibes. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a good one. Make sure you have wristbands. If you don't have that secured yet, make sure you do that before you leave the venue. So just keep that in mind. Don't forget that. And then we're looking forward to seeing y'all tonight with the good vibes. There is a lot of open spots here, so we can kind of like come in and get cozy. Perfect. So now we're kind of like getting there. So the next person we're going to be hearing from has probably one of the most beautiful names I've ever heard. Chris Mirabile. Holy smokes. CEO and founder of Novos, longevity expert focused on leveraging science to slow aging in a manner that's natty and safe. Focus on natural approaches and that are used safely. The title of his talk is Making Human Longevity Accessible and Achievable for All. Everyone give a warm round of applause to Chris Mirabile.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here today. As mentioned, my name is Chris Mirabile. I'm founder and CEO of the human longevity company Novos. And today we're going to talk about making longevity accessible and achievable for as many people as possible. So first, let's start with what is longevity and why does it actually matter to each and every one of us? Depending on who you ask, there are multiple definitions for longevity. For example, if you ask a scientist, they would say longevity is maximum species lifespan. So this would be the longest that a given specimen for a specific species has lived. And so for humans, that specimen would be Jeanne Calment, who lived to 122 years young. So that's the longest a human has ever lived. But if you ask someone more pragmatically minded, like us at Novos, we would say that longevity is an increase in health span, specifically the period of life lived without a chronic illness and maintaining high quality of life metrics to make life worth living. And then the hope is that by extension, we're going to also increase lifespan as a result, rather than focusing exclusively on lifespan, possibly at the expense of health span. So if you look at how lifespan has changed over time, we can see over the last 120 years that it has grown significantly. And this is because of the advent of things like sanitation, sulfa drugs, and then quickly followed by widespread antibiotic use, heart disease advancements, chemotherapeutics, and most recently statins. And that has added an additional 31 years of life, which is very significant when you consider we were only living to our mid to late 40s. And then if you look at health span, you can see it pretty much kept up with lifespan. But the thing is, more recently, in the past decade or so, for the first time ever, health span has actually started to decline. And you see this gap here. This is called the health span lifespan gap. It's most significant in the US, but not only in the US. And what we can see here from this data is that at the year 2000, the average American's years of life with disease was 11.1 years. And that has increased to 12.6 years in 2019, and that number continues to grow. And if we look at the healthy life trajectory of the 25 richest countries in the world, you can see, unfortunately, the US, where I'm from, is the only one with a declining curve. But all of the other countries, with the exception of South Korea and Qatar, are actually pretty much stagnant. The slope isn't very aggressive. So health spans aren't exactly keeping up with lifespans. Then if we look at longevity from another perspective, which is the income lifespan and gender lifespan disparities, we can see that there's a big divide between low income and high income. And specifically for females, this means 10 years of additional life in the high income group versus the low income group, and 15 years for men. And there's a number of different reasons for this, including access to healthcare, but also lifestyles, education, and so on. We don't have time to get into that today. But the point is there's a very big disparity. And we can also see disparities between males and females, obviously. But what's interesting is that that actually minimizes to only a couple of years. So it's more than a decade for people in the low income group, but only a couple of years for people in the high income group. So When it comes to chronic illness, the #1 risk factor, believe it or not, is age. Even more so than cigarette smoke causes lung cancer, age is multiple times a larger contributor than cigarettes. And you can see from this chart that it's actually exponential. So whether it be cancer, heart disease, stroke, dementia, you name it, this chart is a logarithmic chart. So if you can imagine how sharp these curves would be if it was a standard plot. And an interesting fact is that if we cure cancer, we would only add about 2 to 3 years of life. And the reason is that if someone doesn't die from cancer, they're going to unfortunately pass away from something else like heart disease. And the tens of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars we've invested into cures for these different diseases has potentially been the wrong approach. Longevity interventions, on the other hand, may be able to increase average lifespan by as much as 10 to 20 or more years. And eventually, we might be able to reach what's called longevity escape velocity. This is the point at which scientific innovations are outpacing time. So in other words, we might be able to live for as long as we choose to live. So that chart that I showed you a few minutes ago of lifespan and health span, our vision at Novos and others in the field want to see something like this in the decades to come, where we're increasing lifespan, but ideally we're actually increasing health span at an even faster pace so that health span lifespan gap is minimized. And we only spend a few months sick before passing away rather than a decade or longer like we currently do. So what do these diseases have in common? Cardiovascular disease, responsible for 1 in 3 deaths in the United States. Cancer, 1 in 4. Alzheimer's and dementia, 1 in 3 seniors in the US are affected by this. Parkinson's disease, 5% of Americans over 85 years old. And diabetes, 29.2% of Americans over 65. First is that our progress has been underwhelming. When it comes to lifespan, we've only increased average lifespan by about 6 to 7 years in the last 60 years. Second is that the #1 risk factor for all of these is aging. And third is that each is closely associated with what is called the mechanisms of aging, which we'll talk about now. So what can we do about this? Well, we can take a novel approach by addressing health span and lifespan via these 12 mechanisms of aging. These are the common denominators of chronic disease, loss of function, and mortality. They go up exponentially as we age, just like disease and death. So what if we were to target all of these simultaneously? And that was the idea I had back in 2018 when I started Novos. I spoke with world-renowned scientists in the field, and there was unanimous agreement that the best way we can address aging is not by focusing exclusively on just one hallmark of aging at a time, which is what's typically done in the academic lab or at biotechs, but by addressing all of them at the same time. And that's Novos, we're human longevity. Most of us are familiar with this famous quote by Benjamin Franklin, "An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure." And this is, of course, relevant when it comes to longevity. But what I'd like to share is that if we address these hallmarks of aging, we're not only going to impact the long-term health, we'll impact our health today, here and now. And this is critical to motivate people to actually integrate longevity practices into their lives. Because these mechanisms can lead to improvements in energy, mood, cognition, metabolism, detox, resilience, gut health, skin health, our fitness levels, and more. So Novos, we as a company, we leverage the latest scientific research to offer the most validated formulations, biological age tests, and free resources that empower you to take control of your aging and to slow it down. Our vision is to add 1 billion years of healthy life to humanity and reduce the suffering that's associated with disease. And our mission is to make longevity accessible and achievable for all, not just the ultra-wealthy, empowering all people with comprehensive solutions for a longer and a healthier life. We're a team of scientists and medical doctors from Harvard Medical School, MIT, the Salk Institute, and more. For example, Dr. George Church, the geneticist from Harvard Medical School and MIT, who was a speaker at this conference years ago, has said, quote, "I see Novos as inspiring. They approach aging as a complex phenomenon, aiming at all pathways and hallmarks of aging simultaneously." In terms of our product line, we're the first in the world to simultaneously target all 12 of the mechanisms of aging, and we do this with Novos Core. This is our foundational product. We enable customers to track progress with the most accurate and precise epigenetic biological age clock called Novos Age. With a simple finger prick at home, we can tell you how fast or slow you're aging right now. And believe it or not, aging is 90% based on our lifestyles and our environments, and only 10% dictated by our genetics. We also have growing scientific and real-world evidence. So, for example, we ran a case study where we administered biological age tests prior to administration of Novos Core and Novos Boost, two of our products, and then again after 6 months, half male, half female, age 39 up to 77. And 73% of the participants slowed down their biological pace of aging by the equivalent of 1 month per year without making any other changes in their lifestyles. And 0% of participants accelerated their aging. You would expect some people would have accelerated aging due to lifestyle stressors, but nobody did. We've done other studies where we've looked at DNA damage from irradiation, which we reduced by 77%, a record at the lab that ran the test. We reduced DNA damage from chemotherapeutics. We reduced cellular senescence, which are these zombie cells that accumulate as we age, to the same order of magnitude as the prescription longevity drug rapamycin. We've also reduced cellular inflammation, and a study done at the Salk Institute in California found that we were able to reduce a process known as oxytosis ferroptosis, which is associated with Alzheimer's, dementia, and certain forms of cancer. And this is just the beginning. We have a lot more to report in the months ahead from scientific studies that we're running at third-party labs. So in terms of making longevity achievable for people, we need to be mindful of creating products that are sustainable, that people are actually going to integrate into their lifestyles. So first, we make them convenient. For example, Novos Core is a daily sachet. It's a packet that you can put in your pocket. I've got one in my back pocket that I was going to show you, but I've got my hands full. But you tear that open, you pour it into your water, and you have it with your lunch. It's orange flavored, sweetened with stevia. We make our products hyper palatable. So another product of ours that we just launched in February is called Novos Vital. It focuses on organ health. And that product has a mango flavor. It's a chewable product that you have after a meal. Our products are all safe and natural. They offer short-term benefits as well as long-term results. And we're accountable as a company where we provide COAs for all of our production runs. And we also offer Novos Age where people can track their progress. And of course, we're affordable. Now, it would be disingenuous to say that supplements and prescriptions are everything when it comes to longevity. It's just one slice of the pie. There's nutrition, activity, sleep, psychology, relationships, and environment. And when it comes to that and making longevity accessible, I founded Novos as a public benefit corporation, which is a legal status in the United States, which enables me to do more for the public interest than just focus on maximizing profit. And the most recent tool we released is called Novos Life. It's in the iOS and Android stores as of a week ago. It features a peer-reviewed AI-based biological age clock. So rather than purchasing our blood-based kit, this is more accurate than most of the blood-based kits on the market, not ours, but most of the other ones on the market that charge hundreds of dollars. This you can access completely for free through our app. We have a longevity lifestyle score, and then we provide personalized recommendations and daily actions that you can follow to improve your biological age. And then we have a Novos-trained AI chatbot that accompanies all of this on your longevity journey. So wrapping up, we also have Novos Flow, which is a blog with about 250 scientifically referenced articles written by MDs and PhDs, experts in longevity, to guide you. Novos Face Age, which is another AI tool where you can take a selfie and it tells you how young you look. And then you'll get a half a dozen skin health markers. And then, of course, we don't leave you hanging. We give you guidance for improving all of those scores. And then, of course, webinars and public speaking like this to increase awareness that you can slow down your aging. So with that said, Novos, we're about helping you to be younger for longer. Here are some QR codes to access the things I spoke about. And then also I have a personal blog called slowmyage.com, where I talk about how I was able to reduce my pace of aging by 37% and some of the interventions that I follow and the data from those tests. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. Big round of applause for Chris, everyone. Chris will still be around, so if you have questions, you can catch Chris, grab a drink, have a chat. The next person we'll be hearing from is Yair Levy, who is the CEO and co-founder of BrainSpace, the brain data company. They have been pioneering the integration of human intelligence and machine learning, and they are on the edge of closing basically Series A round of $12 million US. Right now, Yair Levy is going to enlighten us on charting the digital health frontier from within. Please give a big round of applause to Yair Levy.
Thank you, David. I'll start by saying that I don't have my notes here on the screen, and it's getting me nervous, and I'm stressed. And I might forget part of my presentation, but hey, you're humans, and I hope you will understand. I know a machine won't understand. In the next 15 minutes, I'm going to talk about a vision of a future where technology adapts to persons' mental and cognitive states, providing tailored solutions for the betterment of humanity. I'm talking about a new realm of developing applications based on standardized brain data. Now, look at this slide. We have two divided entities. On the one side, we have a machine, AI. It is quantified, it is measured, it is based on statistics and logic. But on the other hand, we have humans. We are complex, we are emotional. And let's face it, sometimes we act in irrational way. BrainSpace vision and mission is to bridge in the gap between those two entities and help the machine to better understand us, the human, and to adapt the technology better to what we need. Now, I would like to add a personal note. I have 3 kids, 2 boys and a princess. You know, it's one to rule them all. But my older son, Eitan, started his primary school. He had a lot of behavioral issues. Those issues led into a lot of academic and social challenges, and he was not the only one to suffer. We, his parents, were terribly troubled from the reaction of the school staff, and of course, from the condition itself. And after 5 long years, Eitan persevered. He was selected for a gifted kids classes, and he had a lot of friends. But throughout this whole long period of time, I kept on thinking to myself, what if I only had a way to look inside my child brain? Only a sneak peek, just to let to know his challenges and how can I help him. Now I'm asking you, think about if we had a way as a society to draw a mental map of every person and using a pinpoint technology to steer this person to the right place. It could be a big change for every individual. We live in an era where data is the new gold rush. We're collecting big data from almost everything. Images, voice, locations, user behavior. Well, almost everything. Yet the human mind is an unknown frontier. When it comes to us humans, we don't use our own brain data. Instead, humanity is groping in the dark, guessing instead of knowing. When we look for a solution that is based on data, we seek for an environment that is full of sensoring. We see a future when multisensory environments are surrounding us. We wear sensors on every day. Our everyday lives includes variety of multi-sensing points that reflect every part of our body, and hence our brain. But collecting brain data is very complicated. If you look at the devices, the imaging devices that we use for neuroimaging, they are very complex, inaccessible, and expensive. And eventually, they required a skilled technician to operate the system. And furthermore, the main challenge of brain imaging is the anatomical variation of the brain. And there are no two heads that look alike. And without brain data standardization, there's no way we can create a new language. Now, when we finally understood the benefits of using brain data, I would like to expose you brain space vision. We are creating a new breed of hybrid AI that integrates human-like cognitive emotions, predicting behavior and enabling personalized solutions and experiences that create better products and treatments for humanity. I know it's quite a big vision to grasp, so I'll try to break it down in a bit and giving you a few real examples from real life. Let's take ChatGPT, for example. If we're taking BrainSpace ADHD model and implement that into the ChatGPT, it results in ChatGPT for students. Now, the chat can identify the mental condition of the students and provide them with the right content they can actually read and understand. Another example is, imagine yourself coming back home for a long day at work, stressful and overloaded. Your Spotify app, using our models, can identify your mental condition and guide you with the right playlist to steer you to your calmness. This kind of technology can be applied to many other fields of applications, such as automotive, mission-critical assignment in defense, or in civil applications, such as flight controllers. This is exactly why in BrainSpace we have developed our Brain Data as a Service platform and ecosystem. This ecosystem allows us to easily collect, analyze, and gather brain data in order to build models that quantify and improve mental models. And to do so, we have developed our BrainSensei headgear, which is a patented, non-invasive headgear that includes 115 dry EEG sensors that are automatically applied to the human head. After that, we are applying our patented brain GPS technology that is running on the streamline of the data in our brain cloud and standardize it to be ready to be used in machine learning tools. Now, when we solve the data collection challenge, we can get to create our brain-based AI. And like in ChatGPT, when we had to have all the building blocks in place, here we have two different kinds of models. The first model are specific cognitive and mental states models that mimic your states like resilience, engagement, stress, and more. Those are specific models. Then we have the generalized models that are mimics the demographic characteristic of humanity. The second group of models allow us to do simple implementation of the specific model into the large variety of humans. So now you're probably asking yourself, well, these guys, they are planning us to walk with those amazing headsets all day long? So no. You're not expected to walk with those headsets for a long time. It's not even necessary. With enough data on our brain cloud, we can reduce the number of sensors which is necessary in order to quantify your mental state. And ultimately, we will be able to reduce the sensors in order to fit into wearable device. Now, with the creation of a new mental language, where letters are brain data, words are cognitive states, and sentences are mental models, we can then move to the next exciting step of creating the new hybrid AI. We call it Human AI. It's a new ecosystem that allows us to quantify and predict human behavior. It allows us to close this gap between the AI and the human who uses it. I know, again, it sounds a little complex, so let me illustrate how we implement that into the health tech industry. So, first and most, we are moving from subjective assessment to quantified analytics. Second, we can use those standardized brain data in order to build mental models that can quantify the states and guide us through the treatment to provide personalized remedy and more effective solutions. But I would like to ask you another question. When did you last see your doctor physically? I haven't met him for quite long. I usually interact with him virtually. Now imagine a world when your doctor has an AI tool that allows him to quantify your mental states. It will allow him to monitor your brain health and mental health and guide you with the treatment that will be most effective and without side effects. Now, on April 2022, BrainSpace has participated in first of its kind brain health experiment in outer space. 3 astronauts has used our BrainSensei headgear in order to monitor their brain activity before, during, and after the space exploration. We are now analyzing data with the Harvard University and already planning our next trip to space. We envision the future of integrating the hybrid human AI into solutions that will quantify cognitive and mental state to better understand and treat mental illness. Shortly speaking, we are integrating the human element within the health tech industries. We revolutionize the neuroscience market by developing cognitive and mental model, providing better quantifying of those states and treatments, working in harmony between the AI and the human condition. And at the end of the day, there is an individual, a specific human being, unlike any other. and we need to treat him as such. I would like to thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yair. Big round of applause for Yair, everyone. Alrighty, and then the next speaker we have here is a bit on the clock because there's a flight to catch after this, so we're going to quickly introduce her. Maria Lisa Brückert, co-founder and CPO of Iconic. They basically provide an AI-based solution for skin and hair analysis for brands and retailers in the beauty and health space. She's previously been at Siemens in the global digitalization strategist role, has also been nominated as one of the top 20 women in AI in Germany, according to Rework 2022. So please give a warm round of applause to Maria Lisa Brückert.
Thank you so much. Yeah, hi, and also thanks for having me here today. It's a great pleasure, and I want to use my very short spot of time to probably take you on the journey how we see AI. Because, of course, we heard a lot already about AI needs to be affordable, accessible, it needs to be scalable, and all of this is true. And when we started with Iconic AI, we always asked ourselves, but how to do that? How to create use cases that really matter? I mean, everyone says, okay, AI can shape industries, but how can we make it really happen? So I give you an example before we start into the topic. Normally, I like to open my speeches using my phone, taking a selfie, just to like share with my network, look how nice people have been there. The stage was very pretty, but how great would it be if I would directly know who was here? Like, why are you here? What are you doing? Where are you coming from? This would be a valuable information for me, right? So I could directly decide afterwards whom I want to connect with, or whom should I talk with, and who might have an interest talking to me. So this is how we should think about AI. Like, how can we integrate this technology into our daily life and make really kind of a low entry point? So when we were discussing in the team exactly the case I mentioned to you, we came to the statistics saying that everyone is doing a selfie 2 times a day in general. Means that if you're doing a selfie twice a day, I would have the chance twice a day to get a lot of information about you. Where are most of the people using that? Social media, Instagram, TikTok, whatever. So this is a perfect moment, something that is already included in your daily behavior, where we could get a lot of information about you, and it's not really something you have to do. And this is exactly how we created our AI. So our AI is very easy. You just like look in the phone, take a picture, or now we do the Face ID style. And from there, we can get more than 50 data points out of your picture. And we can recommend and help you to find the right products, to find the right health status quo, to recommend you what to do to get to a longevity point, or to meet a doctor and get some information. Like all the things we just heard, we enable getting the starting point just in a few seconds. So you already know me, you already heard about me. And as I said, we were focusing, or we are still focusing, on a segment that is called beauty. But I want to remind you that beauty and health are very close to each other. So the situation we have in the beauty market is it's very competitive. Every single day we have new brands coming up. Products are very similar, honestly. Ingredients are very similar. All of them using the same trends. We have the issue that people are very much influenced from social media and influencers. Means that they say, oh, this is a new product. It's very good for me. People just buy it. And you see it here. The retention rate is very low. Why? Crystal clear. Because if I tell you, just buy this cream, and you buy it, doesn't mean that it makes sense for you, right? Because your skin can be very different to mine. So this is the problem in the influencing world we have. So what we do or recommend is, for example, a trend called persofluencing. It's not a nice word, but this is something that says exactly what is needed. So how to enable a community to get scalable personalization without changing a tool or without doing something very big. And scans like ours can help in that area. And then what you can see here, of course, acquisition costs are rising because, as I said, there is a high fluctuality in the market. So these are most of the trends we have in our industry. And you see personalization is one of them. But if we talk about skin, and this is something you should take for all the AI tools, we have to think a little bit bigger. Skin is not skin, right? We have more than 6 ethical groups. Every ethical group is working pretty much different when it comes to skin. We have people living in different areas. We have people with different health status quo. So one AI would never be enough to enable personalization or recommendations. So we, for example, we had to create more than 30 different AI models to just solve the ethical aspect. And therefore, it was very important that we created and labeled everything on our own in the company. So together with dermatologists, we had to create our own database and finally made it. And therefore, we are very proud that we can really use our tool globally, and we are already doing that. So if you have a tool like that and you can enable your community to find the right products, I mean, at the end, you can bring that from skincare to a lot of different markets. We can see very easy all these kind of effects. So we have more efficiency for brands and marketing. They can use that from different aspects. We have, from economical perspective, of course, rising baskets, but we can also decrease that people are just jumping from one brand to the other, because if you get a product that is fitting your type of skin, of course, you have fun and is getting a good effect, right? So this is then finally how we make these kind of personalization things scalable. You can see it here. So it's a SaaS solution. It's very easy to integrate. Our brand partners, they just get a link from our side. They integrate that to their website, web shop, or also, I would say, point of sales in the offline world. From there, you can just easily do the scan. As I said, it's just one picture or just one moment looking in your phone, and then you directly get the recommendations out of the portfolio. The magic behind this one is this is kind of a check-in point. But of course, after some weeks or after some days, you have to redo the scan, because in a good moment, of course, everything would like increase or get better, solve your problems. And of course, what we integrated is that we also check your health in the same moment. Because when you have the picture and you're saying, okay, this is dry skin, or you have a red point here, I could also directly check for health issues, right? So this is a moment, or the magic I wanted to explain you in the very beginning of the talk. So I just did a picture, right? That was very easy for me, something I do regularly. And I also was able to do something for my health in the very same moment. So it was not a big effort, and I was not thinking about doing something for my health. And I think this is an aspect a lot of people always forget. Like, you cannot just address people already knowing they have a health issue. You should try to catch people that never thought about this. And this is then how you really do kind of a prevention. So here you can see some of the aspects we are searching for in our pictures. This is part of the portfolio we offer to brands and retail. Of course, everything is modular, so every brand can choose their own, I would say, combination. It's definitely different for everyone. And then here's one of our live customers you can see here. So this is, how it works for them. So you start with the scan. They decided to add some questions so they can also learn more about their customers. So it's not anymore just Maria. It's Maria with an age. It's Maria with a skin type. They know what are my problems, what are my goals, and then they can recommend me products. So what you can see here is, of course, something we are very proud of. So we are GDPR conform. We are a German brand. We created all the database in-house. It's a plug-and-play solution, very easy to scale. All over the world, we are already in 6 different markets from now, and we want to scale that now. So this is all I already mentioned or tried to bring to you. I just have 1 minute, so I have to make it very, very quick again. We want to create tools that make sense for the people, so very easy to integrate to their lifestyle. We want to make scalability happen, and we want to make tools or create tools that can be used by everyone. Because if we want to change healthcare, or if we want to do remote stuff, we have to make it addressable for everyone 24/7, no matter where you are, like where you're coming from, or what are your issues. So just one last example. How can we create healthcare tools that cannot be used by people, for example, that cannot see? Makes no sense, right? Because they have the same rights as we have. They should have the option to use all these kind of tools. So this is what we try to do. Therefore, we are, for example, using quantum-inspired algorithms already. So we try to make the next generation AI already much easier, or not much easier, but it's easier to train the models. It's much faster. It's, of course, an investment, but it offers a lot of new opportunities. And there's no time for questions, but I'm very happy to open or to connect with you on LinkedIn and then answer all your questions there. Thank you very much.
Warm round of applause to Maria-Lisa Brücke. Thank you so much for being here. Safe travels back home or wherever you're going. And so we're ready to segue to the next one. We have with us today Nicolas Volikov, the CEO and co-founder of Cure51, who are working to enable that everyone becomes a cancer survivor. They are currently collecting the biggest database of cancer survivors in the world, have recently raised 50 million euros, and Nicolas is going to enlighten us on decoding the path to curing cancer. Please give a warm round of applause to Nicolas, everyone.
Hello, everyone. So I'm not going to talk about a nice topic. Cancer is not maybe the nicest and the funniest subject, but I'm not here to deliver a sales pitch. I'm going to share my journey with you and talk about patients and doctors mostly. So just one piece of advice. You know, I'm an old entrepreneur. I have gray hair. I'm 52 years old. This is not my first venture. The only piece of advice that I would have for anyone who wants to launch an adventure or an entrepreneurial adventure is to start big. I have a lot of friends, you know, when I talk to them, they would tell me we're going to start with a proof of concept, and then we're going to go to see VCs and have a small seed round, and then we'll see. I think you need to be passionate, you need to have no limit in your ambition, and it's actually easier than to raise money, according to me. It doesn't mean that you are not humble. It doesn't mean that you have no patience, but you need to be driven and passionate by something, I would say, bigger than you. And this is exactly how this fight for cancer started. It's for many reasons, including personal reasons, that affected my close family. It's a passion for me to contribute to kill this disease, the disease of the century. Unfortunately, it's not anymore a disease that affects all people. Incidence rate is rising in every tranche of the population, and we have to do something. So this is what we are saying at the end of each of our sentences in all our marketing collaterals. You might recognize this gentleman, it's Cato, the Roman senator, and you might know that at the end of each of his speech, he was saying Carthago delenda est. Rome needs to destroy Carthago. So we are doing the same with cancer, and this is our motto and our obsession, and everything we do is to try to contribute modestly to eradicate this disease. I swore to myself that I wanted to die. When I die, I want this disease out of humanity. So this is my motto, and this is the energy that is driving the project. So what we are doing, the name of the company is Cure51. It's a tribute to someone you might know, Rosalind Franklin. She was a British scientist. She was the first one to extract actually the structure of the DNA. And unfortunately, she died just after her discovery. And the Nobel Prize went to 3 other British scientists who stole this discovery. So the company is really a tribute to her. And thanks to her initial discovery, it's now possible to decode cancer. As you know, cancer is mostly a genomic disease that will affect your genome. So if you want to understand cancer and mostly anticipate the evolution of cancer, which is a very intelligent disease. It's a disease that would make some mutation that will adapt to your immune system. You need to understand the genomic structure of the DNA. Every year, you have people that are diagnosed in very late stage of very aggressive cancer, so in phase 4, and they survive. Usually, for these three types of cancer, glioblastoma, so brain cancer, pancreatic cancer, and small cell lung cancer, which are very aggressive cancer and which are metastatic, when you are diagnosed in a late stage, surgery is not a possibility anymore. Most of the time, chemo is not working, so it's a condemnation to death. And for whatever reason, 1 or 2% of the patient will survive. We call them the outliers. And this is the population we are trying to identify all over the world. So the definition is very simple. We are looking at people or patients who survive more than 5 years to this terrible cancer. And we are trying to find them everywhere. These 1% miraculous patients are from different origins. So far, we identify more than 1,500 patients all over the world in 45 countries. So I'm going to show you a very short testimonial of an American patient, and I think her words are better than any slides. That should work. Yes. Sorry for that. There's no sound? So anyway, I'll improvise. She's
a good outcome is possible and how I was able to faithfully get one.
She was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer 12 years ago, and she's still alive.
I'm interested in the project because this is going to push forward cancer research, and that's all I'm about right now, is like pushing forward, and especially with pancreatic because it's so behind other cancers. If I can help the next person, that's what I do.
So as you see, we are not working on data and algorithm. We are working with real patients, real people, and we are trying to assemble a community of survivors all over the world. And this is one of the beauty of the project. So these are the 1,500 CAMI in 40 different countries. And so we have a huge ethnic diversity, which is unusual in clinical studies. Most of the time, you would have European patients or North American patients, and population from Latin America, Africa, or Southeast Asia are usually not considered by big pharmas. They are totally part of the clinical study. And we are very proud about that. And I said here, new game, new rules, because just in few words, and I will try to not to be too scientific, but most of the clinical study, actually, you come up with an assumption, a scientific assumption, and then you're going to test it. You're going to test it on mice, you're going to test it on humans, you're going to test it in silico now, and then you will see how it goes. We are doing exactly the opposite. We know that these patients survived. We know for a fact that they did survive. And we are trying to understand why they did survive. So it's fully retrospective. It's a new approach, which has been validated scientifically, but we'll see. We know that we're going to find something. This something, will it be robust and will it be actionable so that we can develop new drugs? We'll see. But this is our best effort. So there's a magic word now in the industry that you might have heard, tech bio. So tech bio, it's exactly that. We are using technology and data. So in that case, unique data, the data of all these cancer survivors that we are collecting, and we are collecting all the data, clinical data. We are taking the tissues and the tumors from 45 countries in Paris, in our lab, and then we sequence these tumors to understand the evolution and the mechanism of the genome of these patients. So this is really at the crossroad of data, science, tech, and clinical. And I don't know if we're going to win the battle, but this battle would have been impossible 5 years ago. The technology dramatically evolved over the last 5 years. We know what we can do, what we call now, very granular molecular profiling. The cost of the technology is affordable. 5 years ago, it was roughly $1 million USD per patient to do a full sequencing of the genome. Now it's around 5,000 euros. So you can see that it would not have been possible 5 years ago. In our database with 1,500 survivors, we can now do it. And just now, a few words of a doctor. You had the patient, now you have the doctor.
And who are long-term responders and very eager to understand the biology of these patients better so that we can contribute to Cure 51 with eventually the goal of trying to make every cancer patient a long-term responder, which is really our dream. It's possible to understand the biology of these patients in detail now because we have access to so many technologies that we didn't have access to even a few years ago. What we need to understand and what's potentially common across multiple patients who respond to therapy really, really well. The only way to do this is to assemble a large data set so that we can study the biology across multiple tumors.
So basically what Olivier is describing is what you see in the middle. This is the sequencing of a tumor. So we are able now to go intracellular, so we can penetrate into a single cell. This is for the first time. Before that, the technology was not allowing that. So by doing so, we understand the evolution of the tumor and the interaction between the tumor and its environment. So I will stop. I don't want to be too complicated, but it's a huge revolution in terms of science and technology. Just a zoom on Germany. We have two huge German hospitals which are part of our network. So Charité, which is some blocks away from here, and DKFZ as well. So we're very proud of that, to have this local flavor. And it was mentioned in the intro. I will go quick on that, but we made a nice fundraise, and we have even 2 Nobel Prizes in our scientific committee, so we are very honored. And it's a way for us to validate our approach and our methodology, and hopefully contribute to find something. So again, as any adventure, it's first a matter of human relationship. We are 2 co-founders, and again, a small advice for those who want to launch a new adventure. I mean, it would have been impossible for me to do it alone. It's so complex, so difficult. Now it sounds like a success story. First, it's only the beginning, and just for your information, we had more than 300 meetings with VCs before getting the final round of money. So it was a huge battle to convince people that this approach might work. Yes, it's new, but it's validated by the academia. Being alone would have been impossible for me. So this professional couple, I think, was one of the key factors of success. These are some examples of the country we are working with. I was mentioning it. We are not European-centric or US-centric. We are trying to really assemble a very large community of patients and doctors and hospitals all over the world. And just the magic word for me is this one. You need to be tenacious. You need to be resilient. I think endurance is the key word when you try to discover something new. We had a lot of obstacles. Sometimes it's hard to convince people to participate to the clinical study, but at the end of the day, the satisfaction is huge. So that's what I wanted to share with you, and thank you very much for your attention. And last word, endurance and radicality. I was starting by telling you should start big, and I think you don't want to compromise with your conviction. You don't want to compromise with your vision. And people will follow you if you are very consistent with this initial vision and you stick to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nicolas. So we have, do you still have room for questions? Do you want to take some questions?
If there are some questions, I'm absolutely fine.
Exactly. So guess what's happening here? The last speaker has canceled, so we have some extra room for questions. I know the room is full of folks that are in the early stages of their startup journey. So maybe this is a good opportunity from someone who's kind of been through some of the stages to just shoot a couple of questions you may have out here while we wait. We're going to start at 1700 sharp with the startup pitch final rounds, just FYI. So we're just going to hang in there for a bit. But yeah, are there any questions in the room? Look at that. We're going to do this just throwing the football around.
So maybe it's not for me, but for someone before me. I don't know.
No, for you. So what's your background, and how did you sort of tap into the science and medical side? And your co-founder, what's his background?
So I'm not a doctor. I'm not a PhD. I'm a tech entrepreneur. But I've been working in the healthcare industry for 15 years. My previous venture was a telemedicine company, a telemedicine platform. And I started with technology, and I was attracted by healthcare because my intuition was that this sector was underinvested by technology, and that everything could be possible. And my co-founder is not a doctor either. We have, of course, a medical director. We have a huge team of scientists, but we are both tech entrepreneurs. This is, I think, one of the reasons why we were able to set up this network of 50+ hospitals. We don't use the usual codes of the pharma industry. We go faster. We try to co-build with the hospitals. But of course, we are very humble. And when it comes to science and oncology, we are just quiet observers. That's all.
Thank you. There's another one over there. All right. Thanks.
Thank you. for the gymnastics.
Not seeing you, yeah.
What advice would you give someone in the field looking for a co-founding CEO? Like, what actionable advice would you have?
Wow, this is a tough one.
Yeah, I know.
I think you want someone challenging you, someone that will be able to stimulate you and your team. But if, I mean, the configuration would be that you started and then you recruit a late founder or some. I think you need to have as well someone very transparent, very loyal, who doesn't want to steal the paternity of the project. And it should be, I mean, you guys should be very different in a way that you should not have the same skill set, but, and it's a big but for me, you should be extremely aligned on the vision. So you should share exactly the same vision. No compromise, radicality. But then he would have his way to go there. You would have your way. That's absolutely fine. But you need to respect each other. But for me, the alignment on the vision, on the business model, on the vision, on the go-to-market is essential.
Thank you. Do you maybe also have some actionable advice how to look for someone like that? Like, for example, a platform that from your experience also in the digital health would work?
It's a very good question because I found my co-founder. So it was not exactly what you are describing because we started together, but we have been introduced by a common friend, which is an entrepreneur as well, and who told us, you should, guys, you should meet because you're going to connect. So, you know, LinkedIn platform, I'm not a big fan of that, but networking like today, I mean, physical interactions and maybe, you know, external referral, a common friend who will make it happen, for me are the best ways.
Perfect.
But again, it's just my humble opinion.
For example, also like today. Thank you so much.
All right, Mikrofon 1, gerne.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Alikia, and I'm a genetic counselor and have a genetic counseling company. So I more have a comment on what you are doing because I work in the space and also with rare diseases. And it's really cool that you reverse engineered that because one of the things you always tell patients is, well, we don't know, or you lived longer than what we expected you to. So I think it's really cool that you're working backwards, like the question that people asked when the bombers came back and, you know, kind of looking at it the opposite way. Why did these planes not get shot down? So I think it's really interesting that you are going about the opposite way. So thank you.
Alors, thank you very much. And again, just to get back to some slides of the presentation, it looks cool, but I'm sure you imagine when we were pitching and trying to convince not only financial investors, but the scientific community to join the adventure, saying, we changed the rule. It's a retrospective and non-interventional clinical study. We had some skepticism. But now that we started, now that we have more than 50 hospitals, everybody say, oh, it's cool, good. But that was not the case 2 years ago.
But that's because very, very traditional, conservative, they always did trials in one way, right? I only look at how to cure at the molecular level, but never consider the patients who actually survived and beat the odds. So,
but you know, this kind of testimonial, I love it. This is exactly what I do this project. So thank you very much.
Got more questions in the room? We got another hand there. Let's go. I'm getting my cardio in. Here you go.
Love the mission and love the venture. I was a part of another presentation earlier where they said that, you know, there's a lot of medtech startups coming out of Europe that seem to, you know, they're academically brilliant, but they seem to struggle with commercialization, right? And I thought your mix of you and your co-founder who come from entrepreneurial backgrounds and not really academic backgrounds, what were those 300 VC meetings like to be able to raise this last round?
So first, I was mentioning about start big. Initially, I was asking for 50 million. Okay, for a seed round, 50 million. So after 1 month, I thought, okay, maybe it's a bit too much. So people, they love the idea, but the amount that we are asking for is ridiculous. So then we went to 30, 20, and we compromised to 15. So I was not naive, but I was over-ambitious or impatient. So first mistake. But then it took time because just a few words about the business model. There's two ways to monetize this. you can value the database. So once you have this unique database and there's no equivalent and you cannot replicate this database, we have exclusivity with all the hospitals, and unfortunately, when you're going to do the sequencing of the tissues, of the tumors, you destroy them. So they cannot be reused. So you use the database and you allow pharma to take some of their asset and compare it to the asset of the outlier. And we come up with a score, and we're going to tell the pharma, okay, this clinical trial you should stop, or this one is very promising, you should continue. We can start doing that in 1 year. So it was very interesting for VCs because the ROI can come very soon. And the long run is novel therapeutics. We think we can go faster than the usual clinical studies. We think we can go faster, and we can come up, we think, with targets, actionable targets in 4 years. So this business model was more traditional, and they understood it. But the first one was maybe the trigger, and the mistake I made is that initially I was probably not insisting enough on that.
Any last ones? We are 2 minutes out from the start of it all. So last question we can take about maybe fundraising or whatever. Oh, here's a person with a question. Here you go.
Yeah, so I heard that funding are distributed unevenly between different cancer types. And have you specified the cancer types that you do in your research on, or you?
So we are starting with 3. And how did we choose those 3 cancers? They are very aggressive, so pancreas, glioblastoma, and small cell. And unfortunately, the therapeutic landscape did not evolve over the last 20 years. Breast cancer, for instance, or skin cancer, immunotherapy, a lot of progress has been made, but for these 3 types of cancer, this is exactly the same treatments, the same lines of treatment. So this is why we chose those ones, very aggressive and no evolution. But then once the methodology is robust and scalable, we're going to go to other indication, of course. Ovarian, stomach, kidney. Unfortunately, there's a lot of different cancers. So the methodology can be applicable to any other cancers. As soon as you have survivors and outliers, and if we can get their data, we can apply the same methodology. So we start with 3 and then we expand.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you much, Nicolas Volikov. Everyone, please give a warm round of applause to Nicolas. Thank you so much. And now thanks a lot for the questions. These were really good. Now we have arrived at a moment of truth. So people, get your seats, get the popcorn, get cozy. I would love to invite Arisha. Please give a warm round of applause to Arisha. Come on, let's go.
Thank you so much, and welcome to, I guess, the highlight of TOA24. Have you guys had an excellent time so far? Yeah? Come on, bring some energy. We got a bunch of 10 young, talented tech entrepreneurs coming to pitch for the opportunity to win a €25,000 investment from Interface Capital. So I really want you guys to bring the energy. These guys are putting a lot on the line to come here and pitch today. So I'd like to firstly invite Nico Washnick, founder of TOA and angel investor, as well as Niklas Janssen, co-founder of Interface Capital and previously co-founder of Blinklist, to the stage. They will be judging the pitches today. Welcome, Nico and Niklas.
No mic. Oh, okay. Let's have one mic at least. We would need one more mic, please, guys. Yeah, thank you. Where do you want to sit? Take the couch. Take the couch? Yeah, take the couch. Let's see. Are we behind or are we before schedule? I wonder. We're on schedule. Perfect, obviously. Just the way it has to be. Niklas, good to see you. It's been a while. You remember when was your first tour? Which year? Was it the first one, maybe even?
Yeah, it was the first one. What, 2012?
Yeah,
at Healthtech.
In Healthtech.
So yeah, it feels like coming back.
Insane. Healthtech, obviously this famous Berlin nightclub that we decided to do the first conference in. And you know, I think also, you know, speaking of pitches is interesting because one of the memories I have is you pitching at South by Southwest, being part of that program.
Yes.
To get Blinkist over to the US and doing a pitch in front of a lot of drunk German middle-aged innovation managers.
Well, like, but the thing you forgot here is that the most drunk person was me. So, yeah.
So who here knows Blinkist and has used Blinkist in the past? Nice. Yeah, obviously great success. Maybe, just one sentence if you like. Like, where are things for you? You're an investor now.
Yeah. So, I co-founded Blinkist 2012. Pretty much we started, I think at some point in July 2012, then August, September was TOA, so was the first tech event I ever went to. We built the company, we sold the company last year, and I've been actively investing with my fund, Interface Capital, together with my partner, Christian Reber, who's the founder of Wunderlist and Pitch. Yeah, and we invest in pre-seed, seed stage technology companies, pretty broad. We like whatever we like deep tech stuff, but we also done a lot of software, AI stuff. So whatever excites us and where we see ambitious founders going after cool, interesting ideas, that's where we like to be on board.
Perfect. I hope we have exactly what you're looking for here. How are we on schedule? Are we actually just starting the pitches now? I was being told that, yeah? Okay.
We will be very soon.
All right, great. Well, then...
I'll take it.
That's an unfair advantage.
So,
True.
if all
That's
the
bribery.
founders that are pitching can come down to the front row, we'll kick this off. So a bit of housekeeping first for the founders, just so that you're aware. This is a 3-minute pitch. We will be watching the clock. So I will hard stop you at 3 minutes to give everyone a fair and equal chance. I think you'd all agree, though, you couldn't wish for a better panel than Nico and Niklas to be judging this pitch finale today here at TOA. So without further ado, is Luke Ferris here? Oh. Oh.
Great start.
Yeah.
We could give him, 1 minute and somebody else can take the spot for 25,000 euros? Oh, okay.
He's running down. He's running down.
He's going down. Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's funny. I just noticed I've never been on this side in a pitch competition, which feels really weird, to be honest.
Tell us maybe some of your key learnings. I mean, how many pitches do you think roughly have you done in your lifetime?
Pitches?
Including investors, including potential employees?
Like hundreds, I don't know, probably maybe even thousands.
Yeah.
Like, well, the one learning is like, don't care about what the other side of the table tells you. Like, all the feedback you get from investors is usually, not very helpful.
Which is why we actually decided, also not to give you feedback, because Niklas was very adamant about it. He said it's just bullshit. What we do is we'll have like one question each, and you get the chance to answer. But yeah, ultimately.
Yeah. Like, I don't want to take your time. So.
All right. No, not yet.
We can also turn this into a fireside chat.
That's your pre-pitch. So look, without further ado, introducing Luke Ferris from Origin AI, an enterprise software creation tool using generative AI. Over to you, Luke.
Thanks. So right now, around the world, there are corporate teams sat in their offices and they're nervous. They're about to pitch to their managers, or perhaps to their board even, for new IT budget. And they need this budget to build or to buy whatever new software they need to really move the needle. Maybe it's an analytics dashboard, for example, or a CRM. Maybe it's a custom tool that they need an agency or an internal developer to build. Whatever it is, they're going to face an uphill struggle. Why? Do I have a clicker? Be nice to get on this. Is there a clicker? Or okay, all right, okay. The resources they need, I'm sure a lot of you are developers like myself, or product managers, or designers, and we're expensive. And when you add that fat corporate overhead on top, things get really expensive, and they get slow. But we're entering a new era. Origin, leveraging the power of a network of generative AI agents, and with support from alpha users from companies like Amazon and Deloitte, are changing the way that businesses will consume software. These teams, they'll no longer spend hundreds of thousands of euros on developers or on brittle SaaS software that requires complex configuration. No. Instead, they'll build whatever software they require almost in the moment using Origin. And last week, we hit a big milestone when Origin was able to design and build a custom CRM and deploy it, because frankly, the code is useless without deploying it. It did this in just 29 minutes and based on a very simple, non-technical conversation with our AI architect. And you can see it just in these screenshots or indeed on our website. Now, to do that, we need a crack team. Myself, over 20 years experience building digital projects and startups, some of them for myself, some of them for clients of Bain & Company. One of the startups I sold in 2017, and I have a software engineering degree from Oxford Brookes and an MBA from INSEAD. My CTO, Stelios, one of Bain's AI experts, he has over 10 years experience at building products across companies like Microsoft and Bain and a host of other startups. And Nina, with 15 years experience in B2B tech marketing across companies like PayPal, N26, and SumUp. Now the train has left the station. AI is building software, and Origin is leading the charge. Please do check out our website. You can see some of the videos. Thanks.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Luke. Really appreciate it. Stay on stage. We're going to take one question from each, Nico and Niklas. You have 1 minute to answer after the questions have been asked.
Okay.
I start. That looks really interesting. So just maybe to clarify, the idea is I can basically imagine what I want, what type of software I want, and then your AI creates the software for me based on my requirements?
Yeah, specifically, we're a little more focused. It's not completely broad. So we're focused on software that involves some kind of proprietary data and some kind of proprietary workflow, right, which covers a very broad base. CRM's an example.
Okay. I know you're not the CTO, but can you maybe just tell us a little bit more about how this works, like behind the scenes? So I give you my requirements. What happens? You generate like a maybe.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Actually breaks it into phases, right? So you have an initial conversation with the architect. The architect breaks it down into a work plan, so a project plan, because it wants to make sure it has the right bite-sized chunks. Then it breaks that work plan down into an architecture change, and then that architecture change down into code changes, like a jigsaw puzzle, right? You can imagine it. And then it rebuilds the jigsaw puzzle at the end. And of course, everything has to work, so there's a lot of iteration that has to happen.
And like this takes 29 minutes to... So what is like, my question is like, because I like all these Gemini things, I find them very interesting, but I always wonder, do your customers trust like your products? Or is it like cool to see, it's a great demo? Or do people really start putting all their data into that and start really relying on the software? Well, what's like your initial insights on that?
There's a couple of interesting angles there, right? I mean, because it's obviously a big deal. The first one is we architected it from the ground up so that this could all happen within a customer's cloud environment. So even the actual generation of the software can be done within virtual machines that live within, say, their AWS, right, or potentially their Azure in the future, right, or Google Cloud. So there's a security perimeter that they have control over, right? I think that's going to be an important part. The second part is we have this element of them being able to control the output. Right, so in effect, they're able to bound what happens, which actually makes it perhaps even better than human developers, right? Because they can set particular rules about which modules they want to be used, or what approach, or even what patterns they want to use. And they know that that's going to be adhered to, whereas frankly, with human developers, that's not the case.
Yes. I think we're out of time, but just very briefly, so I have asked the question, but we probably, to be fair, you know, we have to try to stick to the same time. But like, how about the feedback loop from users and customers? Is that also already, you know, automated?
Absolutely. There's actually several different iteration points. Some of them are automated, like it will actually use the website itself like a human being and feed that back in if it sees any problems. But then there's also a human feedback loop after each of the kind of stories in the plan, right, are carried out.
Thank you so much. Great pitch.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Luke. Really appreciate it. If you could hand over to the gentleman over here. Do we have Thomas here? Excellent. Right. So we have Thomas Halas from Trollwall AI, which is producing AI social media moderation with human-level accuracy, something which, as I said yesterday, is probably quite relevant given where we're heading politically across the world. Welcome to the stage, Thomas.
Thank you. You are such a liberal bee. Ukrainian refugees are not people but rats, and those sick people should be exterminated. These comments have three things in common. First, they've been written by real people on the social media profiles of our clients. Secondly, they are hateful, toxic, and vulgar. And thirdly, they've been removed within a second by our application. Up to 50% of comments on the social media profiles of our clients are like this. And yes, it's that bad. But what you can do with it if you are a social media manager? You can do manual moderation, which is slow, costly, and eventually you get PTSD. Or you can try other solutions which honestly support English, and in any other languages they are usually not working very well. I know, I tried them when I was working as a community manager for Vice President of European Parliament, and I was dealing with hundreds of comments like this on a daily basis. And I got fed up with it. So I called my friends, IT experts, including second Thomas, who is a PhD in data science, and we made Trollwall. We use our own technology, our own data, our own AI, and no, we are not connected to OpenAI in any way. Thanks to that, we are beating our competition in the quality, not just in the languages which they don't support, like Slavic, but also like in German. Since we exist now, our clients are 1/3 companies, 1/3 are political and institutions, such as presidents, ministries, law enforcement, armed forces, and the rest is a combination of sports clubs and NGOs such as Greenpeace and Amnesty International. We started humbly in Slovakia last year, and since the first investment in January, we added support for Czech, Polish, Romanian, German, English, and now finishing Spanish, especially for Latin American client. We double our monthly revenue in the last 4 months, and an average client pay more than 270 euro per month. Our application already checked more than 9 million comments and removed more than 2 million of them. It's protecting more than 300 profiles, and we are proudly supporting more than 30 NGOs. We are working with 3 presidents, and mostly we are helping our clients to spend more time with their followers and not haters, and also helping all of us to make a social media more social again. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. As a CFO, I love to see the numbers. If I can hand over to Nico and Niklas for some questions.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, very catchy pitch, I would say. I just wonder, like, is this for profiles on like general social media, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, or is this for internal common boards, etc., of companies? Or what's your?
We support Facebook pages, Instagram profiles, YouTube, and TikTok.
Yep.
We have also API where we can do internal discussion. We are in the dealing with one client who will be doing for internal messaging. So yes, we can connect to API.
How are you perceived by those platforms?
We are officially registered application. This is not Cambridge Analytica. We need to say that. We are a normal registered application. It's a content moderation like any other community management software. The difference is we do what human moderators are doing manually. We do it automatically.
Agree, very catchy pitch. You had a few competitors on your slide. I think Bodyguard AI and Azure.
I don't know if I can.
Yeah, probably. What is like you said, like you're better, I see. But what are you doing differently? What is your advantage?
You know, the ideas are cheap. It's execution. The Slovak language. We are training and we are setting up the processes and everything. It took us like 9 months to be like in the quality where we wanted. And then we said like this is not gonna work. This is not gonna scale. And we changed the process so much. And a CTO can talk about this for hours and our PhD for 10 days. and we changed the process so that we can make any language in this quality within the 2 days. And honestly, I think this, because we are oriented to final user who see every single comment in the dashboard, and they can see and they report if it doesn't work well, we are more keen to do, like, we execute it on the top level quality than like Bodyguard and Azure, which have API connection, and they are working on larger bases, and the margin of error can be higher. My opinion, but don't quote me on that. Don't sue me. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Thomas.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Could Tim come to the stage? Excellent. Next up, we have Tim Fisher from LabFly, a medical courier service using drones to solve the medical logistics gap in rural Europe.
Thank you. Yeah. So my name is Tim, and I actually grew up 150 kilometers west of here in a small village. A normal European village, so the bus comes 4 times a day, and the next town is half an hour away. My parents are still living there, and my dad just told me that he got his first digital treatment by his doctor, so he didn't have to spend half a day to go and see his doctor. And then he sent a prescription, which he got, to his local pharmacy, which is 2 villages away, and it took the pharmacy nearly a day to deliver the medicine to him. So medical supplies in rural Europe are a real issue. And how we solve it, I think it's best, let image play. Show what we do. And sound, maybe? Or not? Can you? I have to press start. Okay.
Due to demographic changes, medication supply in rural areas of Europe faces significant challenges. The decreasing number of pharmacies means that now over a third of the European population lives more than 10 kilometers away from the nearest pharmacy. With LabFly, we offer an innovative and unique solution that addresses these challenges in rural medication supply. We are a medical drone delivery service for pharmacies. Our vision is to ensure that everyone has access to urgently needed medication anywhere. Our drones not only fly quickly and automatically, but also carbon neutral. And the best part, our deliveries are entirely without on-site personnel, ensuring maximum efficiency and flexibility. LabFly, the future of logistics in healthcare. Schnell, zuverlässig, innovativ.
Yeah, and so now you know already a bit more about what we do, and I want to cover a little bit more on where we stand right now and where we're coming from. So we are a spin-off of the TU Berlin. We were founded in 2019, and we are at a stage today where we're going to launch the first daily delivery of medicine from the local pharmacy to the patient at home in Germany by end of this year. So we were working on the flight permits for the past 5 years now, and we are at a stage where we can deploy this solution. We have a quite strong team in the technical field, and furthermore, we want to grow the company. We pretty much bootstrapped so far for the past 5 years, so we're gonna raise a seed round end of this year. So if you are interested, please connect. My name is Tim Fisher. This is LabFly, the future in healthcare logistics. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, questions, I guess.
Yeah. Nicholas.
By the way, I hate the fact that I only can ask one question, but because this was probably like I have to. First, like, who's your customer? Is it a pharmacy?
Yeah, so we work with 2 customer bases. One is pharmacies, where we deliver the medicine from the local pharmacy to the patient at home, and the second thing we do is we connect hospitals to deliver, for example, lab samples from one hospital to another. That's the second use case we're working in.
But as a pharmacy, I have to buy your drone to...
No, we operate the drone for the pharmacy. So it's an always available courier service at the doorstep of the pharmacy. They just place the medicine inside the drone and we handle the rest.
Okay.
Which region in Germany would allow you to do that already? I mean, this is like a success story for...
So we actually started with a pharmacy in Dessau. But the interesting thing is that the flight permission which we obtain now are valid in all of Europe. So we can scale the solution quite fast within all of Europe, because we are allowed to fly our drones above populated areas and outside line of sight. So we have to have a supervisor, I have to admit that, but the supervisor can sit in the office 2 kilometers down the road from here and control the drones in all of Europe.
Finally, a good use of a drone.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Tim. Interesting to see what our judges will think of the pre-recorded pitch. But next up, we have Hope Wilson from Serverless Salad, a rapid prototyping tool and platform designed to simplify the discovery and customization of profit-boosting AI and cloud-based solutions for businesses. Hope, welcome to the stage.
All right. Hello, alle. Let's dive in. Hi, my name is Hope. I'm a software developer and founder of Serverless Salad, a rapid prototyping tool that simplifies AI integration for businesses. We do this by making the discovery and customization of AI and cloud-based solutions, also known as serverless solutions, as simple and straightforward as selecting preferred ingredients from a salad bar, hence the name Serverless Salad. Startup founders, business owners, and tech professionals are facing an undeniable and growing pressure to sprinkle AI into every project. In 2024, new tech ideas and startups are hardly considered groundbreaking without a clearly defined AI integration strategy. And recent studies highlight not just the benefits of AI integration, but also the risks of taking a let's wait and see approach. So while there is a lot of hype, it is rooted in a tangible impact and value for businesses. The market size is growing, and for generative AI alone, it's estimated to reach as high as $350 billion by 2030. However, despite this AI gold rush, only 12% of German businesses are actively leveraging AI compared to 50% in the United States. Why? The harsh truth is the cost, complexity, and concern around compliance limit the majority of innovation in this arena to large companies that can afford to hire dedicated teams or pay expensive consultancies. So the result? Essentially, the innovation potential of small businesses and entrepreneurs is left to rot in a graveyard of complexity, high costs, and compliance concerns. So how do we bridge this innovation gap? Enter Serverless Salad. We've done the hard work of filtering the most valuable and validated AI and cloud-based solutions so users can explore, make a selection, and customize according to their needs. So say you want to build an image and video analysis tool, perhaps a recommendation tool, or a sentiment analyzer, or something else much more customized. You make your selection, and with the guidance of Sal, our AI integration co-pilot, you're taking on a highly structured customization journey to generate context about your unique use case and ultimately your customized solution. As a free tier user, you generate a step-by-step guide to create a protocol for your solution, but the real magic happens as a subscriber, where you get the benefit of a visualization architecture in addition to system design scripting to configure your cloud and data infrastructure and personalized GDPR guidelines. So now, with a user-friendly interface, you can rapidly prototype new features, new services, or entirely new products without having to worry about hours of Googling or going onto YouTube or risking your proprietary information with ChatGPT.
Hope, sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up now. Your 3 minutes are up.
Yes, we have completed our MVP. We're finalizing our MVP and are actively working with pilot customers, and we have an incredible team of expert engineers that are and world-renowned advisors. So whether you'd like to invest, beta test, or partner with us, I invite you to join us at the Salad Bar. Thank you.
Thank you, Hope.
Thank you so much.
Over to the judges.
So I must admit, this is an area I'm not very familiar with. So this one slide actually would have been, really interesting. So maybe just tell me a little bit about like the kind of competitive landscape. What are the products out there, and what are you doing differently?
Yeah, so as many know, particularly developers, the cloud and AI scene is very saturated. It's a massive pain point, but the reality is the majority of our competitors right now cater to the bigger fish, to larger companies, or they specialize in a particular solution. And we're specifically focused on those that want to cut through the noise and figure out how to benefit from AI and cloud, looking for those validated and valuable solutions and knowing that they can go into the sandbox and rapidly prototype and integrate it into their businesses.
And you said you have reached the first milestones. Is there is this already live with customers? Is there any first customer feedback? Where you see how it's being used?
Yes, we deployed a prototype, validated it with users, and have secured our first pilot customers. We're finalizing our MVP and planning to kick off our fundraising in September. And so, yeah, we have our predetermined salads, if you will, but are also discovering from our customers some that they would also like to see, and we're prioritizing which ones to include in our go-to-market.
And so your pilot customer has all these different products or salads that you had there?
Our MVP selects a handful of these, but we're also experimenting with a couple that they've suggested that they would like to see and are validating to see if those would be wanted on a broader scale.
Cool.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Hope.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Next up, we have Kate Kennedy. Kate is from Spoons, which automates B2B account research, identifying customer problems to eliminate the top reason deals fail. Sure, Kate, over to you.
Perfect. Whoop. Clicker's not working. Thank you. Hey, I'm Kate, co-founder and CEO of Spoons. I've been in revenue for 15 years as a top performer, and as a lead, I've been able to double the average revenue produced per rep, all by doing manually what Spoons makes possible automatically. But first, let's talk about the problem we solve and why now. Let's take our typical customer, John. He's among 75% of B2B revenue leads who missed his target last year, most by over half. To make matters worse, we all know capital ain't cheap in today's market, so adding headcount to bridge that revenue gap is no longer an option. And this is exactly why he's among 79% of revenue leads who say increasing conversion rates is his #1 priority. And the way to do that is by eliminating the top reason deals fail. That's failure to identify customer problems. But it's easier said than done. Before Spoons, his team was spending an average of 6 hours a week in a manual effort to figure this out. That's 7 weeks a year per rep. They still didn't get it right. And that cost his business over $100 million annually. But now with Spoons, they can identify their customer problems in seconds, and a lot more accurately too. It works by using an LLM to analyze publicly available unstructured data to determine signals of a business objective and problem, and then provides a ready-to-use action to take the guesswork out of what to do next. So now, not only can John's team win twice as many deals, but they can do so with 15% fewer headcount too, saving him a further $1 million annually. By year 7, we aim to hit 1 billion. And we'll do this through a subscription model averaging at 100 per user per month. We know we can do this because we are the only platform to identify customer problems. So while there's a load of sales tools on the market, the fact that we're the only one to tackle this is exactly why our customers repeatedly describe us as an absolute game changer and the most valuable tool in their tech stack. We've got first mover's advantage, plus there's a barrier to entry in that not many revenue leads know how to do this manually in the first place. We're only 3 days out of stealth, actually. And in our first 12 hours, we actually got over 48 inbounds. And one of our beta testers has even offered to angel invest. But we need to move faster. And that's why we're currently taking angel tickets and are gearing up for a larger pre-seed round in Q4. Our customers are really excited about what we're building. We hope you are too.
Thank you very much.
I like the snap.
I'm not allowed to clap, right?
No. I mean, this.
I'm so bad at this. Thanks. Great pitch.
Cheers.
Maybe a stupid question, but can you give me 1 or 2 examples of problems that you identify with Spoons that can help your salespeople win deals?
Yeah, so this is a great example. There are some, out there that will serve you headline information, but then you're going to come out with something like, congrats on your funding, that blends in, doesn't build any credibility. With Spoons, it's, hey, I saw Tim, your CEO, said product development is a priority post Series B. Let's say you're, selling IT, for example, tech. Are you thinking about scalability issues currently? If there's a risk of downtime, that could lead to, churn, depending obviously on the buyer persona, but it goes a lot deeper here. Actually, it's the #1 reason that deals are closed lost. So we're touching on a really big problem.
I think it clearly shows that you know about sales. Really well done, this pitch. So how do you use that? How do you eat your own dog food, basically? How's it helped you in selling to customers?
Yeah, so one is show them the cost of not making a switch to this type of sales. It's actually been incredibly effective. In total now, we've got well over 250 people that have signed up and wanted to use Spoons. That obviously helps a lot. I should also mention, and I hate to be this person, I post regularly on LinkedIn. I've got almost 15,000 followers, and a lot of those also came in as inbounds. Just by talking about the problem that we solve, it's relatable, keeps people awake at night, and we all want that headache to go away.
You use a lot of tags and emojis.
No, not even. Just talking about the problem, and then people share it because they get it.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Looks great, thank you.
Cheers,
How many followers do you have, Nico?
I'm terrible with LinkedIn, but I must say that I started using it a little bit, and to some degree of success. It is an incredible tool.
Yeah, if your customers are there, you should be too. It's freaking awesome. Yeah.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Kate. Who couldn't do with a bit more revenue in 2024? Next up, we have Luis Daniel Alegria from Storytime, a generative storytelling app to help parents tell more creative bedtime stories. And we have a baby here just in case.
Yeah, our beta testers in the crowd. Hey, everyone. Glad to be back on stage. All right, let me use the time wisely here. So, what is story time? Basically, have you ever been in a situation where you're trying to create a story out of nothing and then suddenly go blank? The idea with story time is that you can create very easily stories that are inspired by whatever morals or learnings that you want to provide to your kids. So, like Disney did in the past, like they innovated with cartoon, Pixar with animations, and now also very recently with gamers, you can explore universe where you can go left or right, make own decisions. With generative storytelling, we believe we can create a new category of entertainment, and that's what we're going to aim to do here with Storytime. All right, so to go a little bit faster, like the problem here is ultimately parents are coming home from a busy day, trying to come up with stories, and most of the kids are asking for the same stories, right? The ones you know what I'm talking about. And ultimately, to be able to do this repeatedly and in a scalable way, it's very difficult, besides of buying books over and over again. So what we're going to build here, and to make it visual, ultimately you select your character. You can create your own characters. You select the worlds. You can create your own worlds. And then you provide additional information. For example, Louis pitching at TOA. And then you can select from us a range of voices, where you can also select your own voice or your grandparents' voices to be able to connect it more emotionally. And from there onwards, pretty much you get a story. And very similar to Netflix or any other episode-based media, you can create additional chapters. Let's say you like the first 5 minutes, I want more, give me more. And that's ultimately how we want to provide a very easy way to consume content. Our market, obviously, it's very small at the moment, but we're going to go for the big ones, which is ultimately audio and audiobooks, and specifically the category for personalized stories. And that's pretty much what we're aiming for. Our team is currently very small. Some of them you might know, Jens, from my previous co-founder from Vamos, also doing Graph API. Huge, which is ultimately a media expert. He has a record label, content distribution. And we have also Marcela, a two-book author who participating actively, designer Gerson from Lima, and then Fabian and Jana, who are founding members of the team. All right, we're raising 500K. We are 2 months old, and we have already managed to secure 250K in let's say, verbal commitment. And we're trying to close this month already. And if anyone wants to provide the extra tickets, smart money only, then you're welcome to join our round. All right? So that's it. Story time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I love this. So not only you can invest, everybody can invest.
Well,
very good.
I can't. He's looking for smart money.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is super compelling. I wonder, what's your 5-year, 10-year vision of the space also? Because we hear that maybe eventually all content will be totally customized, right? Netflix will produce these type of YouTube. All the big content providers will get into the space. How do you see yourself evolving in that space?
Great question. So ultimately here, similar to a platform where you have creators and listeners, that's why Eric from SoundCloud or from Spotify, if you can start creating your own characters and worlds, ink it, right? So pretty much you're able to create the seed of an idea, and then ultimately people can develop on top of it. So this is obviously very story-based, right? But ultimately the 10-year vision is that when you can create more immersive experiences, let's use glasses, AR, chips, or whatever it might be, you'll be able to participate more vividly. And that is ultimately what I believe this will be the future of storytelling and immersive experiences.
Thanks.
Very cool. I do think the live test didn't work. The kid is not asleep, so
yeah,
yeah. No, that's great. What is how do you get this into the kids' bedrooms? Is this going to be an app? Is it going to Alexa skill? Who's going to buy this?
Yes.
Yeah.
So from our feedback from 20 parents already, screen-free is a big word, right? So ultimately, using Alexa, smart speakers will be the way to consume the content for kids. And then obviously, as we progress to older audiences, we can use rich media, videos, etc. But ultimately, the idea here is to be able to use it, as a father, mother, kids experience, and then ultimately be consumed without the screen.
Yeah. Can you also have this for adults? Because I think
that would be the next step. So ultimately, kids currently are more forgiving with bad content. We're trying to perfect the stories, right? So the idea here is that we're going to make it perfect, and then we launch to all older audiences.
Cool.
Amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Luis Daniel. Ready with all the answers. Excellent. Next up, we have Tamish Biswas from Claro AI, an AI knowledge infrastructure platform. Welcome to the stage.
Is the green
green to click?
Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking out the time. I'm here to present Claro in front of you, and super excited to be here. Quickly to set some context, we are Claro. That's the team. We have been building nonstop since November. Matteo, who's the CEO, who's scaled and led the global data organization at Delivery Hero. Till, who heads the product. And myself, I head the tech. Published in computational linguistics, experience in machine learning research. That's why we perfectly fit together to build what we're building, which is Claro. And off we go. So generative AI is on an exponential curve, and there's no denying that, but the adoption remains super low. Why is that? So something we did was talk to many experts and people in the industry in our network, and from our experience as well, we realized that data maturity and the availability of engineering resources / data science resources is a limiting factor. What you see on the right is what I'm trying to say, just to visualize it a bit more. That pretty house that you want, that's the best model in AI, is at the top, but you really need a solid data foundation at the bottom, below it, to support it. That's our hypothesis. How we do it to make it more, to make it more tangible, back. Can I go back? Yeah. Yes, so this is a use case to make it more tangible. Sorry. I'm Tim, who is a product manager, product owner at a San Francisco-based growth company. I'm travel tech-based, travel tech. I get thousands of reviews, emails, call transcripts, and a lot of unstructured text data. And I want to analyze this and use this for automating partner management and automating user alerting. So how we help them ingest all this data, we back. We ingest all the data, we generate unique small language models for their each need, and export it into different ways, alerts or their CRM or their third-party advertising tools for retargeting. That's what we do for one use case, but we want to be super, super broad in the future. That's basically the product vision in some way. So ingesting all sorts of unstructured data, generating models on the fly, and using it in multiple ways. What should I? This is a cool slide for the nerds. Let's catch one of us later if you want to talk more about this. What I want to focus also a bit more on is, with the time that I have left, 4 seconds, is how we differentiate against our competition is primarily in 2 ways: our go-to-market strategy and our technology. Our go-to-market strategy is focused on product owners and people who are closer to the decision making, and second, our technology, which is around small language models and not large language models, which is a wrapper around what most of our competitors are doing right now. So we have a moat, and the accuracies and everything are super, super high.
So Amish, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. We're going to have to take questions from the panel now.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe can we, my question is, can we go back to, what is the problem the customers are facing that you're solving, maybe in a really simple way?
Customers want to, there is infinite amount of promise with generative AI, but people want to try it out, but it's not possible because their data is not ready. It's in data silos. They don't have the resources freely available. Just try out this tool, see how we can get the accuracies high with this and improve our product. They don't have the resources freely available for that. Also, the industry itself is not in a super crazy state where they're just throwing money at things. So it's kind of tight budgets and everything as well. And when they're scaling, it's super hard for them to also consolidate these things. That's a problem. Unstructured, distributed data everywhere, and we try to consolidate that. Add intelligence, a layer of intelligence to it.
Basically, you help customers creating their own models with their data.
Yeah.
So you take all the data, build a model for them that they can use for their AI applications.
Yeah. Partially, yes. They can opt into either using their own data or generate synthetic data that we have in-house built. And that's how we...
Just one brief question. Take me back to the moment where you decided to build this, and how did you get to that point? Why now this product with your team? Was there a moment? Did you face that problem yourself?
Matteo himself faced this problem in Delivery Hero, where they had a lot of data across different partners, different child organizations across the globe, and they need a way to consolidate this. And they have many advanced tools in-house, but other companies don't. And that's kind of what he's trying to get out. He's the vision leader, I would say, and that's kind of the gist of it, if that answers it.
Great. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you, Tamish.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Sebastian Daus from FixFirst, which is building the operating system for circular services and products, increasing repair efficiency by up to 70% with its AI-powered software. Welcome to the stage, Sebastian.
Thank you. Hi guys, my name is Sebastian, and we are building one of the missing puzzle pieces to solve the climate crisis, which is making repair and circularity for products as easy as possible. Because the problem you probably know very well, right? Yourself, if you try to fix something, it's pretty annoying, it's pretty costly, and well, your neighbor maybe just got a new TV, so you might just get also a new one, right? But if you look a bit deeper and go into the B2B space, if you're a brand like a manufacturer, retailer, or even a city or insurance companies, you want to provide those repair services, it doesn't really scale, it's pretty hard to actually do that. But at the root cause, and I got to notice firsthand, my father runs an electrical installation and repair business, I used to help out there. If you actually do the repair, it's pretty inefficient. Sometimes you take 10 to 30 minutes just to answer a request. Well, that's pretty hard to solve at the one side. Luckily, tech and AI can do a lot there. But also regulation coming in. So now we have the right to repair in the Eco-Design Directive just a few weeks back, which is now really changing the market. So we all, including you in Berlin, will get repair support, up to 200 euros from your government to fix your electronics. The industry has to change and all the repair companies have to digitize. And we have the solution that makes that happen. So we built a platform where you can find and book any kind of repair services, focus on electronics right now, let's say for your smartphone and your washing machine, where where you get a free diagnosis. We have an AI hotline that you can call anytime, and it even makes an appointment for you and a repair company as well. We offer it as a white label solution to all these brands. We also have a partner brand called Fix1 that we provide to cities as an example. But building a nice front end is one thing that only works if you really look behind and go back to the repair companies. So we built the software as a workflow tool that has the repair companies themselves, the repair technician, be up to 50% more efficient, up to 70% for the cost estimate creation. That does anything from the estimate, the invoice, planning, scheduling technicians, or dumping on a video call as well. We also make it a bit more scalable. So AI, we heard a lot about that. We already have it in our workflow. We use this quite extensively, different tools. We are also enterprise ready, so they can integrate it into their CRM, ERP, or e-commerce system. But we go beyond that and we try to change what the industry is doing. So we work on circular business model system with a lot of industry partners, and we're even developing an own industry standard with the DAN that's going to change how a diagnosis and repair is being done to accelerate circularity and build more trust in the actual repair market as well. And with that, it means we're actually building a bit of an ecosystem and flywheel around product lifetime extension. So we focus a lot on the repair, making it as easy as possible. But we also offer you a refurbish solution if you don't want to repair, it's too expensive, and suggest you recycling options. And this is where we really use our platform called Fix1, where you partner with brands and cities and different other partners as well. But it only works by making the repair partners as efficient as possible. Yeah, and that's also how we monetize it. So I'm sorry for the slide, that's a lot. But so essentially, we make money in B2B SaaS. We have different product names as well. We have a few cities and brands that we're already working with and a few manufacturers. And we already have a kind of 3-year lock-in with a few clients, which is actually not unlikely that we're going to hit 11 million ARR in the next few years.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, Sebastian.
That's
sorry.
Totally fine. And there we go. We're raising 500K. We know you guys can build pretty cool consumer products. I think for repair, we should have the same. So yeah, please contact us or invest. Thanks.
First, I think it's always okay to put a lot of stuff on the money slide. So no worries about that. Is this like a modern version of My Hammer then, or?
Yeah, so My Hammer, we tried something like that in very early beginning, just matchmaking like repair partners. Turns out customer acquisition costs is like super high, and you have no insights about the quality. And most repair companies are not My Hammer because they really dislike it a little bit. So I would say yes, a bit more AI powered. And in terms of strategy, we actually have to seed the supply side of the market first with the software, enable them, digitize and help them be more efficient, to then do stuff on top of that, like that.
I like the question before. Like, take us back to the original moment when you had this idea. What drove you to create this?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I never thought I would be starting a company, to be honest. I worked for like process lean management. I did study industrial engineering, did with consulting, worked for startups, eventually company building. And then, you know, if you work on a fancy D2C, whatever, e-commerce idea, like it doesn't really hook me. And I always thought like, you know, working hard wasn't really the issue, but I feel like if you work a lot, it should be for the important topics. And then when I look into a circular economy, and I guess secretly, you know, having worked, so to speak, in a repair company back in the days, and just growing up like that, I think had a bit of influence that at least led me through looking into that topic. And then I find circular economy is pretty actionable when it comes to actually taking businesses in terms to solving climate problems.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Sebastian. Okay, and next up, we have David Klunt from Charisme, a gamified app for people with social anxiety. Please welcome David to the stage.
Thank you. So I've gave it away. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm David. I'm one of the co-founders of Charisme, the app against social anxiety. I want to lead with a question. What makes us happy in life? It's a big question, I know, but it's an important one, and one that the largest running study in human history has tried to figure out. The answer is actually super simple. It's positive relationships. That can be friendships, partnerships, or even family. Positive relationships make us live healthier, happier, and longer lives. And now I want to introduce you to a group of people who struggle with that the most. People suffering from social anxiety. Social anxiety is the fear of social situations. So someone might get sweaty hands, might get nervous when they try to approach someone at a party. And at some point, they just stop going to social situations altogether. And social anxiety is deadly. It leads to loneliness, depression, and suicide. It's not a small problem either. Around 400 million people worldwide are affected by it, and that's just young people alone. The consequences are severe. Loneliness is as harmful to the body as smoking half a pack of cigarettes every single day, and people with social anxiety have a 6 times higher suicide rate than people without. And there's basically no help. People with social anxiety only go to therapy on average after 14 years of suffering. And that's exactly why we've set out to change that. We've built Charismy, an app that's playful and scientific. We've taken what works from therapy, the social skills training, and we digitalized it. On top, we follow a Duolingo-style approach, so our app is gamified and also fun to use. So people stick with the app. Our competition is mostly really dry. Other mental health apps are not fun to use and are quickly uninstalled. Our retention rate is already above the industry standard for mental health apps. We've got a strong team too. We've got all expertise we need in the founders team, and we got strong mentorship. We've only been working on Charismy for about a year, but we already have a revenue stream. We get 1,000 downloads every single week. And to scale the success, we're currently raising our pre-seed round of 400K, which is already 3/4 of the way there. So if you're interested in investing, or you know someone who might be, please feel free to reach out in the networking. And I would like to leave you all with one final question. It's a question Robert Harbinger raised. It's the Harvard professor who led the study I talked about earlier. The question is, if you were going to invest now in your future best self, where would you put your time and energy into? His answer is positive relationships, and our answer is Charismy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, David.
Definitely strong CTA at the end. Very, very cool.
Thanks.
Like you said, this is scientifically backed. Is there can you share any what is the success rate? How do you help people who use your app? Do you have any data or feedback that people lose the anxiety or
Of course.
Through it.
So it's based on therapy. It's based on cognitive behavior therapy, and the module is called social skills training. We are currently planning a study, so we don't have the validation yet from a study, but we have a lot of user feedback. We are in contact with some of our power users who leave a lot of feedback that it's really, really helped them. Also, some people with autism, for example, say it's really helped them, but the spectrum is really broad. So we have a lot of feedback channels that people just go in and say, this has really helped me. Please also add this, or please go more in detail on this topic, for example. So we know it helps some people, but the scientific validation is yet to be done.
I think, a lot of the startups put a slide always as the TAM, right? Total addressable market. And you could probably put alcohol and drugs and a lot of other things on there. So, I think this is a great idea. I still don't quite understand, give me an example of what would the app prompt me, for example? Does it remind me of, can I connect my calendar and it gives me motivation to actually go to that, work dinner that I don't want to go to?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Actually, that's a feature we are working on. But currently you obviously know the Duolingo app. You have this path which winds down and it's fun to go to the next step. We have exactly that. So a step-by-step plan. And at first you learn about the problem. So you understand yourself, your social anxiety. And then it also prompts you, you get first some small habits that you start building to ask friends for help, for example, and then you call a stranger. And it prompts you to go out more and more and more. This is exactly what's done in therapy and what works in therapy. And that's why we know that if people use it, it also works in an app. And so far, the people who are using it reported to be very positively.
Addictive as Duolingo?
Not yet, of course. Duolingo is obviously a big role model for us. But as I said, we've been only working on it for a year and we're already above industry standard for mental health apps, even really successful mental health apps.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David. And now we come to our 10th and final founder pitching today, lucky last. Today we have Sabine Richter from My Period Test, who are developing a home test kit for analyzing menstrual blood to give women better medical insights about their bodies. Sabine, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Hello, My name is Sabine and I'm the founder of My Period Test. And I would like to talk about women's health and menstruation. When we take a look at how we deal with our health today in Germany, we see that there's a lack of an easy access to our own health data. And we ask our target group, menstruating women, what is your biggest hurdle to go to a doctor's office and have a regular blood test just for checking your parameters and for prevention? And most of them said, it's the time. So it takes too much time to go there and to wait for the results. So we came up with the idea to build a much more faster blood test and based on menstrual blood. And so what we do is that we help menstruating people to take care of their health by giving them access with our easy-to-use products. And we do this based on menstrual blood. We can have it every month. It is non-invasive, and our women can test their blood regularly from the comfort of their own home. And what you have to know about the menstrual blood itself is that it is a very unique and valuable resource because it contains a lot of information about our health and our body. And this was already proven in studies, and we make it now accessible. So what we offer is a home test kit for menstrual blood analysis, and you as a woman can check parameters like vitamins or minerals at home. And you see we have a combination of hardware and software components, and the results will be ready within a few minutes. And that's possible because we have a strong cooperation partner at our site, and they have the expertise to build biosensors for rapid blood tests. And those biosensors we build in our cartridges. And when we take a look at the competitors, we are the only provider for point-of-care blood tests. That means the results will be ready within a few minutes based on menstrual blood. Last year we did our proof of concept, and this year we plan to start our first bigger clinical trial so that we can learn more about the menstrual fluid and develop and improve our entire system. Our team consists of Dr. Sebastian Kersting from the Fraunhofer Institute and me, Sabine, with a background in medical interface design and product development. And we are very proud of our great advisors from the field of women's health. Yeah, right now we are looking for one more experienced co-founder with a medical or engineering or business background. We're looking for partner laboratories and university hospitals. And you can find me on LinkedIn. You can visit our website, myperiodtest.com. And I'm very happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think this shows the problem of a male-only jury. Actually, is my partner in the audience, Zoe? Do you want to take my vote on this? She's a very experienced COO also. I mean, and I'm happy to actually give her the vote. My question is around like go-to-market. How are you advertising this? Have you some data already and some traction?
Yeah, I have a backup slide, but I think it's not ready yet. So we have thank you. We have a little bit of traction. So we are very at the beginning of the whole journey because we have to do a lot of basic research. We can't rely on any studies in the field of menstrual blood combining with biosensors. So we have to do our own studies. But last year we had a little internal study where we compared the menstrual blood with the normal blood and learned from it, but it needs more research. And yeah, when we are on this point, go to market, then we plan to sell our tests online and in drugstores or pharmacies. Yeah, something like that.
Thank you.
I think you had like a slide, like you said, 8 biomarkers and 365 proteins. How does this compare to like a normal blood test?
Yeah, good question, because these 8 biomarkers were found where they compared it to normal blood. Mm-hmm. And this is just the beginning. When we do more research, we can find more biomarkers which we can find in the normal blood and even in the menstrual blood.
Okay.
And the special thing about menstrual fluid is that we don't have only the blood component, we also have tissue. And in that tissue, we can find those 380 something proteins, which can detect, for example, diseases like cancer, and there's more too.
So you can like already do 8. I don't know how many biomarkers the other one is, but like you could get even further like than 8.
Yes.
And maybe get like very close to a blood test, plus have something that like a normal blood test cannot deliver the tissue data.
Yeah.
And like every month, basically just, cool.
So it's not just a waste product.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sabina. So, thank you to our 10 founders who have just pitched. Can you all give them an absolutely massive round of applause? I think you'd all agree with me, they've done an amazing job here. Of course, the hard work now sits with Nico and Niklas to make a decision. Would you like to go and spend a couple of minutes conferencing? Yeah? Excellent.
So you have to entertain the group. So
yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do that. I don't sing, I don't dance. But, you know, look, I've been through fundraising rounds myself. I've pitched for investment. I pitch for my clients. There is nothing harder for a founder than having to get up on stage and essentially show your vision, your passion, and convince people for what you believe in. Now, I don't know how many of you were here yesterday, but yesterday, these 10 founders, along with another half a dozen or so founders, had to do a dry pitch of 2 minutes without any visual aids in order to progress to today and to make this final 10. So they've done an incredible job. I think it's really amazing to see some of the technologies that they are building. Some of these, I have to be honest, are things that I probably would have dreamt about as a young kid. Story time, I've got to say, I said it yesterday, I wish you'd been around 20 years earlier. Maybe my daughters would have thought different of me as a father if you had been. But, you know, some of these technologies are being helped out by where we are in the world today with AI. Others are going deep into bio and medical data, which is a place that even 5 or 10 years ago, we wouldn't have been able to go to. So I hope you guys are as excited as I am. And indeed, I hope the judges are about what we've just seen, because the opportunities in front of us are absolutely endless and frankly, exciting. So I'd love to get a feel from the audience. Where do you guys sit? Just yell out, what was your favorite startup this afternoon? Just feel free to yell out. Come on, give these guys some support. Excellent. I heard none of those, and that was exactly what I was intending, so no bias introduced into the process. That's great. But no, look, in all honesty, the other thing to be really conscious and wary of, or not wary of, excited about is, of course, all of these founders are constantly looking for partners, for investors, for customers, for suppliers, for talent. So do make sure that you check out their websites. Make sure you connect with the founders either here on LinkedIn. Like, I've got to be honest, I got 16,000 followers on LinkedIn. If you're up at 15,000, you're doing really well. The algorithm's punishing me at the moment. I'm not entirely sure how that's going for me, but I might have to check out your app and make sure that I boost my profile on there. But look, do connect with these founders. Do give them your support. I think all of us in the tech and venture ecosystem, we thrive on the relationships that we build. That's why you have conferences like TOA, which over the last couple of days has seen, I don't know, something like 24 guests and speakers across multiple stages. So 24 speakers per stage across multiple stages across 2 days. We've had an incredible conference here. I think there are connections that have been made at the events, both during and after the conferences. And that really is the spirit and the value of conferences like this. I have to be honest, this is the first conference I've been to since 2020, since the pandemic hit, and I have had an absolute blast. I've met some incredible people, spoken to some incredible founders, and met some really interesting people from throughout the ecosystem. I hope you guys have too. So show your support for TOA as well. Give a massive round of applause for all the guys who have organized the event and made it such a success. Okay, I'm going to check. How are our judges doing? They've disappeared. They've gone off for a beer. They may well be fighting. Do we have an idea of how much longer they may want to take? It's obviously a tough decision, right? It really is a tough decision because there is one winner out of these 10 and out of the, indeed 20 that initially started this competition. And that is really incredible from an investment perspective. And it really is the reality of the investment process, right? You start with 1,000 pitches and most VCs will end up investing in, 10 ultimately. The number of meetings they take, the number of pitches they see, it just is the way this goes. So, I hope that the judges will come to the appropriate decision. 2 more minutes? Okay, I've got 2 more minutes to fill. This is incredible. So let's pick on someone from the crowd. What was your favorite speaker? Were you at the event for the last couple of days? Gentleman with the glasses, mustache, and a jacket? You just, okay, and did you see any of the other speakers today? Okay, Silicon Alley, and so how did it go for you? Okay. Okay, so you've spoken to other co-founders, to the press, so you got value out of the event, right? Yeah, amazing. That's what we want to hear. Anyone else had a favorite speaker of the event over the last couple of days? Iyad from ResearchGate. What did you love about his presentation? Okay. Okay, so used to work for him, but decided to start your company because of him. Okay, that's good. No, but that again, that's how businesses are founded, right? You work for an inspiring founder, a leader, someone who's building something great, and you get that passion and that urge to do the same for yourself. And look, I cannot encourage, enough people to enter the startup ecosystem. It's somewhere I've been working for the last 8 years. I work with some of the most incredible tech startups in the UK and beyond, and it really is a privilege to work with them. I think we have a winner, so I don't have a drum roll, unfortunately, but so, yeah, Niklas.
Oh man, this is really hard. Yes, it took us a long time to figure this out. All the pitches were really, really cool, really great, really high quality. So the TOA team did the pre-selection, so they did a great job. And the audience. So thank you for that. So the truth is so after a long discussion about
He's between two, right?
So we're gonna 2 checks.
Okay. So push me, please. You did it so well with the startup. So no, you hold this. So after talking about this, we decided that the winner of this is Origin AI, wherever they are, like they left.
He's all right. He's at the top there. Okay. Calm down. Calm down.
Glad that he didn't run away.
Want to say what caught you? Or?
We had some criteria, which were like, what is the level of innovation, what is the timing, and also what is the delivery of the pitch. And like here, obviously this is a topic, and I'm a big believer that in the future that we will go away from this big monolithic software providers to much more smaller on-demand software. And we didn't have time to check this, but you made us believe that you found the right way to build these kind of small software products for companies. And obviously, if this works, this can become a huge generational company. So thank you.
Let's have a massive round of applause for Luke Ferris from Origin AI, winner of TOA24, courtesy of Interface Capital.
Thank you, Niklas. Thanks, everybody. This was the last session of TOA. Thanks, everybody, for coming. And there's a party tonight. You should probably have an email that you can crash starting at 11. I think a few drinks downstairs for those who want to stick around. Thank you.
Thanks to all the pitches. Obviously, they were great. And yeah, see you next year. Thank you. Perfect.